Chapter 23. Origin. Warmth spread through Tai, blossoming outward to meet the rushing army. The spirits inside his chest stretched out of their new home, raising their voices in a wordless choir. He recognized the sound they projected. It was the same sound in the ancestral gardens of the Akoan homeworld. Even without their memories, the spirits inside him still resonated with that place. The front wall of the wave slowed just before it would have overwhelmed him. Instead of a crushing sea of memories and spirits, it became a ceaseless but manageable flow. Hagami blazed in his head, working with the fortress faster than he could manage. Thousands of years of memories passed through his mind, some leaving dim echoes in their wake. As Tai became more comfortable with the pressing wave, and as the collected song of the spirits within him gained in strength, he started walking again. Ghosts spiraled around him like a whirlpool, vanishing within him with each step. He made his way deeper into the dungeon. Tai walked, relieved himself, ate and drank, and slept several times before he finally made it through the corridor. Tens of thousands of spirits lived inside his soul cage. He'd gone from feeling full to feeling heavy, as if gravity itself were fluxing and bending around him. The corridor ended in double doors. These were covered in a more ornate engraving than the last, the horned head joined by several smaller faces above it. These faces weren't all skulls. In fact, Tai recognized Akoan features in them. Pausing before the door, he thought about the depiction, actively searching suppressed memories for clues. Eventually, he figured out what the smaller faces were. "Greater gods," he whispered into the stillness. The context of his discovery wasn't there. All he had were bits and pieces from Numera and Mumat. Paying the blood price, he went through the doors. Behind him, the soul batteries had gone dormant, their occupants finally freed. Warm ambient light greeted him as he walked into the space. It was a vast area, the roof stretching far above, with a curved outer wall lined with comfortable-looking leisure furnishings. Paintings and murals decorated the outside wall. If time had worn down bits of the dungeon, it didn't show here. The center of the room was curved, with a single mosaic pattern that changed between panels, almost like a comic book. After a few seconds of study, Tai came to believe that he was at the center spoke of a wheel, with spines like the corridor he'd just exited radiating from this place. His studies also left him speechless at the overwhelming quality and elegance of each item on display. A master craftsperson of unparalleled skill had made every mural or art piece in the room. He didn't recognize the styles or intent behind most of the art, having pushed those memories into the fortress, but what he did was incredible. This gallery was the apotheosis of Akoan art culture. The spirits in him stirred. Hagami manifested and said, "The spirits recognize this place. I can sense what they want you to know about. With your permission, I can access the relevant memories in the Mind Fortress. Do you want to take a few minutes so I can thread together a cohesive narrative?" Tai almost asked Hagami about his sudden willingness to help. He got the feeling that the Arbiter shouldn't be doing so much, as it hadn't provided this level of help in the past, even when the monster god had intervened directly. Moving to a cushioned seat, he agreed. As he waited for Hagami to do the work, he reflected on the nearby art. Several pieces depicted the Akoan people. They had been tall, humanoid, with bright eyes and vaguely avian features. Colorful, multi-hued feathers had framed their limbs and face, enhancing his sense of their otherworldly beauty. Tai didn't know how long Hagami took. He didn't look at his watch or even care about time. His sense of urgency had diminished, replaced with a sense of curiosity and accomplishment. "We just ended the suffering of thousands of people. I don't care whether I can punch harder or cast bigger and better spells. Today this is enough." Eventually, a gamey appeared and said, "It's done." After finishing his next-to-last protein bar, he came to his feet and walked around the room, following the direction he sensed the Akoans wanted him to go. Agami's organized memories narrated in a basso chant. After the birth of all physical things, there was nothing. The mural began with a simple diagram of constellations and planets. With the memories swelling through him, he could see the art as the Akoan would have, his eyes made to observe different spectrums of light. To them, the vastness of space was filled with patterns of color and motion. Those were replicated with meticulous detail in their art. Then there was a need to know, a thirst for knowledge, a hunger to discover the greater mysteries. He followed the curve of the mural, finding a complex hieroglyph on the next frame. It depicted an Akoan youth beholding a closed book.
"This was our Lord, our Lady, our everything. We, the Akoans, were its first children in beauty, opposite the children in darkness. It was our mission to seek the furthest depths of art, music, and creativity. We were the spiritual innovators."
The next sections of the mural showed a divine figure, something like a titanic Akoan, showering life onto multiple planets. One of those planets gave rise to the Akoans, who lifted their arms and heads to the sky in song. The next panels were stunning in their depictions of Akoan culture. Some quality of the mural conveyed hints of song, which Agami helped recreate. A haunting, uplifting melody rose in the room.
"Then one of our brethren discovered magic. Through magic, we gave shape to the greater forces. Through magic, all the worlds of our empire knew the embodiment of the first lesser gods."
A gathering of vaguely reptilian creatures gathered around some device, releasing light from within. The next panel depicted strange amorphous people joining the Great Lord. It was the greater gods, Tai realized. Below those greater gods rose a bevy of lesser gods, each elevated from among their mortal flock.
"This is the story of our people. As our vessel, we want you to understand, to see our joy and beauty. Remember us."
The memories faded, voices returning to quietude within Tai's mind. He'd walked the circuit of the spoke, passing many closed doors that led away from it. Along the central pillar, he found himself in front of another door, this one lined with runes carved in a style he hadn't seen before.
"You cannot go down, interloper. Not until you are powerful enough to activate those runes."
It was the shadow, back once more and floating with a near-tangible presence nearby. Tai looked at the apparition. "You're definitely getting more substantial, aren't you?" The shadow vanished. "I was right, wasn't I? About it getting more substantial?" Agami said,
Maybe. I have a hard time focusing on the thing when it appears. I only know it exists because of your thoughts."
"Well, that's comforting," Tai said sarcastically. He briefly considered trying to go open the sealed door, then dismissed the notion. If there was anything his first dungeon had taught him so far, it was that he needed to level up to explore this place further. Looking around the room, Tai made some quick calculations. If I'm right, these spokes radiate both outward and based on that door over there. He jerked a thumb at the sealed door. The structure continues down. I believe one of these spokes extends all the way through the forest back to the quarry that the demons were digging. Do you think we can get out that way? Floating a few feet away, Hagami pulsed silver light in all directions, reminding him of a submarine sending out a sonar pulse.
Assuming your guess is correct, this door would correspond with the way out.
It gently bobbed in a direction, leading him back until they came to a new door. The door was still black metal, but the engravings on it depicted shining light. Tai kept enough of the Akoan language to recognize the meaning of the engravings. They labeled the door Celestial Light. "This is promising," Tai murmured, lifting a hand to push on the door. It didn't open, and there were no teeth for him to make a blood sacrifice. Sheathing his hand in his verdant touch ability, which he adjusted to divine mana using his prism, he tried pushing again. The symbol on the door flashed, absorbing the energy in his hand, and then clicked open. Chapter 24. Lesser Beings. Tai was surprised to find the walls and floor were made of the same material as the first spoke, all grim dark metal and riveted doorways. As part of the celestial branch, he'd imagined alabaster decor with silvery chimes in the air, and like Christmas, but everywhere and all the time. "Hagami, would you see if one of my guests is familiar with this wing? I don't think I want to stumble through here."
"Sure, but it will take some time,"
Hagami thought back, comfortably incorporeal again. He felt it accessing his mind fortress. In his mind's eye, it looked like the Arbiter had extended a band of magenta light into the new device. Focusing on the fortress, he gradually came to understand that Hagami was using the device a lot like a search engine, sending dozens of requests for information simultaneously. I can do that too, Tai realized. The difference between him and Hagami was the efficiency the Arbiter communicated with the fortress. Feeling a little more comfortable with what was going on in his head, he made his way down the new corridor. Like the one he'd found the ghosts in, gemstone-covered doors also flanked this one. Assuming that they were bound spirits, he withdrew his new dagger and struck at a random gemstone, cracking it. A glowing angel with blue gemstones for eyes manifested in the center of the corridor, feathery wings flapping to hold its torso aloft. The angel looked something like a cross between an Akoan and a cat, with feline rather than avian features. It was horribly mutilated. Anywhere that glowing light didn't conceal its physique, it looked twisted and desiccated. Eyes and mouth wide, the angel extended a clawed hand. Light coalesced in its palm, pulsing into the outline of an ornate sword. Tai barely deflected the first thrust with the edge of his dagger. The angel howled, bellowing a dialect of Akoan he didn't know, and came on. Dagger versus sword was not something that he had practiced often, and he barely kept the thing from cutting his head off in the first few seconds. Unlike a regular opponent, the angel used its wings to maneuver, allowing it to operate in three-dimensional space. It fluttered up over his head, but flinched in pain as one of its legs brushed the wall. In that brief opening, Tai stabbed out with his dagger. Roaring in pain and rage, the mad creature fell back, giving Tai room to breathe. He'd been cut in a dozen places, but oddly the injuries didn't seem as severe as they should have been. The celestial energy infused his cuts, recharging some of his mana. He was still bleeding, but not immediately overwhelmed. Tai figured it meant that he'd reached a point of equilibrium, where his skills, level, and abilities sort of made him the match for a tough opponent. Assuming that an ancient injured angel suffering thousands of years of presumed deprivation was considered a tough opponent. Surging forward, blade extended, the angel used its wings to add speed to its strike. Tai jerked to the side, feeling the blade slash inside his robe and along his side. Metal scraped between two of his ribs, sending a vibrating pain all the way into his teeth. Celestial magic burst into him, overfilling his mana and adding all new discomfort to the sword injuries. Dropping the black dagger from numbed fingers, Tai slapped a hand around the angel's forearm and willed verdant touch into it, using his prism to transform the power into monstrous-typed energy. The angel's arm blackened from his touch, and it released its sword, backing away. The sword vanished before hitting the floor. With the opening, Tai healed himself. Thanks to the angel's infusion of mana, he was only down to a little over half after that exchange. Despite himself, he found that he was grinning. He was having fun. For the first time in this world, he felt like he had a grasp on a fight, and like he didn't have to use his guns to gain a tactical advantage against overwhelming odds. Sure, he'd fought dozens of the skeletal librarians and a few other things. Those encounters hadn't counted. Not like this did. Before closing the portal, he had become a talented fighter, on top of being decent with a knife. And this was the first time he felt that training come into play. Retrieving the black dagger, he held it high with one hand while he held the other low, fingers curling into a fist. "Come on," he growled at the angel. The angel obliged, summoning its sword again with a gesture. It came forward, slower this time, swinging its sword in broad sweeps. Each time it attacked, Tai saw it flinch a little. One of its arms had a black handprint on it, and dark silver blood leaked from one of its feet. He dodged the first few swings, then stepped within the angel's reach and slammed his dagger into its chest. Light exploded from within the angel, pouring out of its wounds, its eyes, and its mouth. And the walls around the explosion pulsed with power and seemed to drink the light in. Tendrils of dark extended from the floor and wound around its lower body, yanking it into and through the ground. The angel vanished. Out of the corner of his eye, Tai saw the gemstone he'd broken slide back into place, completely restored. There was no loot prompt. With nothing else to do and unwilling to experiment further, he continued down the corridor. He was skilled enough at activating his verdant touch ability now that he could heal himself with minimal effort as he walked.
Tai, I've identified someone with the memories you requested,
Hagami announced a few hours later. "Let's start with figuring out what this is," Tai said.
"Oh, yes. This,"
the memory thought spoke through Hagami, taking on the tone of an elderly scholar.
"I wasn't here to construct this region of the sanctuary, but I oversaw a version this was based on."
"Thank you for your help," Tai thought to the memory, just to be polite. "Can you explain what this is?"
"Absolutely. This is a place for us to incarnate, study, and extract information about divine-crafted lesser beings."
"You mean you studied angels?" he asked, incredulous. Hagami spoke in its normal voice.
Strictly speaking, that was not an angel. It was a winged spiritual construct made with celestial mana. That said, your idea of angelic beings, particularly in the broader scope of things, applies well to this paradigm.
"How does one incarnate and extract information from divine beings?"
"Once we'd captured enough of the spawn from the lesser god, it was a simple enough matter. These beings are a combination of 3 elements: mind, soul, and divine energy. This process is not unlike soul battery technology, albeit with a few unique characteristics."
"Such as?"
"Celestials and other divine created lesser beings do not have a soul cage. They are all a single unit with no separation of mind and spirit. Furthermore, when stored and reconstituted, they retain the state they were in at the moment of first storage. We discovered early on that we could question a stored celestial hundreds of times, and each time it would forget the questions we asked unless we allowed it to remain sentient."
Wait, You're saying you can put a celestial into a hard drive, bring it back to life, torture it until you're done, then simply suck it back up? And neither of Ty's first possessions had any recollections of these things. Their view of the world, at least until their death, had been simpler and more idyllic. Were the Akoan more devious than he'd originally thought?
That's precisely what he means, Agami stated. Looking at these memories, I believe the Akoan people pioneered the development of mind fortresses. It certainly would explain the one I found for you.
Manifesting, the Arbiter floated near a door and pulsed a light across a gem.
With this information, I postulate that the gems we've come across are modified mind fortresses. Essentially, they played the role of a soul cage, only also capable of storing the collected memories of their captives. The ones in this corridor are similar, with a subtle alteration. They reconstitute spiritual beings for experimentation, not as few.
It shocked Ty that Agami didn't know about the origins of the mind fortresses. Not that he thought it would be common knowledge, but Agami was an arbiter. Shouldn't it know? Instinct told him not to share his personal insight with Agami, though he couldn't have explained why. Turning back to the conversation at hand, he said, "Why was the angel I fought wounded so badly? Because it was injured when it was stored?" And the tapped memory replied,
"I don't know the state of that specific subject, but I would assume so. We captured tens of thousands of their kind before the God War broke out. Their bodies and the bodies of the demon-infected infernals were quite fascinating. Hundreds of years of research, and we'd barely struck the surface. It was such a shame that their gods took issue with our pursuits."
Ty missed a step, both horror and realization making him flinch. You were harvesting the creations of the gods for research, and were surprised when those gods took offense.
Why should they take offense? Their creations were lesser beings, secondary creations. Any knowledge gained from the study of them was well within our right as our Lord's first children. If anything, those lesser gods should have been thankful. We invented such wonders with their inferior offspring. It was a shame that we had to pivot to weapons manufacturing at the end.
"Agami, can we free these beings?" Ty asked, looking at the doors. He had a feeling that getting the angels out would be a more difficult and complicated process than the Akoan souls.
If you could extract the gemstones from the wall and crush them, it should free the captives within. You'd have one hell of a problem if you did that. These beings were created by a different celestial god than the one outside. They will have foreign minds, traditions, and goals. You might release something quite challenging into the world.
"I hear you. Are they suffering like the ghosts were?" Ty didn't want to make his life more complicated than it already was. Still, if these beings were trapped in an eternal state of damnation, he would do his best to correct that.
"No,"
Agami said.
"These aren't soul batteries. Unlike the ghosts, these entities are frozen in time. They don't think or feel until they are reconstituted."
"Good to know," Ty said, relieved. He had time to come back and free the angels later, assuming he could figure a solution out. The corridor ended after half a day of travel. He was out of food, and his water was running dangerously low now, and that was with rationing. He thought about exploring offshoot rooms or corridors, maybe finding new hidden depths where nourishment might be stored, but decided against it. None of the Akoan memories inside his mind fortress were certain about the final layout of the sanctuary. Some had helped engineer parts of it, but none of the spirits in him knew more. Channeling divine energy into his hands, Ty opened the doors and proceeded into the room beyond. The space was a near duplicate of the warehouse construction chamber. Glass containers dangled from the roof, each containing a different golden glowing body part. Vats and crystalline coffins held angelic beings in thousands of states of repose and configuration, some winged, some covered in eyes, and so on. The bone arms flying through the room were the same as the first warehouse, and they were no more concerned about him than their counterparts had been. Tai still felt curious about the room. A part of him wanted to explore, or maybe even try sitting on the dais chair near where he entered. Ultimately, he decided not to. He was running low on resources and had learned enough about the place to fear the consequences. Bringing a Frankenstein version of a celestial with ties to a dead god out of this place might be problematic. He passed through the room, following as close a trajectory as the last one as he could. The room out led to another opaque, glass-walled corridor. A few steps into the new corridor, the walls became transparent. Tai expected to see horrors. What he saw did not disappoint. The first of the cells to his right contained an Akoan male. His skin was flawless white, with glowing gold shining through in a map of his veins. The bottom half of his face was gone, replaced with a metallic apparatus ending in jutting red glowing tusks. He was naked, standing in the middle of the cell amidst an elaborate ritual spell edged in silver that was etched into the floor. Hagemi said,
"This celestial has been augmented with the byproducts of a demonic possession. I believe the process would cause insanity and overwhelming aggression. It would probably also make them quite powerful."
I didn't feel the outright mind-crushing horror from looking at the celestial. This fear was slower, deeper. Seeing an undead or a creature of nightmare in a cell was one thing. Seeing a tortured angel, no matter how abstracted or monstrous, was another. He wasn't sure whether he'd rather end the thing's suffering or just free it if he could open its cage. He didn't have that ability, so he looked down and pressed on, trying to ignore any of the other captives. There was no benefit to adding fresh horror to his heart. There was no library on the other end of the corridor. Instead, he found a raw-boned cavern filled with glowing crystals of various sizes. Each crystal radiated celestial energy, and there were no signs of undead or constructs, no enemies to attack or slow him down. Nor, he noted with a sense of wry amusement, did he find any treasures. He didn't try to take any of the crystals. His backpack had been torn in several places, making roughly a third of it useless as storage, and his new robe was laden enough. He made a mental note to eventually spend his merits so he could access the crystals and drain some of their mana. If he had such an ability, the dungeon would become an easy place to retreat and heal up in the future. "Why can't I just get a damn inventory power?" Tai muttered as he left the room and its potential wealth behind. Finally, after what felt like a day of constant travel, he emerged into what he hoped was the exit of the dungeon.
You will never complete your mission without the secrets in my sanctuary. Are you sure you wish to leave so soon?
The now familiar voice rumbled as Tai stepped into the room. Chapter 25. Seeker. Tai looked around, finding he'd emerged in a mirror of the entry room, complete with a throne nearby. The shadow reclined there, its originally ephemeral body almost tangible. It had the shape of a hooded and robed man about twice his height. Voice resonating through the room, it spoke again.
You have seen barely 3% of the first floor. I think you should reconsider leaving. Turn around, Tai. Go and explore. There are hundreds of rooms filled with tens of thousands of mysteries for you yet to uncover. Aren't you starved to know what else hides in my domain?
Tai took a few steps toward the dais, trying to get a better look inside the hooded cowl. He glimpsed something for just a moment. 2 glinting eyes above a face made of swirling stars. I'm out of food. Plus, I'm not gaining any levels in here. I won't be able to go down for a while, assuming I do return, he said.
Levels?
The cowl jerked from him to where Hagami flickered into view. The Arbiter's inner light flared for a moment.
Yes, I see. Levels. How quaint. No, you will not gain those here at this time. But you could acquire the equipment and skills you need in the world above. No?
Tai felt some of his suspicions confirmed. You don't want me to go. You're feeding off my presence somehow, aren't you? You're the Akoan god, the one who abandoned them. A snarl of rage shot through the shadowy shape, lashing out at Tai as surely as a backhand strike from a giant. He slammed into a wall, screaming in pain as he felt something break in his back, before sliding to the floor. Pain radiated from his spine down into his legs. The god of the Akoan people spoke, and its voice filled the space with the weight of overwhelming malice.
You know nothing. I saved them. They made me love them. I inspired their greatness. I made all my children great. And yet look what they did. Betrayed, killed, left adrift, sealed away in this prison filled with apostates. Where is my continuity, Scion? Where is my life? Gone!
Tai rushed verdant touch into his legs, pouring healing energy through his body as fast as he could spend the mana. From the tone of the god, he was certain it would attack again.
What of my peers? Where was their succor when I did what I must?
Fist flashing, it struck the armrest of its throne, producing a booming echo. Past one of the supporting pillars, these carved in the shapes of wings, Tai saw the double doors leading out of the room peel open. He heard the growling sound of rock being smashed as whatever blocked their progress was swept away.
Go,
the god said, snarling.
You will return when you learn the true nature of the bridge. You will return. When you discover the power you need, the mysteries you must uncover, you will come back. Regardless of what you think you know, I will have what I want from you.
Flexing his legs and wiggling his toes successfully, Tai came to his feet and turned to leave. If there was anything the books from the prophecy, or really any game he'd ever played had told him, it was to not mess in the affairs of angry gods.
You will return,
the god rasped again. Tai froze and turned to face the shape on the throne. That last call hadn't been a threat or come across as cajoling. His intuition, or maybe his knowledge of the god, broke through the Akoan memories, saw deeper. Stop it, he said, and strode back to the center of the room. The ancient god watched, speechless, giving him time to say his piece. His sense of the deity was that it felt confused and curious. Given that it was probably a god of curiosity, he wasn't surprised. Tai pressed his hand to his chest, over his soul cage. They loved you, and you inspired greatness in them. Greatness and horror. I know what you want me to see. Tai gestured at the shadowy shape. You want me to see you as a mysterious horror. You want me to fear you and come back over and over again to pit myself against your realm. But do you know what I see? The shadow leaned forward, head cocked inquisitively to one side. I see loneliness. I see a god with no worshippers and no source of companionship for thousands of years. God, I see you. And I see the beauty in you, too. Tai had felt the echoing love of this god, and known it as intimately as his own memories. He felt that love, even now, despite knowing that the god had also inspired horrible things. Over time, he had no doubt he would discover more atrocities inspired by this creature. For now, however, he let the echoings inform his words. I will not come back out of fear or whatever reason you think I'll need, Tai continued. I'm going to come back because I and the people inside me want to. I see your loneliness. I felt it in the memories of your people. I will come back when I'm stronger, and I will explore. It just won't be while you think I'm doing it. The god froze, not speaking for a long time before its sonorous voice swept over him.
They called me many names, my people. The devouring depths, the infinite hunger. I always preferred a simpler name, the one their children knew me as. Call me Seeker.
With nothing further to say, Tai turned and left. The doors closed behind him, leaving him at the bottom of a half-complete excavation. A surprised demon soldier, the gemstone in its forehead glimmering in the sunlight that filtered down the shaft, gawked at him when he stepped into view. Chapter 26. Leadership. Days remaining in cycle. 21. Current hit points. 10. Current mana. 8. Mana shield. 3. Equipment of note. 1 pistol. 1 enchanted robe. Epic. 1 enchanted dagger. Epic. Tai shoved the demon back against the wall of the shaft with one hand, simultaneously drawing the black knife with his other. He shoved the tip against the demon's forehead gem, expecting resistance. The blade went through the gem like smoke, stabbing deep into the demon's skull. Its eyes rolled back into its head as it collapsed. A green light flashed in the periphery of his vision, and Sprite appeared. It buzzed around, then back down, gesturing with tiny motions of its antenna. He interpreted the gestures as, "We're surrounded." With no time to contemplate Sprite's reappearance, he rushed up the steep, poorly carved stairs leading out of the tunnel. As Sprite had indicated, many of the demons were present. He saw maybe a couple dozen soldiers and dog drones clustered together, looking listless, and there was no sign of a general, nor were there new banners. 3 soldiers and a drone were standing at the top of the stairs, and none of them were looking in his direction until the last minute, when the dog-like drone made a keening cry. As the drone called, Tai wrapped one arm around the nearest demon's head and yanked him back, slashing its neck in the same motion. The black dagger was effective at more than shattering gems. A gout of orange blood showered his robed arm as he hugged the demon against him. The drone lunged, nipping at his leg. Its teeth bit into his enchanted robe, and he heard something break in the demon's mouth. One of the two remaining soldiers lunged forward, slashing, and he intercepted the attack by shoving the soldier he'd been holding forward. He only had a 13 in his strength stat, but it was enough to knock that soldier off balance. Ty stepped into the third soldier, blocking several claw strikes on his robed arm before twisting and jamming the dagger between the demon's ribs. Once, twice, the dagger slashed through chitin effortlessly, and the tip emerged covered in blood. The dog came in again, grabbing his foot. He dropped to the ground, using momentum and leverage to pull the dog closer. Its teeth punctured the thick, hard leather of his combat boot and scraped across the flesh beneath. Above him, the second soldier's swipes narrowly missed where he had been a moment before the dog's attack. Bending nearly in half, he leaned down and jabbed his dagger at the dog's forehead gem. One touch and the gem shattered, sending the dog to the ground in sharp spasms. Claws raked at Ty's head and shoulders. He got one arm up, barely, to avoid any serious injuries. He lashed out with his dagger, stitching holes into the final soldier demon's leg until it collapsed. Then he grabbed the demon's arm and yanked it close enough for him to finish it off. During the moment of calm, before the soldiers realized what was happening, Ty checked his health and mana notifications.
Hit points 8. Mana 8. Mana shield 3.
And between the robe and the dagger, Ty no longer felt completely outmatched. The robe so far had shielded him from almost all mundane attacks, including demonic claws, and his dagger was incredible. It wasn't quite snicker-snack incredible, but it was still amazing. And to think that the blade was dealing damage equivalent to his sniper rifle or pistols was shocking. He came to his feet and started toward the nearest cluster of 6 demon soldiers. Drawing a pistol one-handed, he rapidly shot 3 of the demons. One went down, the gemstone in its head shattered, and 2 flinched back as bullets grazed their faces. He lunged at the nearest unfazed demon, slamming his dagger into its neck. Claws raked at his sides and shoulders ineffectually as he kicked the corpse back, turned into the nearest of the new attackers, and shot it at point-blank range. The bullet barely damaged the chitin, though the impact pushed the demon back a foot. He used the space to stab in and up, spearing through the demon's chin and into its insectoid skull. Someone grabbed Ty's backpack, pulling him away from his newest victim. He instinctively raised both forearms and ducked his head, barely blocking reaching claw-tipped fingers. He remembered all too well the vulnerabilities of the cloak. Stumbling, Ty fell, letting his arms slip out of the straps of the backpack. Flat on his backside, he twisted and stabbed the dagger through the nearest feet. Once, twice, 3 times. The demons attacked, and he kept his guard up, slashing at anything in range. Hissing screeches of pain came from the group surrounding him. Several demons had fallen to his frantic stabbing, and others were on the ground holding bleeding wounds. He no longer had a solid count of how many demons were left and how many he'd killed. He just kept shredding anything that came close. Chitin-clad feet kicked at Ty's face and head, knocking him flat for a moment. He rolled to the side, smacking into a demon corpse. Climbing over the body, he used the space it gained him to come to his feet. Blood ran down his nose, and he spat more from a split lip as he looked around. His roll had taken him back near the pit and prevented more demons from coming around him. A dozen corpses littered the ground, and another half that were grounded with injuries. 24 more approached him, clawed hands raised, forehead gemstones flashing. He couldn't tell which was the intellect donor or if the leader was even among them. He checked his status again.
Hit points 4. Mana 8. Mana shield 2.
He was at less than half health. Keeping his knife up and his blocking arm ready, he used Verdant Touch. The demons charged as soon as the healing magic took effect. These soldiers didn't use weapons or martial arts. Their entire modality relied on impulsive wild swings with their claws, which improved Ty's odds. Dodging around mounting corpses, he lashed out at the rushing demons, drawing the enchanted dagger across any hand that came in range. Lunging forward, he stabbed a demon, then twisted the blade to the side and yanked it outward, cutting a straight line from its chest to the one next to it. That maneuver cost him, as the second demon, as well as several adjacent ones, grabbed at him. One got a fistful of his robe and yanked him into a claw. Nails raked his cheeks and face. Blood ran from the stinging injuries, blinding him in one eye. Ty spent mana and transformed Verdant Touch into Celestial Verdant Touch. He punched at the demon, raking his face. A celestial energy smashed the demon back, sending it flying into several behind it. Hammering his knife into every limb within reach, he once more tried healing himself. The soldier screeched in Ty's face, interrupting most of his ability. One tried to tackle him. He slid to the side, elbow dropping into the back of the demon's neck, followed by his dagger. He sliced down the soldier's spine. Continuing the momentum, he stepped around the falling soldier and drove the dagger into another's face. Two of the dog demons bit at his calves. Both got the robe, dealing no damage, but their powerful jaws still clamped down on the material, preventing him from maneuvering. One soldier on either side of him took advantage and clawed at his arms. Finally, he felt the pain of claws through the robe. It seemed that significantly strong, coordinated attacks could overwhelm the protections. Ty dropped to one knee and twisted at his hips, the torsion enough to yank the hem of his robe from one dog's jaws. He stabbed the other in its gemstone before twisting back around and slashing at the first's face. Kicking at him again, the demon soldiers nearly knocked him off target. The edge of his blade nicked the forehead gemstone hard enough to add a crack to the surface. Apparently, just that crack was enough to do serious harm to the animal. The dog yelped and leaped away, nearly collapsing in pain. With his immediate area clear, Ty went back to stitching, using his dagger on legs and feet as fast as he could. He flourished his robe, absorbing attacks as he made his way to his feet again. He was nearing his last stand. Oddly, he wasn't afraid. It might have been his arbiter suppressing his fear, or his recent encounters with the spirits that made his last moments less intimidating. Regardless of how or why, he grinned at the encircling demons. The remaining demons hesitated, backing away to regroup. There were maybe 15 left, with another 7 of the drone dogs. He'd killed or maimed close to half of the remaining force. Glancing at his still-present character sheet, Ty felt a shiver run up his spine. He was closer to death than he'd thought. Gesturing with his knife down the trail away from camp, he growled, "I don't care about killing more of you. I don't care if you try to go into that place." He waved at the dungeon entrance. "I can tell you now, it's not whatever you were told it is. Let me pass and you can live until Aquamarine's people get here." With Sprite's reappearance and reporting on the situation, he had no doubt Aquamarine would send the Opal Guardians or Sloths to mop up. One demon stepped in front of the others. The insect-headed humanoid spoke in a chittering, growling tongue Hagami translated into a German accent.
"You speak our language. Few of your kind do. You speak in the tones of a leader. We have lost many of ours."
It paused, waving in the air.
"Mother gone silent. Alnin says to talk to you. She says we must have a leader. Only leaders issue orders. You killed our general, yes? You smell the same as he who did. You also killed others of importance. Would you be leader? Would you take command?"
Ty blinked. He said after a second. "Al-Nin?" The demon chittered.
"Reader, demigod, not queen, Mother is queen. Mother is silent. Breeder says, talk to you. We talk.
Did the demon just say a demigod commanded it to talk to me? Agami did not reply. Thinking as rapidly as he could, he said, "You're offering me the position of leader, but don't your leaders have to share intellect with you?" The speaker made a strange clicking sound. Agami whispered in Tai's mind,
I can't translate that in any way you'd understand. It basically said yes and offered to induct you into their brood. The ritual would grant you a mind crystal. Then you can take rank with them. I don't have to warn you that is a bad idea, right?
"I already have a mind crystal," Tai said, thinking of the mind fortress. There was absolutely no way he was letting any demonic bugs cast a ritual and put more gems anywhere near his head. The speaker stood straighter, perking up.
Then let me connect it and share with you.
Tai thought to Hagami, "Is that even possible?"
Technically, yes. The memories inside your mind fortress are pure intellect. Connecting with this configuration of demons might allow you to enhance them with little personal cost. It might also trigger something in the more assertive spirits inside your spirit cage. If things go poorly, you could end up with possessed demons or dead ones.
He was at 2 hit points, surrounded by enough demons to kill him. Those demons believed he could become their leader somehow. Either he accepted this crazy idea, which was beginning to feel more and more like his standard operating procedure, or he would die. "Hagami," he thought, "is there any way you can identify spirits who would be useful should the process result in possession?" The Arbiter considered.
It's not my place to use your abilities, Tai. I should not interact with your mind fortress or your spirit cage at all.
Tai was about to point out that the Arbiter had done just that, and extensively, inside the dungeon. He almost realized how and why too late. The Seeker had been influencing Hagami's actions from the start. Only now the Arbiter had reverted to its normal state. Holding up a hand, he said, "I will engage in your ritual with you. First, I need a moment to meditate. I will also heal myself, since I'll need my full strength to do this." The lead demon considered Tai, then made a terse gesture.
Do it. We will be prepared for treachery. Until the bond is made, we cannot trust you.
Settling back against a rock, he activated his verdant touch. While the healing energy surged through his body, he tried thinking at the spirits in his chest. "I don't know how to do this. I don't see how any of you can understand me, but I need volunteers. If this works, I'm going to have demons connected to the mind fortress. Hagami says there's a chance you'll want to possess the demons. Given that they are demons, I'm not totally against this idea, but I want to make sure the right ones get the chance. I need leaders, warriors, mages, and craftspeople." Pressure resonated through Tai's chest. As it grew, he saw clusters of memory line the walls of the mind fortress, like fireflies gathering to escape an enclosure. The spirits might not be united with their memories, but they were still associated. Without Hagami's help, he knew he couldn't keep the suffering each of the Akoans had experienced out of their embodied minds. He could only hope that, should they possess the demons, they would be capable of sorting themselves out. As prepared as he could be for whatever outcome came next, he stepped away from the rock. "All right, let's do this."
Hit points: 10. Mana: 1. Mana shield: 0.
Tai checked his character sheet again as the demon speaker, along with 3 others, moved to occupy a perimeter around him. Their forehead gems glowed as each of the 4 chanted. It was a jittering, sharp, awful sound that made his stomach churn. How did he even know this was the ritual they said they'd be doing? Maybe he should kill them and make his run for it. He was at full health now, feeling recharged and revitalized. Trusting random demons on another planet did not appeal as much when 4 of them were staring at him and chanting ominously.
Temporary granted power: Necromantic Demon Bond. You have been offered a demonic intellect bond. This ritual has been enhanced and altered due to the nature of your celestial mind fortress and the presence of the wild in your spirit. If you accept this bond, you will be able to assign spirits to beings with mind gems. This assignment requires touch, and the recipient need not be willing. Powerful demons with high intelligence or spirit scores may resist this effect. If they do, the two of you will have a contest of wills. Once a spirit is assigned to a mind gem, you will be connected to the host demon. You may recall the spirit with a modest effort and several seconds of concentration. This connection will be subject to distance attenuation for management purposes, but the possession will persist regardless. Please note, there may be several unknown consequences or side effects with this bond. My predictive and surveillance capabilities seem unnaturally limited when it comes to the Mind Fortress. Speaking of, where did you get this? Oh, also, this is a ritual augmentation, not a permanent enhancement. It may be dispelled or disrupted by foreign powers. It's also necromantic, meaning if a native catches wind of you using this and figures out how it works, you will be hunted down by literally half the scions on the planet.
Well, Ty thought, at least the ritual hadn't been one of those rip-your-soul-apart versions he'd been worried about. He accepted. The bond manifested as a thin, barely visible thread that connected his forehead to the 4 nearest demons. That thread then split off from each of the 4 to the remaining soldiers and drones. With his acceptance, 22 minds, with their accompanying souls, pulled free of his mind fortress. Every demon, including the drone dogs, went stiff. Ty couldn't see what was happening, but he'd lived through a version and could imagine. It wouldn't take long for the intellect of the spirits to settle into place. The demons were willing vessels.
"I can't take it anymore,"
Hagami announced. Before Ty could see the results of the possession, prompts flooded his vision.
"Congratulations! You have killed multiple high-variant pestilential demon invader soldiers. Would you like to loot the corpses? If so, where would you like the loot deposited? Congratulations! You have killed multiple high-variant pestilential demon invader drones. Would you like to loot the corpses? If so, where would you like the loot deposited?"
Ty pointed to a spot on the ground, accepting the flash of prompts. A pile of mind crystals, apparently looted directly from each corpse, appeared. An inventory window popped up. It held a single unlabeled gold coin. He took the object, inspecting it. One side of the coin had 3 claw marks, and the other a great gleaming castle. "What's this?" Hagami didn't answer. When he turned back to the demons, he found all of them huddled on the ground, having fits. The dogs jerked and howled. The soldiers tore at their own flesh with clawed fingers and wailed. Concerned for the spirits, he reached for his container of remaining celestial blood. Only when he got his water flask out did he remember that he'd drained it dry. He had no way to replenish his magic and help the Akoans. The macabre dance gradually calmed. Several of the dogs and a couple of the soldiers died. He barely recalled the spirits in time before they were lost. Slowly, one at a time, the surviving demons rose, their bodies moving awkwardly. Looking around at each other, the Akoan-possessed demons came together in a circle, the drone dogs taking up the center. Ty watched in fascination as the demon mouthparts practiced the Akoan tongue. He understood their Akoan natively and overheard enough to feel his heart wrench. Some of these people knew each other or knew of one another. From what he gathered, the ghosts hadn't been sealed together all at once. A few were hundreds of years older than the others. The way each spoke made it abundantly clear to him that they all suffered from extensive trauma. More than one broke down in choked sobs at intervals. After a while, once most of the Akoans had command of their new bodies, they began to sing. Ty recognized elements of the song from his retained memories. He felt a pang of regret and hurt at the nature of the lament and at the sharp-edged elements added by the demon physiology. No matter how completely the Akoans acclimated to their new bodies, he knew this wasn't a true resurrection. Finally, as the first song concluded, one demon stepped from the circle to address Tai. He had a face lacerated by self-inflicted wounds and shivered, as if the seizures had done lasting damage, but his voice was calm. "I am Uneth, former general of the Akoan army. I am prepared to serve you in the protection of my people." He waved a hand at Tai's chest. Another demon peeled from the cluster, speaking in an insectoid approximation of a female voice.
"What is it? I'm Cleosun, former Eye Mage of the Omantal Cabal. You give our people a proper afterlife, and I'll do whatever you want."
Uneth tilted his head in Cleosun's direction, but didn't say anything. The other possessed demons, all but the dogs, introduced themselves similarly. None of Tai's remaining memories included this ceremony, but he got the impression the Akoans were ritually pledging their allegiance to him. "Uneth," Tai asked once the introductions were done, "how are you? Do you feel well enough to lead?" Holding up a hand, Uneth made a wave-like gesture.
"The demon I inhabit had memories that are easy enough to pass. The years of suffering inside the battery weigh on me, I will not lie. But being in a body with flesh that hurts and breath that rasps through my chest helps."
He paused, hesitantly adding,
"I do not know that I fully trust myself. As a general, it has always been my duty to know my own mental state, and I cannot tell you I am particularly stable. For now, I am no leader."
"And the rest of you?" Tai asked the others. Each repeated Uneth's wave gesture except for Cleosun. She leaned in, taking on a bird-like posture.
"I'm fine, very fine. Alive. I want to test the magic of this world. There are new mortal gods here, yes? Let's kill them."
"Okay," Tai said, eyeing her warily. "I definitely think trusting you completely is going to be a great idea." Even with her insect head, Cleosun seemed to smile at him.
"Thank you, Savior. I appreciate your acknowledgement."
Uneth glanced at Cleosun before saying,
"Tai, I do not know each of the souls here today, but I have heard of many of them. May I take more time to talk to them and assess their capabilities? I believe that will help us with any tasks or responsibilities you wish us to assume for you."
At Tai's allowance, the Akoans renewed their circle. This time, he observed the drones were communicating too, albeit in a truncated fashion. He couldn't imagine what it must have been like to go through what the Akoans had, only to be brought back in a dog's body.
Tai, what happened in the dungeon?
Hagemi asked, manifesting as Tai went to stuff the piled loot into his already nearly full pockets. "What do you mean, what happened? You were there the whole time." He was about to say more when a sigh of sound pressed into his ear. He could have sworn the sound came from Hagemi, just not in the Arbiter's normal voice.
"You would be unwise to alert any of the gods to my true nature or presence, or make Hagemi aware of the lost time."
Hagemi flickered in a now familiar glitch pattern.
"Oh, yeah, that's right. I remember. You did some really creative things in there, Tai. Inspiration will be quite pleased when I report in. A shame you only earned 25% to level 3, though. It's going to be a big level for you."
Tai frowned, wondering for the first time just how deeply Seeker had interfered with Hagemi's programming. Clearly, the god had prepared for Hagemi's questions about the dungeon. What other contingencies had the crafty old god put into place? He considered attempting to communicate with Seeker through Hagami and discarded the idea. It wasn't worth adding confusion to an already complicated mess.
Tai, I have something else I should tell you.
Go ahead, he said. He couldn't help but feel a spike of wariness at Hagami's resumption of formal tone.
You will be returned to your world in 20 days. Same rules as the first portal. In 6 months, give or take, after that, you will be able to return here. There is a time differential between our worlds, so you should expect only 3 or 4 days to have passed on your side. Which means...
Tai did the math. Which means when I return again, around 3 years will have passed on this side. Hagami bobbed in place.
The energy it takes to bring you here and keep you tethered to both worlds is immense. The time differential benefits us, for now. As we achieve further resonance, it may change. The problem is, with 3 years on our planet, things you set in motion now may come back to...
Bite me in the ass? Tai finished, glancing at the Akoans. Another bob.
You have little time, but you should consider planting seeds.
Tai cursed beneath his breath, but held off, blaming the Arbiter. Hagami was only doing its job. I'll start thinking once I have room to breathe and some water, he said. Sprite, can you help me find water? He hadn't seen the sprite since it vanished upon his exit of the dungeon, but he hoped at least one of Aquamarine's agents was still near enough to hear him. A blinking light flashed a few feet away. Tai stared, barely able to make out the centaur-like silhouette of the sprite from the background. A few minutes of walking later, and he had replenished his reserves from a nearby stream, his mana likewise restored. Tai sat next to the stream, breathing and relaxing his mind. It took him a while, the turmoil of recent events clawing at his thoughts, threatening to draw him into troubling memories. Eventually, the beauty of the forest worked its unique magic, centering him in the awesome beauty of the world. Minutes passed. Then, once he felt centered, he began to list the revelations of the previous days. After he had them as organized as he could, he turned to listing the ways he'd changed and why he'd made the choices he had. Perhaps I should release the spirits here in Aquamarine's forest. Looking around, he compared the area to the Akoan water gardens. While it was beautiful here, it wasn't the same. Akoan gardens were ritualistically prepared, acting as a temporary afterlife for the deceased. He couldn't just use any woods for the Akoans inside him. With these memories, in time, I can prepare a proper garden for them. It was the best plan he could make, the only one that would honor Akoan tradition. Decision made, he let his mind drift to other things. He thought about Sanctuary, wondering just how much the events inside had been orchestrated by Seeker all along. The goblin must have been freeing souls for years, based on the sheer volume he'd encountered. Yet, when he'd arrived, he'd discover it had skipped ahead to the closest door to the entry, freeing specifically Numera and Mumat. There had to be more than coincidence to that. What next? Will I be their leader? He had to face the fact that he was the spiritual center of thousands of spirits. With his connection to the possessed demons, it only made him more important to the Akoans. If none of them could lead, who else was there? I knew he wasn't a leader. He was uncomfortable being around people, much less giving orders. In gaming groups, he often played the wizard or engineer type, leaving leadership to the genuinely charismatic players. Hell, he didn't even like to look people in the eye. Any form of personal confrontation or intimacy made him uncomfortable. Inside him were thousands of Akoan refugees, disembodied spirits waiting for a proper burial, or maybe some would want to come back in demon bodies. To make matters more complicated, the Akoans he'd resurrected had gone through incredible trauma. There was a chance they'd need him to help navigate what came next here, not to mention if they came to his world. He wasn't from Volar, and he wasn't from Akko, but at least he was a scion of inspiration. The Akoans had no one and nothing. He had to adapt, or he'd doom everyone he freed to misery. The pressure of responsibility was almost overwhelming. He wanted to cry or hit something. Instead, he pulled out a notepad and began making plans. He started with the traits of the effective leaders he'd played with and the men and women he'd worked under in the real world. Once he had that list, he made a branching list of objectives. It started with, don't take the Akoans for granted, and try to make eye contact. It will make them feel seen. And ended with, empower them to take care of themselves. He wasn't deluded enough to think that he could govern a people, not in the long term. For now, however, he'd accept the responsibility. With a clearer mind, Tai returned to camp. Uneth was waiting for him.
Tai, can I ask you a few questions?
Uneth said. Sure, please go ahead.
First, are you able to recall us from these bodies?
He pointed to a demon.
Most of those you've embodied have valuable skills, but not Fizzle. He is a farmer. He was just eager to wear flesh again, so his spirit leaped at the chance. If things progress as I expect, we will need soldiers before farmers.
Tai tested, mentally reaching out and tugging gently on the tether that sprouted from him to the indicated demon. Fizzle's spirit and mind flew out of the demon's body, integrating back into Tai's chest. Without Hagami's help, sorting Fizzle's mind into the fortress took several minutes, though it wasn't as difficult as he'd imagined. Perhaps Fizzle's willingness to return made it simpler, or maybe practice was the key. The empty demonic captain stood frozen in place.
I miss the feeling. Please, may I have another?
Wait, what? Tai asked. The captain asked again.
Please, restore me, leader. I do not wish to be empty.
Uneth gestured at the demon and explained.
Unless they are connected to another intelligence, these demons always feel alone. Even their commanders suffer from it. Their minds are fragments. Part of what makes them such capable killers and minions is the fact that they are so incomplete. With us inside them, they feel more whole than they have their entire lives.
That is awful, he said.
Indeed, the memories of the One-Iron Abbot speak of a divine demon who was defeated by the monster god ages ago. Since then, the soldier demons have obeyed her, but are treated only as fodder. I suspect most, if not all, of the demons still on this planet are not in a good way.
And here I was, thinking I couldn't like that god any less. Tai didn't believe that he'd have felt a lot of sympathy for a so-called demon god, but he wasn't about to say so out loud.
If you have a spirit in you named Teonsu, would you place him in this body?
Uneth nodded toward the disconsolate demon. Theonsu, are you in here? A spirit resonated with the name, easing Tai's search of the accompanying memories. Retrofitting the demon with Theonsu's spirit only took a few minutes. He had a gut feeling that reskinning the spirits in this way had its limit, though he wasn't sure what it was yet. Given the time commitments, he knew he wouldn't be doing it in battle until he was far more skilled. Theonsu settled into the demon, going through a familiar collapsing and orienting process. Thankfully, his host, apparently attuned to being possessed now, took less time and damage during the orientation. As a newly embodied Theonsu and Uneth spoke, the other Akoans set about investigating the area. And to Tai's relatively untrained eye, all the survivors moved with experience and precision as they scouted. Even Cleozun, whose every utterance further convinced him that she was batshit crazy, made her way from the quarry with ease. One of the Akoans appeared on the rim of the valley, near where Tai had shot the general all those days ago. He made a clicking sound, drawing Uneth and Theonsu's attention, then gestured rapidly.
"Creatures approach,"
Uneth translated.
4 big ones, significant threats, and multiple medium ones. Probably also significant, though the scout doesn't recognize the type. They move on 4 legs.
Ty glanced over at Sprite. Is it Aquamarine and the rest of the crew? And the Sprite flashed. No worries, Uneth. They are allies. Uneth made a few hand gestures back, followed by a series of loud clicking noises. Multiple Akoans returned from their scouting trip. Cleosun came at the heels of the others. She fashioned a robe out of tree leaves and bark. Ty could have sworn the thing had eldritch runes glimmering in the natural cracks and crevices of the bark, and the material moved like cloth rather than forest debris. As expected, Aquamarine, the 3 Sloths, and a few of the Opal Guardians made their way into the valley through the southern trails a few moments later. Though the group looked wary, none had their hackles up or moved to attack the Akoans. Ty mutely thanked Aquamarine's little spies for heading off what would have been a bad confrontation.
Ty, we are very glad you're alive. How did you get here?
Aquamarine asked, its expression a mixture of relief and stern disapproval.
I thought I told you to avoid the quarry.
Boblin rushed forward, warbling with pure joy, and enfolded Ty in a hug, lifting him off the ground until his feet dangled. The stallion walked up, eyeballing the sloth balefully. Inhaling the thick, earthy scent of the sloth, Ty did his best to hug her back. His arms barely spanned her powerful chest. "Let the human down!" one of Boblin's parents called. Its sentiment echoed in the stallion's stamping hoof. Looking abashed, Boblin sat Ty down gently. The stallion inched forward, nosing Ty's shoulder until he gave the magical beast a jolt of healing magic.
Ty?
Aquamarine prompted. Hagami sent him a smug, "I thought you weren't going to be a druid." Ty flushed, gently extricating himself from the stallion's aggressive affections. "Well, you see, there was this interesting well, and it had steps in the middle, and I kinda went exploring and just ended up here." He trailed off as Sprite manifested near Aquamarine, landing on one of the dragon's shoulders.
My little spirit tells me you went into a place that put it to sleep. That suggests one likely culprit.
"Which is?" Cleosun cackled, her unnerving insect eyes locked on Aquamarine as she walked over. "Divine shielding and more. No magical connections in or out. No spying by the gods. No spying by the mortals. A complete seal." Glancing askance at the cackling demon, Aquamarine's hands danced in what Ty thought was an expression of nervousness.
"Oh, yes, that."
It spoke in perfect, fluent Akoan. Ty tried to make a subtle gesture to warn the dragon off that topic as he said, "Perhaps later. I have a few other immediate problems that you might be able to help with, though. Also, how do you know Akoan?" Eyes narrowing, Aquamarine started to speak, but Uneth raised a hand. "If I may, Forest Guardian?"
"You may,"
the dragon said, assuming its thoughtful posture, hands folded across its chest, fingers working cunningly. "The remaining demon army. How far are they? This body remembers them fleeing to recruit help. Are they still within your forest?" Aquamarine's right hands made a sinuous gesture.
"Almost gone. They got lost a few times and milled about more than they want, but they eventually figured it out. They'll leave the forest in less than a day, more or less. Probably. Why?"
Uneth looked at Ty. "Savior, I suggest we intercept the fleeing army. Not only are they a potential source of additional recruits, but they mean to reconnect with another force.
This body was not entirely sure who the reinforcements would be, but I suspect the monster god's forces will be involved. The place we're standing will be ground zero for an attack shortly after."
Losing a hiss of alarm, Aquamarine looked over at the Opal Guardians and the Sloths.
"There are other guardians than I, and more forest help. Much more. But I do not want a war with the monster god."
Tai groaned. How had he gone from a simple man on a simple mission with a series of utterly discreet, disconnected quests to this?
Quest: Demon Army Takeover. Find and deal with the remaining demon infestation. Reward: 50% milestone progress toward level 3. Ongoing quest: Protect the dungeon. Use any means necessary to protect both known entrances of the mysterious dungeon. Special reward: this quest will represent significant and ongoing effort by you and your allies. Should things progress as expected, you will be forced to repel multiple attacks. You will receive experience commensurate with the attacks deflected, up to a maximum of 20% needed to your next level per attack, up to a maximum of level 8.
"Damn it," Tai said, muttering and glaring at Hagami. "Fine, we'll go and capture an army." Interlude 4. Suspicious Activity. Surviving Earth participants, 25,041. Average level, 5. Days remaining in cycle, 20.
"He's cheating,"
A god announced, pointing at the great arbiter. Shadowy power poured from the god into the colorful shape at the center of the hall. A forest manifested before the collective. A magnificent dome of subtle power simmered beneath the forest, deflecting the great arbiter's perceptions. The divine collective recognized the effect.
"Who is cheating?"
Balance asked.
"Him,"
Shadow said, pointing at Inspiration.
"He arranged for this. First his scion vanishes, and now his arbiter has clearly been tampered with. He is cheating, and we should sanction him and his scion for it." "Inspiration, what do you say to this?"
Balance asked. By way of answer, Inspiration waved a hand, the ring on one finger gleaming.
"If I may."
The image of the forest reset to a full view of the planet. Multiple large spots appeared on the map. Each spot had a similar obscuring dome. The vision of the great arbiter was better able to pierce these defenses, however, and at each location there were massing armies. With another motion, a congregation of arbiters and their associated scions came into view. Several of the earthlings bore the soul markings of the god of monsters. Others had the markings of another god. Each scion was already powerfully endowed, a couple of them having achieved the 9th level. Most also bore heavily imbued equipment, clearly boasting enhancements outside the limitations agreed upon by the gathered gods.
"I would ask my accuser why they are making alliances with the betrayer,"
Inspiration said flatly. As one, the remaining gods turned their gaze to Shadow, who shrugged.
"I won't deny it, but you shall not persecute me for this."
The god waved a finger, indicating several of the other gods.
"All of you plot. There is only so much to go around, especially once Earth's local gods wake up. It benefits those of us who will make sacrifices and deals to do so now, before events further unfold."
Balance frowned, exchanging an uneasy look with inspiration.
Shadow, you will bring a new god war upon us.
The neutral god warned.
Will bring.
Shadow retorted with a laugh. Chapter 27. Divine Edge. Days remaining in cycle, 20. The sloths were happy to act as transport. With multiple Akoan-possessed demons clinging to their fur, each could teleport up to 5 others with them to anywhere in Aquamarine's domain. Given that the Akoans had no gear to take with them, the process took a matter of minutes. Aquamarine opted to not join in the raid. The pragmatic dragon said he would stay with the Opal Guardians and oversee the protection of the quarry. Tai and his new party arrived in a tract of lush forest, just a few miles ahead of where Aquamarine said the army's path would take it. According to Aquamarine, the forest thinned out from this point on before merging into a strip of rocky land that abutted the ocean. "What's the plan?" Uneth asked. The sloths moved away from the Akoans, becoming invisible as they did. Tai raised an eyebrow at Uneth. "I thought you had the plan." Uneth shuffled uneasily in place. "I don't trust my judgment. Not yet. Tell us what you think, and I'll try to add some value." Tai studied him, trying to understand. He wished he could take the time to pull out his notes and plan, not just about the battle, but about the Akoans. He remembered the dungeon and the crazed writing he'd left behind, and it dawned on him. Uneth was suffering. The time he'd spent as a ghost, trapped as a fuel for a battery, had left him scarred. "It'll be fine, Uneth. I think I have an idea," Tai said. Without time to plan, he felt as uncertain as Uneth looked, but he tried to sound confident. "The ritual the demons cast is still active. I suppose we can capture demons and I'll touch them. That should give us a way to grow our forces at the cost of theirs, right?" Cleosun giggled. It sounded like beetles crawling on bark.
No need. You have a connection to one of these words, little gods, yes?
She continued without waiting for him to answer.
You give me permission. I tap into that. Easy to build on the ritual. God magic, even little godling, is pure fuel. 10-minute ritual to create the enchantment. Simple. Whenever one of our people touches one of theirs, it will activate the demon's nature. Connection will happen. You just need to send a spirit.
Tai gawked. "You can do that?"
Of course. Why do you not believe that I can do this thing? These demons are empty, ripe for such magic. All I require is for all of us to link hands while I chant. One big circle, like family. And we can sing and dance.
She laughed merrily, skipping side to side as she made the announcement. Uneth, straightening from his uneasy posture, said, "Mage, you're not serious about the singing and dancing, are you? And these bodies?"
Cleosun paused her frolicking and sighed. Yes, fine. I suppose not that.
She looked at Tai.
In the future, I will require sufficient objects to cast a ritual of remaking on us. I want a familiar body back.
Sure, Tai said. Turning his attention back to Uneth, he continued. "And your idea?"
"Yours is the best foundation. Thank you," Uneth said. "I will coordinate my people. If Cleosun can do what she says, you stay back. Once we contact the demons, you trigger your power from a safe position. Assuming we work well together, this should be a simple process."
"He seems fine now," Tai thought. Maybe it's just the big choices he's struggling with.
Madness comes in many forms,
Agami replied. Crouching, Tai retrieved a fresh pad of paper and a pen, outlining the plan in short phrases and adjectives. This sounds like a lot of risk to you and relatively little to me, he said, frowning at the notes. Cleozun moved to tower over Tai, her octagonal eye segments glaring down at him.
You die, we die. Your mind fortress may remain intact. Our knowledge could survive your death, but your soul cage would not. Without a life to maintain our souls, they would pass on. Abomination would result.
She extended a claw-tipped finger and spoke, accentuating each word with a firm poke at Tai's forehead.
You must not die.
Damn, that's a hard promise to make, Tai said, fighting the urge to retreat. The mage made a dismissive motion.
Try this. Promise to let us help you whenever we can. Promise to take no risks that are not required. Your life is one of risk. Now you must think of our people when you risk it.
Tai glanced from Cleozun to Uneth and to the other Akoans. I promise to do my best not to die. It's my world at stake if I stop taking risks. I don't mind accepting help along the way, though.
Perfect! A better outcome than I planned,
Cleozun said, stepping away and extending a hand on either side of her.
Come now, make a circle. I need 10 minutes to cast.
18 sets of insect eyes in both humanoid and canine bodies looked from Tai to Cleozun as they silently slid into place. The dogs moved between two humanoids, allowing them to continue the chain without breaking it.
Access request. A ritual magic outside the scope of your god is seeking to augment your mind fortress. This will temporarily allow you to forge possession traps via touch through your active surrogates. Allowing this connection will drain some of your abilities for up to 1 day. You currently have 18 active surrogates. Please be aware that possession traps are considered forbidden magic. If other natives of the world discover this spell has been used, there may be dire consequences. Accept request.
Tai accepted the request.
Warning. Magic Prism has been deactivated. Warning. Verdant Touch has had its efficacy reduced. It will now heal 1 hit point per mana spent. Warning. Life Leech has been deactivated. Warning. Undead Clone Surrogacy has been deactivated. Also, how do you have yet another forbidden spell again? I seem to have forgotten. Anyway, moving on. Warning. Magic Siphon has had its efficacy reduced. It now replenishes mana at half the rate.
Fuck me! Tai practically bellowed as his key abilities went inert.
Pardon?
Cleozun and Uneth both asked. It's a phrase of frustration, Tai said. All of my main abilities have been turned off.
Cleozun said, Temporarily. It's a short ritual. Besides, you shouldn't be in any danger. Isn't that right, General?
Uneth waved Teonsu over. Teonsu, take 3 of your rangers and protect Tai. The result will move in our standard formations to deliver touch attacks. Mage, what is the range of this ability?
Half a mile, give or take,
she said, Tai's comprehension of their language translating the distance. Theonsu signaled 3 of the other Akoans to form up with him. After a brief conversation, all 4 vanished into complete invisibility. I really need a concealment power too, Tai muttered. Concealment, movement, and storage. I would recommend all 3, Uneth suggested. He seemed surprised when Tai renewed his tirade of cursing. Looking over at Cleozun, he said, Is it me, or does Tai seem a little unstable? Cleozun cackled.
Absolutely. I prefer it that way. Don't you?
Closing his eyes to shut out the insanity that had become his life, Tai focused on the weight in his chest. Akoan people, we are going to provide more of you with bodies. We will need these bodies to protect the sanctuary where more of your people may be held. If you have needful combat skills, please come forward. As for the rest of you, your time will come as well, one way or another." Hundreds of souls churned in Ty's chest, their minds pressing against the edges of his mental fortress. A couple of hours later, the scouts of the demon army came within range of his Akoan allies. The prompts started shortly after.
Bond extension request. A creature you have surrogacy with would like to forcibly possess a creature with a mind gem. The target creature is identified as a demon type. Do you wish to send a soul into the demon body?
Ty accepted the bond, feeding a soul to the ephemeral connection that appeared, stretching off in the distance. A new prompt streamed after the first. Emotion drew his attention. He glanced up, seeing a tree branch a few dozen feet away swaying. Reaching for his gun, he froze as demons swarmed into view. And there must have been 30 or more of the insect-headed creatures, each appearing without warning and rushing towards his position. He couldn't tell if the demons were after him or were merely maneuvering. Regardless, they'd see him in seconds if they hadn't already. Ty hesitated. Each of the demons rushing at him was a potential recipient of an Akoan soul, an ally in waiting. Light flickered in the demon's mind gems. Seeing their active links, he began firing. With his first few shots, he cursed his earlier hesitation. There were a lot of the demons, and unless he hit their forehead gems directly, they were all but immune to his bullets. He shot one in the eye, and it barely stumbled. The swarm veered directly toward him. Accepting the still incoming possession prompts as quickly as he could, Ty backed away as the 20 demons converged on him. "I don't suppose you can accept these prompts for me," Ty said to Hagami.
"Nope."
Leonsu and his allies materialized in the middle of the cluster of rushing demons. The Akoan, leveraging his host body's strength, struck out at a specific demon with clawed hands. Another of Leonsu's allies intercepted the same demon, using a broken stick as a spear and driving it up and through the enemy's back. The forehead gems of the still rushing demons went dark. Leonsu's other 2 soldiers began slapping at nearby demons. Prompts appeared, and Tai, though shocked at the turn of events, accepted them out of reflex. While those demons fell to the ground, now thrashing with seizures, Leonsu and his first assistant sped away from the dead captain, repeating the process. And the surprised demons, lacking their leader's shared intelligence, tried to fight back. Against Tai, the demons would have been overwhelming. Their speed, strength, and hardiness were far above anything a human could bring to bear. Against Akoan-possessed versions of themselves, they had no chance. Leonsu and his men moved like the wind, flowing from one place to another as effortlessly as if they'd been living in their demon bodies for weeks, not hours. The 2 demons broke through the pack, rushing at Tai. He shot them in their chests, the rounds punching the creatures with enough force to slow them down. One of Leonsu's men tagged them both. And that it took a mere touch to overcome the demons changed the nature of the battle. Even had the Akoans not embodied a lifetime of martial knowledge, it would have been one-sided. This wasn't a battle, Tai realized. It was a game of sharks and minnows. The entire engagement took less than 10 minutes. Of the over 300 remaining demon soldiers who had fled the quarry, more than half were converted. Most of the rest died during the conversion process. The sloths dealt with the demons who got away. Tai's allies had suffered some losses during the assault, with nearly half the initial number either injured or dead. By any account, it was an overwhelming success. Without him present to recollect the souls, those Akoans lost during the battle were gone forever. He felt each loss acutely. Logically, he knew that his connection to the spirits was a figment, a bond created by possession. Knowing didn't make him feel any better when his allies died, though. "Uneth, do you feel comfortable organizing the survivors?" Tai asked once the battle was over. Bloodied but hale, Uneth gave him the equivalent of an Akoan nod.
I will do this.
It wasn't until a day later, after he and his newly converted army made it back to his convoy, that he remembered the swaying branch. Chapter 28. Planning a Visit. Days remaining in cycle. 19. The army made camp in the forest clearing that night. Utter madness followed. Inexplicably, as soon as the group settled in, each Akoan began to scream and tear at their bodies. They seized and shook, screamed, and struck out at anyone or anything nearby. Coming from insect mouths, the insane sounds were deeply disturbing. Tai, in the center of it all at his campfire, watched on in horror. Cleozun made her way through the throng of her people to him.
I apologize for not warning you of this sooner. There wasn't a good time.
This? What is this? Tai held a hand out at the writhing demons. This can't be good for them. Cleozun blew out a whistling breath.
Our people were masters of our minds, but there is some trauma we cannot endure forever. It has to come out eventually. They are releasing theirs now, so they can be stable later.
Kind of like a geyser venting steam.
Indeed, a release valve. I offered to take a watch with a few of Teonsu's rangers. It will be our turn after. You should rest while you can. Tomorrow will be a busy day.
Tai couldn't imagine the mental discipline required to contain madness to the degree that the Akoans did. I don't suppose you can do something about the noise. There's no way I can sleep with this going on.
Silly human. Silence is a simple spell. Of course I can help.
Cleozun cast her spell around Tai's tent. When he finally slept, hours later, the thrashing cries of his allies still rang in his ears.
Tai, I need resources,
Cleozun announced the next day. Standing beside her, one beat behind the mage's words, a scratched-up Uneth echoed the sentiment.
To prepare to defend the sanctuary, we will need many things. Among them will be a place to stage our troops, armaments, and food.
Crouching, one tent flap in hand, Tai looked up at the Akoans with bleary eyes. Wordlessly, he walked through the clearing full of Akoans to the stream.
Tai, what are your thoughts on solving these problems?
Uneth pressed, following behind. Holding up a hand, he growled, Not until coffee. Uneth and Cleozun exchanged looks, each making one of their Akoan gestures. And taking a fresh canteen of water back to the fire pit he maintained near his convoy, Tai made a mental note to learn Akoan sign language as soon as he had the time to devote to it. And the skill was not among his remaining Akoan memories. Once the coffee was ready, Tai poured from the pot into a tin cup, then took a sip. Exhaling a long, pleasant sigh, he eyed the pair. Now that the most important part of the day is out of the way, let's see about making a plan. Setting his cup down, he retrieved a notepad and pen. All right, go ahead.
Tai, being on your own is one thing, Uneth began.
He nodded at the convoy.
The resources you brought here in your planning are formidable, but they are less than nothing when it comes to preparing for an invasion. We need tools to help us fortify a location, also armor and weapons. Our bodies are quite hardy and need little in the way of food, thankfully. Still, rations will become an item of concern eventually.
And I need spell components, expensive ones. I also need those now.
Cleozun stared at Uneth, silently challenging him to argue with her. Aquamarine, who had been waiting patiently nearby, also added,
Tai, I should also say that I would prefer your friends to go elsewhere. I recognize why they are here and value their offer of protection against the god's minions, but this is an unspoiled place. Let them wait at the quarry or at the abandoned town. One or both. Just not this place.
Closing his eyes, Ty counted to 3. Hold on, all of you. Let me go over this. He wrote down the requests on top of one page and the variables on another. None of them questioned his methods or interrupted the process, which he found pleasantly surprising. Tapping a hand next to an entry labeled Weapons and Armor, Ty looked at Uneth. What kinds of weapons and armor?
Many of us are trained warriors. We need weapons to use that training properly. Armor will help cover the vulnerable spots.
Uneth gestured at a crease in his chest chitin, accentuating the statement. Understood, Ty said, adding another note. To Cleosin, he said, Can your spells help us when we find a proper place to settle down? If we go to the village, we'll need to clean up and build new fortifications, along with planting crops or something. Will your magic be of use?
If not mine, then the other spell wielders you've brought back, certainly.
Ty made a note. Looking at the pieces of paper, he circled the word village and drew a line to the word sanctuary and another to the words celestial blood. Aquamarine, would you know of a settlement near here? Somewhere I could get the goods Uneth's people need. Armor, weapons, food, and magical components for Cleosin. The dragon made rippling motions with its hands.
Yes, indeed. Northwest of here, there is a large town. Maybe 3 days of easy travel. Probably 2 with the help of a swan. It sits on the edge of the old Duck River. Sometimes traders come from that town to visit. I believe you could call it a smuggler's town. It has a teleportation ring, which leads me to believe that it would be well stocked for your needs.
Old Duck River, Ty thought sardonically at Hagami. Am I translating that right? Hagami pulsed a sense of amusement in Ty's direction, along with an image of a creature that looked a lot like a duck.
They are plentiful in this area.
I never asked before. Would you tell me how teleportation rings work? An image of a metal circle set into the ground floated in Ty's vision.
Teleportation rings are expensive, but once set up, they can be a source of both resources and danger to an area. There are 2 types of the rings, ones that require manual operation via a spellcaster who specializes in optimizing the rings, and inherently intelligent ones. Intelligent teleportation rings have a spirit of technology in them, basically a limited form of AI. Each has its benefits and drawbacks. With proper management, a town seneschal or governor can keep out unwanted guests and maintain secrecy with either version. Teleportation rings are associated with keys. Those must be purchased, usually from the local mercantile guild or trade store. Once a ring is activated, all you have to do is step in and think of a location you are keyed to. The teleportation will take you, along with anyone else standing in the ring, to the intended destination. Assuming you are allowed by the recipients on the other side, that is. Oh, and there may be a cost. Some require a tithe or tax that must be displayed prior to activation.
I nearly gawked at the flood of information. That sounds incredible.
I told you that we would bring dramatic enhancements to your world,
Hagami replied.
You have yet to begin to see the wonders magic can enable, particularly when combined with artifice.
Yeah, other than killing lots of people. Anyway, is it safe to assume bigger towns have these things, like Aquamarine is suggesting?
More or less,
the Arbiter replied.
Abandoned rings exist, and sometimes small towns spend disproportionate resources to acquire one, just to create a new trade hub. If this is a smuggler town, it probably has most of the things you need right now, if at higher cost than other locations.
Is your little god pleased? Did it give you permission to move forward?
Cleosin asked when Ty returned his attention to the watching group. Little god?
Your expression. It was a giveaway that you are talking to a divinity, Uneth said. Do not worry. It is clear your god in this world has no qualms with us. We will not attempt to kill it.
Cleosan tried for a reassuring grin. With her sharp-toothed wasp mouth, it looked positively horrific.
We do not kill such staunch allies as yourself or your god.
The sheer scope and capabilities of Ty's new allies dawned on him. They knew how to kill gods. Yeah, I'm good to move forward, he answered, then stopped and held up a hand. Actually, one more second. Hagemi, what is a seneschal? Is that what I think it is?
Probably. A seneschal with the capital letter is a magically attuned individual who has a specific type of mind gem. The gem has a spirit of intellect, one that allows the seneschal to help manage something. It could be as big as a city or as small as a storefront. Seneschals come in all shapes and types.
Perfect. Lowering his hand, Ty said, I'm thinking when we go, I'll try to find us a seneschal as well. Someone who can help coordinate, maybe even advise in strategies. What do you think?
Oh yes, that sounds perfect, Uneth said. If it's someone local who knows this world, that would be invaluable. With your upcoming absence, someone who can provide a measure of oversight will make me more comfortable.
Late last evening, during their wait for the Sloths to move their new troops back to the convoy, Ty had explained about his departure to Uneth and Cleosan. Uneth had been worried about the lack of his leadership, as he didn't trust himself to govern yet. Cleosan had been more concerned about their people trapped in his body.
Just as long as whoever it is stays out of my way,
Cleosan said. And Ty chuckled as he walked to the ATV. The bag of gemstones was intact. He also had the mind stones from a few of the deceased demons, along with the strange coin. He hadn't killed the ones back at the edge of the forest, so he hadn't received a loot prompt. The idea of prying each of the stones loose or waiting for the Akoans to do so was too gruesome to handle, so he'd left the corpses where they fell. The forest would reclaim them if it wanted. Reaching into the bag, he extracted a thumbnail-sized gemstone and held it to the light. Think this is worth anything? None of them had a clue. I guess we'll just wing it, Ty said, replacing the gem and tightening the bag. He had a few dozen of the gems and could only hope that they were as valuable here as they probably would be on Earth. Once the bag was secure, he consulted his notes. All right, here's what I propose. The main force of the Akoans will migrate to the abandoned village. At the same time, we'll ask the Sloths to get us as close to the smugglers' town as they can. I'll go in alone, since you all look like, well, demons, and see about getting us a seneschal and a teleportation ring. Once we have those, we can set up the ring at the village. That can be our staging ground in the short term. We'll probably need another ring later, just for the quarry, unless we can somehow close and secure it.
You will not go alone,
Cleosan said, as he hooked a clawed finger in Theonsu's direction.
I will cast spells of disguise on Theonsu and his rangers. They will go with you and keep you safe. I will go with you as well. The materials I need cannot wait, and I cannot risk you getting them wrong.
We might want to assign several of our people to guard the quarry as well, and coordinate with Aquamarine and his allies around troop movements, Uneth added. Will your Sloths or Opal Guardians be willing to help should we need to move quickly?
Aquamarine's fingers danced.
We will do what is necessary. Nothing that Monster God touches ever remains pure. My sprites and our forest denizens will ally with you for this. What of your convoy, though, Ty? Will you teach your allies to drive it?
Ty knew he could take the time to teach the Akoans to handle the ATV and convoy with little effort. And for all their hints of insanity, the Akoans were highly intelligent. Something kept him from wanting to do that, though. I think it's safe to stay here for now. I'll leave my rifle too, since I don't want to draw too much attention to myself. Once we've got everything in motion, I'll come collect my things, assuming that's all right with the Opal Guardians." Aquamarine twisted back to look at the deeper forest where several Opal Guardians had taken up temporary residence. The horses weren't comfortable with the demons, no matter what spirits possessed them, and had backed off as soon as Ty's new allies arrived. At Aquamarine's questing gaze, the stallion came to the edge of the clearing and gave Ty a baleful glance before shaking his head. "I got you," the stallion's gesture said. Ty agreed to Cleosan's requirements and approved Uneth's revisions. They also decided that Uneth would travel with the main force, ensuring they stayed cohesive. He admitted that now that more of them were together, there might be a propensity to gossip and reconnect, or even mire themselves in what they had lost, rather than focus forward. The general would maintain their momentum. With their negotiations complete and plans made, Tide secured his belongings and restocked his personal supplies. If all went as planned, with the help of the sloths, they'd arrive at Old Duck Lake in a couple of days. Chapter 29. Magitech. Days remaining in cycle. 17. Boblin teleported Cleozum, Theonsu, and 3 of his rangers with Ty to the edge of the wood. They hiked after that. It was Ty's first time traversing the world in something other than a forest, and he was not disappointed. Hip-high fields of golden grain swayed beneath a bright blue sky. Twin moons, one dark gray and one pale white, floated above in different orbits. They looked bigger, or maybe just closer, than Earth's moon. Inhaling, Ty commented, "The air doesn't smell this fresh on my world."
"Magic makes everything sweeter,"
Theonsu commented in a soft voice.
"I assume your homeworld has none?"
"Yeah, it didn't anyway. The god of technology is over there now, working on the other end of the bridge or something, bringing magic."
"That will purify your air, among other things," Theonsu replied. "Give it a few years, and your world will be a cleaner, richer place too."
"Cleaner?" he asked, intrigued. "How will the magic know what's trash and what isn't?" Cleosun bit back a laugh.
"It doesn't. Magic uses a template, an idea that the gods tell it to adhere to. It will transform your world, trash included."
"Oh," Ty said, deliberately letting the conversation lapse. It seemed that there ever was a double-edged sword to the Resonance Bridge. Who knew what technologies or conveniences in this world they would replace as magic grew? The verdant landscape made an idyllic distraction for the uneventful hike. On the first night, Ty worked with Theonsu and his men to make camp. The Akoans were a highly efficient, effective crew. Using slight gestures, whistling statements, and chords of song, they communicated the most complex terms in instants. While he used his knife to clear a small circle for his tent, they cleared the rest of the space with their claws. Theonsu's rangers also made note of probable edible plant parts and signs of animals. "You and your men seem to have versatile skills. You're all rangers, right? Woodsmen?" Ty asked later as they settled around their small campfire. Theonsu chewed on a handful of beetle-like insects as he considered Ty's question. None of the Akoans had accepted Ty's offer of meal replacement stew, content with eating what their demon hosts craved.
"Not precisely," Theonsu said after swallowing the bugs. "We ranged in many terrains for sure, but we had other duties."
Cleozun rolled her hand at the fire, murmuring a single word and commanding the fires to dance and sway. One lick of the flame resembled an Akoan, and another a larger Akoan with a burnished golden halo.
"Assassinating the scions of the gods was never a simple task, even less once they started working together."
At her words, Theonsu shrugged, radiating an air of discomfort.
Once the mortal gods began turning the Lord's people against us, giving them powers and blessings, we knew we had to act. Far easier to kill them in the dark, in their sleep.
I hope things go differently this time, Tai said, acutely aware that he was a scion.
It does not matter if they go differently, Tai, Leonsu said. You saved our souls from damnation. With your help, we may live again, or we may go to a proper afterlife. The time we came from has passed. We must adapt and cherish the opportunities before us. And we have you,
Cleosun finished, insect eyes locked on Tai's face with uncomfortable intensity. And Tai looked down. You know I can't promise anything. The gods told me the stakes. I don't have a choice. I have to grow stronger, and there are terms for that. Cleosun was about to speak again when Theonsu made a subtle gesture. She shot him a curious look, but remained silent. Theonsu said,
Take your risks, Savior. You took them on us, but know that you have us to help you. You are not alone. I believe I can speak for all our people in saying that we'd rather die with you than survive as fuel for the batteries.
The sunset sparked on the horizon, sending a cascade of colors through the sky like fireworks on an epic scale. Tai goggled as he watched the night begin to fall on the wondrous magical world, and felt the sweep of coolness as the day became night in a matter of seconds. Awe filled his heart, and on instinct, he willingly pushed the feeling into his chest where the souls of the gathered Akoans rested. Taking a deep, slow breath, he felt the feeling of adoration, of worship for the world he'd found himself in overflow everything else. One thing most of the books of prophecy had in common was the fact that the magical worlds were enchanting, and the words on paper paled compared to the experience of it, and the feeling of majesty and wonder in a place unspoiled by humanity. His heart broke for what he knew was going to happen to this place, and it broke again for the knowledge of what was to come for his world. The gods would save their people and pieces of this world, all at the cost of his. What a curse. What a burden. The nightly Akoan insanity ceremony started shortly after. Not tired, Tai watched as the hours passed. Seeing his friends in such obvious, overwhelming torment broke his heart, but he forced himself to witness their pain. Later, when it was Cleosun's turn, Theonsu and his men guarded over her. Cleosun started to chant a few times, her madness giving rise to hissed words of power. Each time, Theonsu stepped in and hit her with the back of one hand until she went silent. Given how powerful the woman was, Tai was grateful for Theonsu's prompt ministrations. A stray spell or two was all the group needed to end their journey prematurely. It was nearing midnight when Tai finally slept. In his dreams, he was on Akko, surrounded by a singing wall of Akoan people, and their song was one of hope and joy and of thankfulness. The group arrived at the city halfway through the next day. And from a distance, the city resembled a traditional fantasy-style town topped with a series of glowing domes. As they closed in, Tai found that the details deviated from his expectations. There were elements of the traditional European-style city, but the details made it clear how magic had changed the architecture and planning. Framing the city was a 2-meter-tall, sleek stone wall, looking like a solid piece of polished granite. Atop the wall, every 100 feet, empty guardhouses overlooked the wall and city proper. Dully glimmering magical runes decorated the guardhouses and walls encircling the city. A wagon trail, incredibly mundane, wound through the grasslands from the south, ending at the only visible entrance to the city, a pair of double doors big enough to drive a semi through. On the far side of the road, abutting the city, was a narrow river. A large 2-masted boat floated lazily south of the city, magical sails glowing faintly even in the day's brightness. Tai thought he could see a hint of a dock extending past the walls and into the river. Magic dock? He thought to Hagemi.
Tai, it's best to assume anything that looks like it shouldn't work yet does is magic.
Isn't that a little, I don't know, hand-wavy?
Tai, magic. Compared to your whole every bit of human knowledge in the palm of my hand civilization, this isn't that much of a stretch, is it?
Fair point.
Hold, I need to cast disguise and translation spells on us,
Cleosun said. They were still a mile from the city, but well within sight range. Why now? Tai asked, not really bothered. The break would give him time to collect his thoughts and make notes.
Needed to see their detection setup. No problem. That style is rudimentary.
Cleosun chanted a few words, pointed at each of the Akoans, and each of them became Tai. One at a time, as she continued to chant, the individual characteristics of the disguised Akoans changed just a bit. One had red hair and darker skin. Another shrank a foot. The mage made herself a rather attractive female version of Tai, which made him feel odd. And the female version of him looked pretty good with boobs, he admitted somewhat reluctantly. I guess we're all part of the same family, he said once she was done. Works for me, Theonsu said, and none of the others disagreed. How long will these last? Tai asked as he made their way toward the wagon trail.
The disguises, a few days unless I dispel them. The translation spells will last for weeks, depending on how many languages they must detect. Both are easy magic.
Tai whistled, impressed with the Akoan's casual use of power. Once they arrived at the gates, a metallic voice like Tai's original guide announced,
State your purpose, clear and true. Lies will not be tolerated.
I wish to trade for needed equipment and find a seneschal, Tai replied.
Magical goods,
Cleosun announced.
Here to keep him safe,
Theonsu said, pointing at Tai. His subordinates echoed their leader's statement.
Trades, master. Straight walk from the wall. You can't miss it,
the voice announced as the gates opened. One of Hagemi's services flashed in the periphery of Tai's vision.
Warning. You are entering the protected settlement of Sabontil. This city is currently aligned to no god. As an outsider to our world, you are expected to comport yourself within the rules of our system. This means no attacking the natives, no destroying property, and no stealing. These rules cease to apply if you are attacked, but only for the attacking party or parties. If a mayor or ruler of a city attacks you, these rules cease to apply for the entire settlement. These rules do not apply between scions. In essence, this is a PvP zone, not a PvE zone.
Tai acknowledged the warning as they made their way into the city. Sabontil's interior was a cross between magical sci-fi and a classic western. Making their way past the open gates, Tai was greeted by a sparse, if diverse, collection of people moving between uniform, squat buildings. Roads of light stretched above thin, rune-etched metal beams that described a complex circuit board through the interior. People zoomed past, moving quickly atop those roads. None took heed of Tai and his party. Directly ahead of them, flanked by shops on one side and open-air docks on the other, was a 3-story building with a tradesmaster sign displayed in glowing letters.
Those are Okoans,
Theonsu said, gesturing subtly at a group of people standing at an open-air vendor near an alley. Fresh fish hung from strings on the vendor's awning, several of which were being inspected by a cluster of 6 tall Akoans. They wore black uniforms with twisted glyph patches down the voluminous sleeves and had vibrant, almost neon plumage. Patch? Tai queried Hagemi.
God of monsters, vatmasters, officers.
Tai's stomach sank. Akoans working for the god of monsters could not be a good thing. Let's not draw attention to ourselves, he said, walking from the packed dirt of the wagon trail and onto one of the wide light roads. He took an experimental step, and the road moved forward as he stepped. And when he put his foot down, he was several feet from where he'd started, as if the road were a conveyor belt. That's nifty, Tai thought, and checked to make sure his allies were following. And they were, though each glanced askance at the other Akoans as they moved. Traversing the light roads was disorienting at first. Where the roads intersected, the conveyor belts stopped, allowing pedestrians to reorient themselves. Those still nodes were also where people got on and off the roadway. Locals, many of which looked like humans, albeit with a crayon box selection of hair and eye colors, stepped up and moved past him and his group without so much as a glance. As they walked, Tai tried to get a feel for the wardrobe and mannerisms of the natives. The hairstyles varied, but not so much so that they'd be out of place on Earth. Most men wore their hair short and neat, and women seemed to favor longer braided styles. Their clothes were a mix of 100 cultures, from traditional tunics and trousers to enchanted suits with artificial flapping wings and more. There were races other than humans in the Akoans, too. Tai saw several willowy green-skinned people with amphibian features working at the dock, and a group of short llama-looking humanoids, all dressed in a similarly eclectic fashion. From his brief observations, the only defining cultural trait of the city so far was the absolute lack of curiosity or interest any of the locals showed to anyone else. The interior of the Trademaster was spacious, with the outer walls decorated in a selection of objects behind glass barriers. Mobile racks with various wares decorated the open floor of the main area. A stairwell beside the main desk, which was in open view in the middle of the room, led up to a second story. Behind the desk was a brown-skinned human male, a tall woman with vaguely Akoan features, and one of the amphibian people they'd passed at the docks. A few customers wandered through the room, none of them looking up as Tai and his crew entered. Exchanging a look with his companions, the human spoke up. "Welcome to the trade hall. I'm Jessa. Can I help you?" Tai glanced over at his escort. Theontsu gestured for him and Cleosen to handle the trade. When Tai and Cleosen walked past to the front desk, one of Theontsu's rangers walked back out of the building. "Hello, I'd like to sell these," Tai said, putting the bag of gemstones on the desk. "Of course," Jessa said, sliding the bag over to his side of the desk and inspecting it. The man wore a tarp brown shirt bedecked with intricate creases and folds, and his pants matched. Reaching into the flap, which was clearly concealing a small pocket, he withdrew a metal disc. Placing the disc on the counter, he took one gem and released it an inch or two above the disc. The gem hovered in space, spinning slowly. A series of runes lit up on the base of the disc, which the man noted by drawing them with his finger directly on the desk's wooden surface. He repeated the process for the next gem, adding a row of characters beneath the first. A new row appeared below both, this one highlighted in gold. "That's the total, right?" Tai asked, pointing at the glowing row. "Yup," the man said, glancing up at Tai. "I take it you've never seen a merchant's desk before?" He shrugged noncommittally. "Not this style, at least." The man seemed to fight an urge to ask more questions before he went back to adding gems to his assessing disc. "You've got magical Excel on your shop desks," Tai thought wryly at Hagami. Hagami didn't reply. 600,000. That's me to you total. And supplemental credit, that is. If you want any marks for general spending, you can cash out 10,000 a max. What'll it be?" Jessa announced a few minutes later. "And for these?" Cleosen asked, stepping beside Tai and dropping a handful of demon mind crystals onto the table. Tai looked at her, about to ask where she'd gotten those from, but stopped himself. Isekai saw demons and other races, including humans, as lesser species. It would have been nothing for her to go back and extract crystals from the corpses. And the man glanced from the crystals to the doors leading out of the room. Whispering in a low voice, he said, "These are dangerous trading, lady. God-touched anything is dangerous. You never know when one of them scions is going to show up and take issue with you. We can probably move 'em, though, just not for the best price, you understand?" He reached out and scooped the mind gems to his side of the table. Selecting one, he priced it on his dial, then immediately drew the lot out of view. 5,000. Best offer. Cleosen clicked in disapproval. Fine. She looked over at Ty, adding, We will talk. I have needs. The half-Akoan woman, standing a few feet away, walked to Jessa and collected the concealed mind gems in a bag. She opened a swinging door built seamlessly into the desk and made her way out and up the stairs. The door clicked back into place, the seam of the swinging door vanishing instantly. Is this a good deal? Ty asked Hagami. Yes. Hagami's voice was taciturn, even abrupt, disinclining Ty from asking further questions. Ty said, 600 sounds good to me. I need a couple of things immediately. First, a seneschal, preferably one with military experience. Next, I need a proper teleportation ring and keys for it, along with the surrounding areas. After that, I need some personal equipment. He hesitated, then added, I'm an adventurer, so it'll need to be good. And Jessa tapped the desk next to him. The calculations he'd drawn shifted to the side, making room for Ty's entries to appear, as if collected by dictation. I can help you with the personal equipment. For the seneschal, you'll either need to go to the deadest trade across the way or to the world market, which isn't accessible from here. You can get the teleportation ring from the Boundless Incarnation. It's located just inside the city gate, along the landside wall. You'll find it near the alleys that lead to the local housing district. Magical supplies there too? Cleosen asked. Anything in common, yeah. Cleosen extended a hand toward Jessa. Fine, pay me and I'll leave. Ty, I'll meet you there. The merchant man tapped the desk 3 times and drew a series of symbols on it. A wooden chit about the size of a poker chip popped out of the seamless surface. He passed the chit to Cleosen. City cred 5,000. Come back if you want to cash out. Keep in mind, there's the transaction fee and such. Of course there is, Cleosen said with a sneer and left. And once she'd left, Ty turned his full attention back to the merchant. Let me get a list of wares, along with any pertinent information. A stream of information appeared on the desk, the new lines of text erasing all the previous math and calculations that Jessa had done during their trade transaction. Translate, please, Ty sent to his arbiter. Hagami obliged, and the writing wiggled, transforming into a language he could read. As it turned out, 600,000 gave Ty a lot of options. Walking through the list of goods the shop offered, he observed that the prices were pretty much in line with where he'd guess an Earth dollar would be, value for value. 20 marks could get him a backpack, or he could pay 50 for one that was enchanted for durability. 10 marks could get him a dagger, or he could pay up to 500 for an unbreakable, ever-sharp version. The enchanted dagger came with a small disclaimer, noting that it could break and dull if used against magical objects. Hey, why aren't there any bags of holding here, or, dimensional bags, or whatever you call them? Ty asked a few minutes later. Vault bag? Jessa asked, giving him another mildly patronizing smile. You're new around here, aren't you? Well, vault bags connect to big vaults, you see. And most people want those vaults super secure. Here in Sabontil, well, we're known for your, shall we say, somewhat shady locals. Anyway, were I you, I'd go to a proper city for such a thing. You won't find one here, even if we haven't had a major incident in the whole city for months now. I hate you, Ty said to his arbiter. Hagami shot back a weak sense of amusement. Hey, you okay? You've been really quiet. Normally, you advise me more often. I had to ask you to translate that text for me, too. What gives? I'm worried. The god of monsters has turned against the mission, Ty. According to inspiration, she, along with a handful of other gods, has broken the faith. Her agents are here. Somehow she isn't bound to the laws that the other gods must abide. This means I can't help you, but she can use her full power to influence the outcome of events. Ty's stomach sank. I can't fight a god. Thankfully, it's not you she's against. She'll be maneuvering against any god who isn't her ally, either openly or otherwise. I suspect that you may have earned some of her ire, however. She does not take kindly to someone usurping her tools. If she discovers what you've done to her demons, things might get very messy. Sir, Jessa prompted. Anything else? Tai shook his head. A new backpack for now. I'm going to go price the other things I need, then I'll return. I'll probably need a few hours to pick everything out. Do you have store hours? Noon to midnight. Jessa waved a hand over the desk, extracting a new wooden chit, which he handed over. An assistant came around from the back, passing Tai a new backpack that looked similar enough to his current one for him to not worry about room. Pocketing the chit, Tai walked to Theonsu, who drew him into a whispered conversation. As they talked, Tai moved the contents from his tattered pack to the new one. Theonsu said, Tai, those are Cohens out there. It's not good. They look young, but that doesn't mean much. Assuming they still use Mind Fortress, they could have skills and memories from previous generations. I'd bet they are officers overseeing the movement of troops and goods in this area. You think they might be on the lookout for their missing demons? Tai said. Quite possible, Theonsu said. They might also be looking for you. Agami flickered uneasily in his mind. If the monster god was planning to turn on the others, she and her allies might have laid traps for the initial locations we designed for Science. Traps? Did she know where the portals would open? Yes. Remember, all the gods worked together to prepare your landing locations. But why? Why would she want to stop the other Scions? What could that gain her? She and the other gods all need the resonance bridge, right? They will, yes. Tai, I can't go into detail right now. Just know there's a reason the gods included rules for PvP in the system. Tai frowned, glancing from Theonsu to the doorway. My god thinks we're in trouble too. What do you recommend? First, we need some equipment. Theonsu rattled off a simple list of gear, then laid out a strategy. Lacking better knowledge or experience, Tai accepted the Akoan's suggestions and went back to the counter, making the purchases. Each time Tai made an order, Jessa gestured and the name of the item scrawled across the desk. When he was done, Jessa held his hand in a specific pose, tapping the middle of the text. The words vanished, and a few minutes later a couple of men pushing a cart covered in wrapped packages came out. You might try the goods out first if you want, Jessa said. Straight back is the door leading to our testing facility. It's small, but there's a firing range and a basic safe combat zone. We can all out testing of the perishables, unfortunately. Go ahead, Tai said to Theonsu, who passed the equipment out to his men. An hour later, during testing with their new gear, the scout returned. The monster gods Akoans had left the city through the south gate. Good news, but I recommend we proceed with the plan, Theonsu said, once the scout had relayed his observations and had been informed of their plan. I agree, sir, the scout replied. Yeah, me too, Tai said, trusting the experienced Akoan's judgment. Minutes later, Tai exited the tradesmaster alone. Chapter 30. Questionable Decisions. Days remaining in cycle. 17. The debtor's trade building was small, just a room with a mercantile desk. A light flashed on the desk when he stepped in, and one of the guide voices spoke from the air above it. Hello, friend. Please tell me what you're looking for, and I'll be glad to help direct your attention. With no signs or instructions, Tai asked, How does this work? Individuals who owe more money than they can afford may have their debts sold to the debtor's network. In exchange for offering services to a paying customer, their debts are paid off. By purchasing through our network, you will receive the bonded services of an individual for a guaranteed amount of time, after which that individual will either be freed or you may hire them full-time if they are willing. This promotes amiable treatment for those with long-term ambitions. Ah, so almost like debt slavery. Not slavery. Slaves are not usually highly skilled and bonded. People in our network are professionals. Gotcha. I need a seneschal with some military background. Do you have anyone like that available for hire? The lines of text appeared on the counter, showcasing a few dozen names.
Do you care if the individual is significantly past their prime age?
Preferably not. A quarter of the names vanished.
Does it matter if the individual has a gambling problem?
Yeah, rather avoid the inevitable betrayal thing. Another third of the names flickered off the table.
Is your budget in the tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands?
Tens. Oh, and it needs to be at least a 4-year agreement. Ty didn't want his seneschal vanishing before he returned from Earth. The list of names narrowed to 2.
Your choices are Abysandra and Omendine.
Abysandra is an Akoan rebel.
Like many of her species, she was raised near Elomed. She rebelled and fled, taking on significant debt in the process.
Omendine is a Traysap military mind, a general among their people.
He retired years ago, but is still of a ripe age for their species.
Why is Omendine in debt? Ty said.
He took on loans against a new occupation, then became utterly obsessed with it.
What occupation?
Knitting.
Hagami, tell me the Traysap aren't the llama-looking people.
How did you guess?
Ty gave the desk his best glare. How the fuck does a hip-high llama go from being a famous general to indebted for knitting? Clearly immune to Ty's glare, the technology spirit said,
Unknown. I should note that Omendine was famous among his people,
and his military background is distinguished.
His experience is, however,
limited to working with his own species.
I could feel his blood pressure soaring. So my choices are a nearly perfect-sounding candidate who may or may not end up being a spy for the god of monsters, and a llama person with a knitting addiction.
Based on your requirements, it would seem so, yes.
Closing his eyes, Ty forced himself to think through a list of the pros and cons. He knew which he had to choose and hated it. If nearly every single epic fantasy book didn't include a cursed and inevitable betrayal at a juncture just like this, he'd have gone with the sensible solution. Gritting his teeth, he said, Fine. How much does the fucking llama owe, and how much will it cost me to get him for a minimum of 4 years?
Omendine has a debt equivalent of 6 years of service. Based on his unique skills and background, purchasing 4 years of his time will cost you 32,000 marks.
And the full 6? He didn't want to swap out assistants in the middle of the next rotation either, and not if he could help it. Plus, he had the marks to burn.
48,000 will cover his full debt. You will receive a contract of binding as part of the agreement. It should be noted, as you suggested earlier, such contracts require that he use his skills to the best of his ability. They do not include mind control elements. Loyalty must be earned. He could also be a spy.
Ty glanced at the wooden desk and arched an eyebrow. That seems almost like advice.
Your guide liked you. Besides, like your arbiter, any sufficiently advanced intelligence connected to the god of technology must abide by the rules
of balance. It is within my rights to inform you of these nuances.
Okay. Since you mentioned it, would you recommend that I go with the Akoan instead?
Probably not. Given her background and heritage, she is far more likely to be hot-headed, impulsive, and reckless, regardless of whether you can ultimately trust her.
Ty went with the llama.
I see that quite a number of his belongings have a lien on them in one of the more reputable vaults. If you want to spend another 5,000, I can have these goods delivered with him. It will delay his arrival by a day, however.
I'll buy the lien on them. Can I also pay to have them held somewhere in the city until one of my representatives can come fetch them? It might take a few months.
That can be arranged. According to my notes, many of his items require particular care. To include safe handling, add another 100 marks for 6 months of storage.
Sure. Can we set up a password or something so you'll know whoever I designate to come collect them?
Yes, the goods will be stored by a designated caretaker and insured for the losses. Your seneschal should arrive within a few hours, depending on the status of the local teleportation rings and how quickly he can travel the distance to the town.
That's fine. Meet him here?
Yes.
Can you tell me where to go from here to get to the boundless incarnation? The magical AI gave him precise directions. Tai made his way toward the magic shop. There was something decidedly off about the whole feeling of Sabantal, not to mention the world around it. From his limited experience so far, the city might as well have appeared out of whole cloth on the side of the river. And there was no signs of construction or the typical fantasy labor he'd associate with city maintenance. The streets weren't cluttered with litter, there were no signs of a sewer system, and the inhabitants seemed healthy. Even the debtor system sounded at least somewhat fair. Had someone told Tai that the world he was visiting was a utopia, he might have believed it. He knew better. Sabantal was called a smuggler's city. What did it smuggle? Thinking about the dissonance between how he expected the world should work and the reality around him, Tai used the light roads to speed through the city. He passed a few of the glowing domed areas as he traveled. Each had an architecturally unique and often spectacular building within them. As much as he wanted to dally and make notes, he didn't. There was no time. Next time I'll explore more cities, he promised himself. Heck, maybe I'll take up cooking like that one guy. Food might earn me a few allies, right? Sabantal wasn't a big town. In 10 minutes he had gone from glass roads to mundane ones with clean-cut paving stones. The roadways remained wide, though arteries began peeling off into narrower alleys and niches. A bolt flew from one such alley and slammed into Tai's arm. It punctured straight through his enchanted robe and into the muscle and bone beneath. Knocked to the side, he would have fallen, but the head of the arrow, which had gone clear through the limb, extended 4 sharp hooks. Someone yanked him into the alley by the limb. A force clamped down on his mouth, muffling his scream. Impossible, unimaginable pain shot through Tai's every nerve as he found himself slammed against a wall. A lean, tall figure in a robe stood next to him. A man wearing an elaborate chestplate and greaves, both with ravens embossed in the metal, stood just behind the robed one. He was carrying an unsheathed black sword. Magic coursed along the length of the serrated saber-style blade, exuding a miasma of shadow. Tai's instincts screamed. These weren't random assassins, and they weren't Akoans. They were people like him. They were scions. Divine power, totally unlike his gods, dripped from the duo as overtly as paint. The armored man gave Tai a bland expression as he swung his blade for his neck. 3 arrows just appeared in the man's face. The man staggered, not dead despite the grievous injuries, and tried to recover his decapitating swing at Tai. The Onsu shed his invisibility and stepped into the man's swing. He grabbed the scion's forearm and shoved, pushing the sword out of line. Then the Akoan rabbit punched a short dagger into the Earthman's throat, ripping it open in a fount of blood. Tai was about to shout a warning about the robed creature, but it vanished as completely and suddenly as the Onsu had appeared. Arrows whisked in the space it had been standing. One of them caught something, and he saw an outline of the remaining scion flicker into view, briefly, before the killer slammed into his chest. A knife brushed over his side, not quite piercing his robe. Tai fumbled one hand, reaching for anything on the attacker. He'd lost so much blood and was in enough pain that even adrenaline wasn't enough to keep him focused. He thought he felt material, then flesh, and slammed his verdant touch into the scion, gleefully transforming the energy to celestial without hesitation.
Warning. Your magic has been countered through the direct or indirect interdiction of a god other than your own.
Tai's touch didn't hurt the attacker, but it did, however briefly, disrupt the invisibility around it. In an instant, multiple arrows struck the flickering assailant. The Onsu's dagger slammed into its back repeatedly, and the Akoan moving with the utterly relentless speed of a killer. A ring of twisting shadows shot up around the robed scion, cocooning it, then falling away. When the effect ended, Ty's attacker was gone, leaving only the armored corpse and the arrow in Ty's arm behind.
"Ty, stay still,"
Theonsu said, steadying him against the wall with one hand. He could feel the reality of Theonsu's demon body behind the otherwise impervious illusion of humanity. He was glad for that inhuman strength. Without it, he'd have fallen. Turning to look at one of the adjacent rooftops, where one of his men had appeared, Theonsu shouted,
"Get Cleosin! Now! She should be nearby!"
None of the locals so much as paused when they walked past the alley. A few glanced in, saw the commotion, and moved on without a look of concern or worry ghosting across their faces. Smuggler's Town, Ty thought sardonically. Cleosin appeared moments later, rushing to Ty with an expression of focused rage on her temporarily human visage. Teeth gritted, she wrapped her hand around the shaft of the long arrow. She began to sing, voice taking on a melodic quality that he hadn't heard the mage use before. Moving her hand free, she made a complex series of gestures at Theonsu. Nodding curtly, Theonsu relayed her message to Ty.
"This arrow has been God-blessed. It could not have punctured through the wardrobe so easily otherwise. She warns that removing it will hurt. Heal yourself as soon as it's out, if you can."
Simply having Cleosin touch the arrow had taken the pain to a new level. Ty's eyes blurred, and he bit back a sob, barely holding it together. "Go ahead," he managed through gritted teeth. Moving with serpentine speed, Cleosin snapped the arrow shaft. Adjusting Ty's arm, the mage continued to sing her spell as she reached out and grabbed the head, ripping it and the metal hooks free from his flesh. The world became agony. "Help, help, help!" Ty begged to Hagami, unable to find the concentration to activate Verdant Touch.
"Ty, I can't. Not from a wound inflicted by another scion."
A sob ripped through Ty's chest, the pain pushing through some mental barrier. Her name was Numera Qual, and she was to be sacrificed for the betterment of her people. She would die horribly, but it was for her children. She would give them a future. His name was Mumat Kral. He rebelled against the lies that would taint the name of their god for thousands of years. His uninjured hand clutched at his head. Something inside him was wrong. In his pain, he'd instinctively reached for, but the memories he found did nothing to help him.
"Heal him,"
he heard Theonsu demand.
"The arrow was God-blessed. I have no god. I will need time, hours, maybe days to heal this,"
Cleosin replied, voice terse and tight.
"Or did you allow this to happen?"
"We did not. Scions came after him, not to question or capture, just to kill. Even prepared, it was a close thing." Voices faded as a lance of fresh pain, a gnat pushed further from sanity. He knew all too well what it felt like to lose a hold on sanity. Most of his people had crossed that threshold. He had held their minds, however briefly, before Hagami stored them. He'd tasted madness. A god had marked him for death and sent madness after him. Ty fled into the memories again, looking for anything helpful. A spirit stirred in his chest, the matching memories fluttering in the mind fortress. Thoughtless in his torment, he embraced the spirit and its mine. Awen found him. He was Awen, and he was a guardian of the Akoan people. His strength, his endurance, and his stamina kept him fighting through hundreds of wars. It saw him strong, even when he willingly merged with the soul battery. "Come to me, Awen," Ty muttered through clenched teeth. Awen's spirit and mind, both willingly drawn from their hiding places within Ty, leaked into him. This was not possession, not quite. Awen's memories and personality pressed against his own, yet did not overtake or overwrite them. Instead, for a moment, Awen became a guiding hand, helping him find the clarity he needed to activate his verdant touch. Blessed healing stole all of Ty's remaining mana as it pushed out the remaining slivers of the arrow. Flesh knit and the pain eased. Exhaling through gritted teeth, he stood. A shimmer of ghostly light surrounded his body, the outline of Awen, the dead warrior's expression, fierce and determined, briefly visible. He sensed Awen there, sensing the unflagging spirit. He also sensed the agony and anguish that troubled the deceased Akoan. Without the flesh bodies that his brethren enjoyed, Awen had no physical substance to lean on, no bulwark with which to shore up his own suffering. Tai guided Awen back to the depths of his chest and sent his memories into the fortress. Once Awen settled, Tai saw Cleosan staring at him.
"Did you just take possession of an Akoan spirit?"
Maybe. Awen kind of offered the help, he said, still shaken. After a moment's hesitation, he pushed the memories of his most recent pain into the mind fortress. He stopped when he felt the mental pressure of the experience ease. As tempting as it was to remove it all, he figured that the lingering bits would remind him of the lesson he'd just learned.
"Spirit mastery is an entirely different direction of power than I thought you were navigating, Tai. I took you more of a natural type. What was the word you... yes, druid. Not that becoming a spirit master would be a poor choice, not by any means."
Cleosan trailed off when she saw Tai's glare. "I am not becoming a druid," he said, "and I have no intention of mastering spirits either. I'm going to put all the Akoan spirits to rest as soon as I figure out the best way to do so."
"As you say, Tai. I assure you our people would probably welcome the opportunity to—"
"Absolutely not," he said, trying to straighten his robe. It was soaked in his blood and had a fist-sized hole in one sleeve. "I don't suppose you can mend this, can you?"
Eyeing the robe, Cleosan said, "I am not a seamstress. I hate to say that this robe has no self-repair or cleaning enchantment. It'll have to be handled manually or replaced."
Tai sighed and told Theonsu, "Give me a minute. I need to replenish my mana. We'll continue after that, assuming the assassin doesn't pop back up."
"I doubt she'll double back,"
Theonsu said. Tai frowned, not liking the use of the word doubt. "Hagami, what can you tell me about those attackers?"
"Nothing that you cannot infer."
Not at this time. I may not disclose details about other scions during interactions of this sort.
Not until you discover them for yourself."
"Figures," Tai replied unhappily. Nearly an hour after he'd walked past the alley alone, he emerged alone again. Still bloodied, he carried both the black sword and the man's enchanted armor. He wasn't about to leave potentially valuable artifacts behind. None of the locals said a word about his state as he walked past and into the Boundless Incarnation. The Boundless Incarnation had a human merchant in it, and the shop interface was the same as the previous ones Tai had visited. He purchased a teleportation ring and 20 keys for it, and they cost him 80,000 of his remaining marks. The keys came with cameo-style amulets, with smooth oval stones on one side and a flat back. Attached just above the stones were clips, each of which would attach to a key. After explaining how the dial worked, the shopkeep produced a metal bracelet. As she handed Tai his chit back, the shopkeep said,
"Slap that down on the ground and the ring will expand to whatever diameter you want, up to 30 feet. Once you set it down, it can't be moved without a separate artifact, which costs about half as much as the ring itself. Don't try teleporting anything outside that radius, and don't try exceeding your amulet's mass limits. Trust me."
Tai took the bracelet and pocketed it, thanking the woman before turning to head back to the trade's master. He hesitated in the doorway, struck by a memory that didn't belong to an Akoan for once. Fishing his cell phone out of a pocket, he powered it on long enough to check one of his initial lists of plans. He read the Narnia conditional notes twice before turning the phone off and pocketing it again. "I don't suppose you have any magical scrolls or single-use devices that, I don't know, predict outcomes of random things like dice rolls or cards, do you?"
"Gonna fix some gambling games, eh?"
And the shopkeep replied, giving Tai a friendly wink.
"That's just the sort of thing people come to towns like this for. I should warn you that sanctioned games have detection for this sort of thing. If you want something foolproof that won't be detected by most spells, I'll need to charge you for a whole—"
"Nope, no need," Ty said, cutting her off. "No protections or wards. It can be as sloppy and noisy as you want, but what would make it even better would be if there was a spell that could take a possible random sequence and predict the outcomes. Say an hour before the result."
"What kind of numbers? You're talking about dice, right?"
"Not precisely, but close." Ty drew her a picture. It ended up, given the careful and specific constraints he listed, the final spell wasn't that expensive. The 5 of the little monocles that held the spell cost him another 25 grand. He paid happily. Chapter 31. New tabs. Days remaining in cycle, 17. Back at the Trademaster's, Ty purchased 2 items of note. First, he got a brooch pin called a Lesser Amulet of Shielding with a minor growth enhancement on it. Hagami's translation stated that it would provide him with a health barrier equal to 1.5 times his current hit points, which would adjust as he leveled to a maximum of 30 hit points. You should know that the barrier, like most things, is subject to a variety of limitations. Some specific magical attacks will bypass it or reduce its effectiveness. Likewise, the shielding may vary in usefulness against focused, targeted attacks. Such a device would not have helped against the scion-killing arrow in the alley. Accepting the limitations, Ty paid 100,000 of his remaining credits for the amulet. The amulet, when he unwrapped the package it came in, looked like a simple pin-style brooch with a little clasp on the back. He immediately attached it to his shirt beneath the robe and felt a shield of magic expand subtly around it. He waffled about his last purchase for nearly an hour. There were 3 items on the menu labeled Legendary with a notation, Ask about price. Settling on one of the 3 items, he asked Jessa about it. Jessa's eyes flashed with dark humor.
"You're wanting to go hard, are you? Well, legendary gear isn't normally sold for coin or gems. You need something really precious to get you one of those. A favor from a god or something along them lines."
On intuition, Ty flashed the gold coin he'd gotten from looting the demons. "What about this?" The merchant's hand shot out, grasping the coin. Tucking it out of view, he dropped his voice to a whisper.
"You got an ascension writ from the god herself, do you? Yeah, I'll do this. What shall you want?"
Jessa's response made him uneasy. It felt less like a financial transaction and more like a drug deal, though he couldn't have said why. Still, what was done was done. "I'll take the Alunite gauntlets."
Legendary Audunite Gauntlets. These gauntlets will provide you with a +2 bonus to your strength. Constructed of a semi-intelligent liquid metal, they can assume a variety of different shapes, including claws or short blades. In addition to the bonus to your overall strength, items made of Alunite deal more damage per strike. Furthermore, these gloves can be used to activate and power latent magical objects. Finally, as a legendary item, these gauntlets will self-repair over time and can change aesthetic appearance at your discretion.
The gauntlets ended up being a lot longer than he'd expected. Rather than glove style, they had attached sleeves that stretched all the way up his arms, stopping at the shoulder joints. Once in place, the material tightened against his skin, and he felt a sense of subtle connection with the item. Commanding the gauntlets felt a lot like interacting with Hagami or the Mind Fortress, just simpler, and he took to it quickly. Once he felt confident in his mastery of the tools, he made them resemble mundane gloves. Knowing that his new seneschal would probably want to make purchases for the village, he held off spending more. Before he left, he set the armor and sword he'd collected from the other scion on the counter. "Can you identify the properties of these for me?" he asked. Reaching into a pocket, Jessa withdrew a monocle and inspected both items.
Shadow blessed and sealed, he said after a moment. I can't read their properties. Plus, sealed stuff won't work for no one else. Gotta unseal them or melt them down for materials. I suggest disposing of them since no one here will move them. Not with a guard involved.
Ty sighed. Figures. All right, thanks. He took his new goods and left to collect the seneschal. Omendine was waiting for him when he arrived at the debtor's trade, and the seneschal was a little over 3.5 feet tall, with a furry body and a long neck with a triangular head. He looked almost exactly like a humanoid llama, complete with huge black eyes and a terse, pinched expression. He was wearing almost perfect Earth-style samurai armor, complete with tanto and katana.
I understand that you have purchased my debt and my belongings,
Omendine said as soon as Tai finished introducing himself. The Tracep's voice was a deep, resonating bass that Hagami translated as having a vaguely oriental accent. I have. I need a seneschal with military experience. I would be honored if you would join me. Omendine tilted his head to the side, one eye looking Tai up and down.
You sound respectful, but you have my dearest belongings on hold. I do not take kindly to manipulation or blackmail.
It took Tai a moment to realize that Omendine was talking about his decision to have the Tracep's belongings shipped later and stored until someone could come get them. A misunderstanding, wise seneschal, he began, affecting what he hoped was a properly reverential tone. He knew he was probably laying the respect on a little thick for a new employee, but his intuition told him this was the right play in the same way it had with Aquamarine. Alas, I am on a tight timetable and cannot wait for days. I assure you we will move your goods to a suitable location as soon as we've secured our base of operations.
I see. You need help with security first. Building, rebuilding.
Yes, and both. There's an abandoned village nearby. I mean to co-opt it, but that will mean retrofitting everything. Omendine exhaled a breath that smelled vaguely of hay.
I will need the timetables, scales, troop numbers, and resources. Here.
Seneschal Bond. Your seneschal has offered to bond with you. This bond will allow you to convey information about the subjects and materials within your designated domain. Having a seneschal bond unlocks additional arbiter features that will be useful should you wish to grow and maintain one or more bases of operation.
Tai accepted.
Achievement unlocked. Seneschal Bond.
His character sheet menu slid into view, occupying a full quarter of his vision. Tabs labeled Seneschal, Domain, Units, Inventory, and Objectives appeared at the top. Hagami narrated the features of each tab.
Your Seneschal tab contains key information about each official Seneschal you have hired. They must have a mind gem for their entries to register. The Domain tab gives you a nearly real-time view of the current layout and disposition of any areas marked formerly as being within your domain. Unlocking this achievement allows you to immediately claim one qualifying domain. You may interact with the Domain tab to zone for specific building functions, allocate units, and more. As you obtain buildings with intelligent magical interfaces, such as the one you met at the debtor's building, you will be able to remotely make purchases or sales through this tab. Your Units tab gives you a rundown of each unit under your command. Units with mind gems or similar connections will display with significantly more details than hirelings or loosely affiliated individuals who happen to work for you. You may use this tab to issue units standing orders, create organizational groups, or engage in group discussions. Your seneschal will have to convey your will to units without a mind gem or the ability to perceive these prompts directly. Inventory shows your communal stores. You must deliberately allocate personal resources in this tab and store them in a designated communal area for them to qualify. This tab will also show you items the seneschal has identified as running low or recommended ones you do not currently possess, Finally, you may use your Objectives tab to prioritize things you want your seneschal to work on. I recommend discussing these objectives with him, as he will work better when he is in alignment with your vision.
Holy shit, that's a lot, Ty said once he'd finished reviewing each tab. Normandine's nostrils flared, and he reached up to brush his forehead, an expression pained. The trace app's hand was closer to human than animal, with a thumb and 3 fingers, each topped with a thick nail.
More than usual,
he agreed.
You are a scion?
Yeah, I follow inspiration.
Inspiration, really? Oh, interesting. Please take a moment to document our assets, the place where you expect our domain to form, and any objectives I should concern myself with.
Ty did as Omandine asked. In assets, he listed the remaining marks. He also listed everything he remembered finding in the town, along with a sketch of the town itself and its location. They went ahead and placed the 165 surviving Echoans in the Units tab, which populated quite a bit of information automatically. It concealed their spiritual nature and history, calling them instead shape-shifted demons. He was impressed to see that most of the Echoans were listed at level 13 or above, compared to Omandine's level 8. For objectives, he described the problem without going into details about the sanctuary.
These are solid numbers,
Omandine said once Ty was done.
Facing against an unknown army funded and outfitted by the god of monsters is going to be a fun challenge. The funds you've allocated will barely be enough to get us started, you know?
I'll get more, he said. I hope an uphill battle doesn't bother you. Elmandine made a chuffing sound.
Lord Ty, my people are small. We are underestimated. Most of our battles are uphill, and against stronger opponents. I won't tell you I have a death wish, but I believe we can make a difference, especially if we can keep the individual battles small and decisive.
His voice lowered, taking on a note of secrecy.
And may I add, especially if my goods are delivered to me in a timely manner.
Ty shot the trace app a smile. Good to have you on board, sir. Would you like to purchase any goods here before we go? When we come back to retrieve your belongings, I'm sure we'll also want to pick up anything you think we need right away.
Yes, and there's a standard list for this type of situation. A healer's installation would be good as well, though you do not have enough funds for that. We'll have to go with the basic kits until we can afford to hire a person or get an intelligence to run a clinic.
Omandine continued rattling off suggestions as Ty escorted him back to the tradesmaster. Omandine's organization and fondness for lists eased his uncertainty. He understood organized people so much better than anyone else. As they walked across the street, Theonsu stepped from a nearby building.
Ty, my men and I need to meditate for a few hours. I'm going to have Cleosun nearby to watch in case things happen, if that's acceptable.
The Echoan Ranger's hands were trembling and his eyes were red-ringed. Should be fine, Ty said. Rent a room or go north. I don't want any ambushes or scouts stumbling on you when you're vulnerable.
If you can spare 20 marks, I'll rent a room with soundproofing.
Ty, Theonsu, and a bemused Omandine detoured long enough to find an overnight apartment with sound dampening for his men. Leaving the Echoans behind, all save Cleosan, who had not made an appearance in a while, Ty and Omandine continued their trek to the trademasters. Omandine and Ty stayed until the shop was about to close, finalizing the goods and delivery plans just as midnight struck. With the late hour, they went to the apartment, and he rented them each a room. Blessedly, the night passed uneventfully. Chapter 32. Domain. Days remaining in cycle. 15. Progress to next level. 75%. Tai and his allies made their way back to the forest the next morning. Omendine's seneschal ability had already made note of the Akoan's true races, and he took the transformation in stride. 2 days later, as they entered the forest, Boblin appeared to help the group move to the outskirts of the abandoned village. Greeting Tai fondly, she enfolded him in a hug before explaining that her parents and Aquamarine were busy helping Tai's little army. Boblin cooed her explanation as they traveled.
"We can't go inside the Black Ring. According to one of your people, it will block teleportation, other than from someone aligned to the monster god. It's nasty. Also, I do not like nasty things."
Upon arriving outside of the barrier, Cleosan made her way over to inspect it. Chanting and singing, the Akoan gestured at the ring. The grubs writhed at her gestures, the revolting creatures pulsing in place before a 20-foot stretch of the things faded to a gray color and went still. Making a pleased sound, she announced,
"I can remove the creatures and the barrier. It will take a few days. Fewer will help."
She looked over at Tai.
"You do not mind if I rebuild my cabal, yes? A few of our people you've saved are quite adept spellcasters."
Tai said, "Seneschal, your thoughts?" Lomondine drew his katana and moved to the circle, prodding one of the lifeless grubs. The trace app moved with energetic, graceful motions.
"With so few resources, I would recommend the small numbers of specialized magic users. A few who can summon, a few who can call the elements. If the mage can organize her cabal to include the specialization, this sounds wise."
"I can do it if Tai wishes,"
Cleosan said, giving Omendine a long stare. Tai considered the two. Cleosan had made it expressly clear that she was loyal to her people first and foremost. Her devotion to him, although genuine, was primarily because of the souls within him. There was a chance the mage would make decisions out of a sense of selfish preservation rather than the goal of protecting the sanctuary from the monster god. Omendine had no interest other than survival. A part of Tai wanted to trust Cleosan more, but he felt obligated to give Omendine most of the authority. Tai said, "Do it. Until Uneth is ready to make more decisions, I am trusting Omendine to handle the big picture. You'll handle anything magical, provided it doesn't keep Omendine from getting the overall camp ready." Skewering one of the grubs, Omendine brought it up to his muzzle and inhaled.
"I think these might be edible,"
he began, leaning in as if to take an experimental bite. Cleosan snapped,
"I wouldn't. Anything the monster god touches, anything with flesh, is likely to have corrupting oil inside. A few drops in you and your organs will mutate. Without a flesh weaver or a vat master to guide the process, you'll develop cancers and die."
Omendine flicked the carcass off his blade.
"I appreciate the warning."
"How do you know so much about the monster god?" Tai asked, studying Cleosan's face. She made an offhanded gesture.
"This one is not the first monster god. It will probably not be the last. Their powers are of a kind. Plus,"
she reached into her robe and withdrew a book Tai recognized. "Hey, that's mine," Tai said, taking the book on monsters from the mage. She gave him a flat insectoid look.
"You left it out one night. I borrowed it. Would you rather I pursue research that might help our cause?"
Tai looked down at the book, mouth tight. He didn't like being manipulated or stolen from. Stroking the rich leather of the cover, he wondered who wrote the book. It had been written on this world, not the one Cleosan and the other spirits he'd brought back were from. And did that mean that the ones who betrayed them collected the information? "Next time, just ask. It bothers me when people mess with my belongings," he said, pocketing the book.
"Sure."
Looking around Tai's shoulder at Omendine, she continued as though the exchange with him hadn't happened.
"Let this be a lesson. You would be wise to consult me in all things magical or related to the monster god."
I half expected Omandine to bite back at Cleosen's tone, but the seneschal only nodded. He'd witnessed the Akoan meditation practices during their trek. He hadn't asked for details, even when the screams of anguish had echoed in the air. Omandine's prudence had reinforced Ty's choice to hire him. Boblin's parents and Aquamarine met them when they arrived at the village. Aquamarine made a graceful hand gesture of greeting.
Ty, we are done moving your people. Do you need anything else before we go scout for the monster god's minions? There's nothing in my forest, so I expect it to take several days to find whatever the enemy is planning.
Ty shook his head. You've done more than I could have asked for. Knowing what the god is up to and where her next attack will come from is huge. I appreciate you.
We are protecting the forest, but I accept the sentiment.
Aquamarine moved away, leaving Boblin and her parents. Boblin made a soft, heartfelt sound in Ty's direction, and he grinned at her. I'm not going to become a druid, he declared sternly at her. Still smiling, he walked over and gave her a hug. She felt comfortable, warm, and safe in a way that few things had in the magical world lately. She held him back, close and tight, her great heartbeat resonating with his. Ty thought the spirits inside him responded to her presence, issuing their own sort of natural joy in the moment. The Slaws left, and Ty's group returned to their journey. There's nothing better than hugging a sloth, he announced a few minutes later. None of the others spoke up to argue his point. He considered that a victory. The Akoans in the village were already hard at work. Ty hadn't given Uneth any standing orders other than to prepare for the expected attack by the monster god. Uneth had taken the directives to heart. Several buildings had been deconstructed and merged to form a makeshift barracks. Stones from the well were stacked around the stairs at the center of the town, and water catchments had been set up all around the town with empty barrels. Uneth met them shortly after they arrived. Ty introduced Omandine, who gave Uneth a small bow of respect, which the Akoan returned. We have quite a few resources on the way to Sabantal and a teleportation ring to set up, Ty said after they finished their greetings. Cleosen says she can take down the teleportation block around the city in a few days, which means we should be able to get basic gear along with Omandine's special goods within the week. My goods? Omandine's eyes widened, and he licked his lips in clear pleasure. I will need things to prepare. A special building. He paused, realizing that Ty and the others were staring at him. Calming somewhat, he continued. Lord Ty, may I designate a special abode in the adjacent land for my needs, and requisition labor to help with construction. Ty said, Sure. We have 4 or 5 days to prepare for the equipment, assuming Cleosen can get the barrier down as quickly as she says. I trust you and Uneth to handle the coordination of the rest, at least until we hear our scout report. Set me up a proper space in the tavern. I'm going to go into the forest and collect my convoy. I should be back in a couple of days. I'll have Theonsu accompany you, Uneth said. Nah, I'll be fine. Aquamarine has sprites everywhere in the forest. He'll know long before anything can attack me here. You all need time to get yourselves together without an outsider like me to worry about. Ty paused, weighing his next words carefully. Uneth, you're all grieving and processing a lot of pain. Get your people in the right mental space if you can. How did you tell a group of undead spirits possessing demon bodies about the benefits of group therapy? Ty wished he knew. We are trying, Ty. I do not know that we will ever overcome what they did to us, though. Uneasy with Uneth's statement, he made a mental note to puzzle through the Akoan situation later. With proper planning and resources, anything was possible. The tavern was as Ty had left it, albeit without the angel corpses. He assumed Uneth had seen to the deceased as part of the cleanup effort. He left the Scion's enchanted armor and sword in the underground lab. If the village was going to become a base of operations, he might as well leave the non-combat stuff where it wouldn't get in the way. Now, once he'd replenished his supply of celestial blood and secured his gear, he made his way out of the village. After several days of traveling, with his new companions on top of the attack in the city, Tai found himself eager for time alone. He'd missed the forest, although he knew that spending days in transit, not training or overcoming obstacles, was time that might be better spent. He didn't begrudge himself the break. Take care of your mental was tattooed on his thigh, after all. And despite his decision to take in the world and enjoy its beauty, Tai added a little training into the travel. He experimented with using the Mind Fortress. At first, he searched for memories of Akoan culture, specifically their gestures. He found he could go into a trance-like state, reliving the moments of someone else's life while traveling. It wasn't efficient. He often stumbled or lost the thread of a memory, but he did learn. With his self-imposed leisure and experiments with the Mind Fortress, it took Tai a day and a half to make it back to his convoy. A display from Hagami flared into view.
Warning. You have entered an area of divine interference that is outside of the expected limitations.
The sparse light allowed by the dense forest dimmed. Tai glanced up and around, seeing no source for the change. Other than the warning prompt, he didn't feel anything either. Drawing one of his guns, he crouched and crept forward until he came into view of the clearing. "Oh no," Tai gasped, standing and sprinting into his camp. Someone had ransacked his convoy. Crates were open, their contents spilling onto the grass, and cheap watches and food littered the area as if a bomb had detonated. His tent was in tatters, the rifle case was missing. Near the convoy, in a blackened circle, were the mangled corpses of half a dozen Opal Guardians. Their bodies had been torn apart, and worse, blackened growths protruded from their flesh, twisting them into nightmarish versions of their once pristine beauty. In the middle of the corpses, spiked into the ground, was the stallion's head. And below it, drawn on the ground in blood, was a complex, glowing, malicious rune. If I mess up the rune, will it stop the magic? Tai thought to Hagami.
Possibly. I cannot tell. And I might not be allowed to tell you if I knew. The monster god may break the rules, but I still cannot.
Fighting back another curse, he grabbed a stick and made his way to the rune, intending to wipe it out. His gorge rose as he neared the massacre, the stench of the violated horses making his stomach quiver. Stepping over bloodied, mangled remains, he used the tip of the stick and drew a line through the rune. Near the center of the violence, Tai's spirits began to quail and waver within his chest. Glancing from the disturbed circle and to the stallion's head, he felt the pull of the spirits grow even stronger. Even if they were unembodied, they sensed what had been done here and were outraged. The barrier around the camp vanished, letting the light through. Blackened, spine-covered tentacles erupted from the bodies of the horses near Tai, wrapping around his limbs. His new barrier amulet flared, deflecting a few of the attackers. Others coiled around his legs, holding him in place. The spines weren't strong enough to punch through his robe, which allowed him a precious second to concentrate on his gauntlets. Spikes of metal sprouted over his hands and forearms as he began laying into the tentacles.
"Ow!"
Tai looked up to see Boblin appear nearby, a glowing sprite on one of her shoulders. Her eyes were wide in horror. She stepped to him, reaching down to lift him out of the killing circle. Boblin's chest exploded. Tai heard the shot as gore showered his face. The little sloth's bloodied face was a mask of confusion as she fell forward, pushing him onto the ground. More shots peppered her body, making it twitch and jump. A bullet narrowly missed his head. Two cries rang nearby. Trees began to crash. Tai fumbled at the sloth's body, his gloved hands slick with blood as he tried to tear himself free of both her weight and the tentacles that coiled around his limbs. Crushing weight and heat pressed in. He felt more than saw motion all around as writhing alien things tried to kill him. Roars in the distance only added to the feral panting of his own breath. Twisting, turning, he leveraged every part of his strength to kick out from beneath the sloth, barely squeezing away from the thrashing tentacles. Tai found his footing and stood. Tentacles still clutching at him, he scanned the edge of the clearing. Boblin's parents had a shadowy shape pinned between them and were ripping it apart. A hood flared and flapped back, revealing a human woman with strange misshapen features. One of her eyes was decidedly larger than the other. Her skin was charred in places, bits of it replaced with leathery hide. As she gibbered incomprehensibly, thrashing in the powerful grasp of the infuriated sloths. One of her legs abruptly crunched, twisted, then a sloth ripped it free with a sickening tearing sound. A third arm whipped out from beneath her cloak, stabbing into the paws of the sloths with a blackened, oily dagger. Made of writhing purple muscle tissue, the new arm lashed about inhumanely fast. Recoiling from the attack, both sloths dropped the woman to the ground. And between their mauling and the fall, the woman collapsed, falling atop Ty's stolen rifle. A shadowy globe sprang up around her, taking the injured woman with it. The sloths, enraged, cast about with their paws, tearing into the underbrush. Ty reached into one of his pockets and retrieved his revitalizing canteen, using a few drops of the celestial blood on the clinging tentacles. They still hadn't gotten through his robe, though he didn't think they needed to. He had fallen for the trap, and the ambush had been a success. With one look at Boblin to verify she was dead, Ty rushed to her parents. "Hold still!" he exclaimed, trying to get close enough to touch them. They ignored him, instead rushing past into the clearing. More of the tentacle traps lashed out, ensnaring and injecting the grief-stricken parents with the corruption. They almost absently reached down, peeling tentacles from their bodies as they attended their fallen child. New wails of pain and rage rose from the sloths. Ty didn't know what to do. There was no plan for this, no contingency. Anguish and loss ripped through him. Boblin had died in his arms, her breath warm against his face. He'd heard her tortured voice, sensed her need to protect him, even as she'd passed. Biting back a wall of anguish, he focused on Boblin's grieving parents. They were still in the center of the clearing, cradling their child's lifeless body. He rushed over and touched one, activating Verdant Touch and transforming part of the energy to celestial. He felt the purification rip through the sloth's body, heard its sudden cry of pain, and the sloth lashed out, swinging back at him. His shield flared into view as he went flying. He landed, ignoring the pain in his legs and side as he rolled to his feet. Dodging through the remains of the Opal Guardians, he rushed to the other sloth. The first, seeing him approach again, rose to its feet and lurched toward him, too out of it to realize he was trying to help. Ty activated his healing touch on the second, just before both turned on him. His shield crumpled as two sets of giant hands slammed into him, knocking him back. "I had to heal you! You were being killed!" he screamed, voice cracking. "Please, don't do this! Please! I am your friend!" The sloths stalked toward Ty as he backpedaled. Their feet crushed tentacles and the remains of the horses indiscriminately as they came after him. Several shapes burst into the clearing, drawing their attention. Leathery-skinned humans armed with blackened polearms rushed toward him and the sloths. The newcomers were horribly twisted, covered in boils and growths, their faces misshapen around insane eyes. Their open mouths dripped blackened mucus as they howled in killing frenzy. Ty drew his pistol and started shooting, and the sloths turned to face the newcomers. There weren't many of the attackers. Ty counted 7 as he poured bullets into them. Unlike nearly everyone else he'd encountered, his shots were effective. 4 were down before the sloths came barreling into the rest, knocking their polearms contemptuously to the side and reaching for the attackers. Tearing into the humans, the sloths didn't try to protect themselves. They were enraged, flailing about and ripping into anything that came within reach with abandon. One attacker, seeing an opening, adjusted his polearm and struck out. Ty shot the woman 3 times, twice in the chest and once in the neck. She went down before the sloths even acknowledged the threat. Only after the sloths had finished ripping each of the attackers apart did they finally start to calm. Huge, tear-filled eyes took in the carnage and all they had done, took in Ty with the slow blinks of realization, and both whined. Tai had never felt such guilt or grief in his life. Moving on impulse, he healed the sloths and himself. Then he sat down near a tree, folded into a ball, and cried with them. Chapter 33. Grind. Days remaining in cycle. 13. Aquamarine arrived hours later. Several dozen lithe, green-skinned humanoids accompanied the dragon. Tai didn't register the people, who looked a bit like fantasy depictions of dryads as they moved through the clearing. Magic poured from several of the newcomers, splashing over the corpses and causing the remaining oily ichor to hiss and steam. One of them, a woman draped in a mossy robe, approached the surviving sloths, making soothing sounds. Are those dryads? Tai thought to Hagemi.
Functionally, yes. They occupy in our world the same niche as dryads and elves in your literature. They are savage, wild, and tied tightly to nature.
And the awe he should have felt at the encounter failed to kindle. His heart was a stone in his chest. As the dryads began constructing a pyre near the center of what had been his camp, Aquamarine made his way to Tai's side.
Tai, I am sorry. My sprites in this area were unable to report. I had no idea what was happening until the barrier came down. When I told the sloths what my sprite saw, the little one rushed ahead to help you.
Fresh sobs racked Tai, grief briefly overwhelming his ability to reply. He began pushing the worst of the memories into his mind fortress, forcing them away so he could function again. Deep in his grief, it hadn't occurred to him to do it until now. I thought you were here to ease my emotions, he sent to Hagemi. Hagemi responded with something like regret.
You know how to use the fortress. I am here to help you acclimate. Once you no longer need my help, I may not provide the same service as I once did.
Once Tai was functional enough to think past the pain, he told Aquamarine what had happened. Where did they come from? He asked, gesturing to the dryads. The woman he'd noted earlier looked at him as he gestured. From the distance, he thought she had bark-like skin that blended into refined, elegant features. She made a subtle gesture of covering her eyes with her hand and turning her face from him.
Their god told them to come to me a day ago. Apparently, they have been instructed to help me for a period.
The dragon looked at Tai, fingers flicking to point at his chest, then make a negating gesture in his direction. So they can't help me, just you.
It would seem so.
The green flames licked through the magically crafted pyre, consuming the opal guardians. Popping and hissing sounds rose from the corpses as ichor burned away from their bodies. Boblin's parents lifted her onto the pyre shortly after. Their faces were matted with dried blood and tears, conveying a loss so horrible that Tai felt his heart shattering anew. This ambush feels wrong, Tai said to Aquamarine as they watched the fire cleanse the bodies. The girl who escaped was a scion like me, but I can't believe her level of power. She went invisible, teleported, had a third arm, shot godly arrows, and who knows what else. Why would someone like that be coming after me?
The same reason the monster army is building a home base outside of my forest, Tai. They want what's in the quarry. They may have originally been placed there as an exploratory force, and maybe even as a first test for you. That's changed now.
Tai exhaled, trying to think. Wait, what base outside your forest? What have you discovered?
A small army of men, demons, and monsters, led by 6 Vat Masters, are building a staging area just outside of the forest, beyond the range of my sprites. We had to scout it in person to get the details, which is what we've been up to since you left. It's a full contingent from the monster god, complete with 3 of her breeding vats and a dozen flesh weavers.
Vat Masters? What are those? 6 of them?
Akoans, ones born and bred by the monster god. and they specialize in creating custom monsters for their god.
Cohen's. Tai frowned, remembering the ones in town. He described them.
Yes, that's them.
They must have been going for supplies just like us. He remembered the expression Jessa had made when he returned, and the shape of recent events coalesced in his mind. The Vat Masters, or whatever they were, had indeed noticed when he'd entered town, and they'd left early to avoid what had happened next in the alley. Maybe.
Quest: kill the Vat Masters. The Vat Masters are high-ranking members of the Monster God's army. Each is invested with a significant portion of her power. Killing a Vat Master will not only reduce her military might, it will also slow her plans down. Reward: 25% experience toward your next level per Vat Master defeated. Timed quest: help defeat the invading army. The first wave of the invading army has arrived, and it is far stronger than expected. If you and your allies can defeat this invading force before you return home, you will receive 1 free upgrade to any of your existing abilities. Reward: 1 free upgrade to an existing ability, up to a maximum equivalent of 2 merits. Custom quest: collect the blood. Your goal to enhance your race is partially within your grasp. To create her mutation vats, the monster god must have supplied a small amount of divine blood to its vat masters. Collect the blood, and you will be a third of the way toward your race enhancement goal.
1 second, Tai said as the prompts came in, taking the time to read them twice before continuing. Not that I needed it, but my god has offered me significant incentives to stop this army. Can you help me get back to Unath and the rest? I doubt the sloths are in the sort of shape to move me around right now. He glanced across the clearing to the grieving parents. They held each other, bodies close, in a way that seemed very human.
I can take you. It's not as easy for me as them, but I will.
Tai swallowed, hating what he had to say next. We're going to need their help again, Aquamarine. We can't move our troops to assault those assholes without help.
I know. They do too, I am sure. This is their home, the home they raised their daughter in for the last 80 years. Give them time to grieve, Tai. Come, I will take you to your people. Give me a few days, and I will return to you with news of them.
The sloth's method of transportation was almost instantaneous. It was like becoming one with nature. Aquamarine's ability, which the dragon explained, consumed quite a bit of magical energy and was slower. Sitting atop the dragon's back, Tai watched the world bleed into elongated, slow-moving pastel colors. The saturated smears of color gradually wound around him and the dragon over the course of several minutes, before sliding away to reveal the village. Cleosan stood nearby, looking at them with an unreadable expression.
"Good timing. I just got the wall down," she said.
"We have news," Tai said, sliding off Aquamarine's narrow back. Opening his character menu and popping into the Units tab, he sent messages to Unath and Omendine. "I was ambushed. Boblin is dead. Her parents are grieving and may not be available for a while. Aquamarine just returned with an update on the Monster God's army. They are just outside the forests and fortifying from Sabontal. We need to meet now. I'll see about bringing Aquamarine to the tavern." "Do you mind coming into town and going over the enemy army's disposition with us, Aquamarine?" Tai asked. He knew the dragon was loath to enter the settlement. Aquamarine rose from the ground enough to nervously twitch the fingers of a few sets of its hands together, and the dragon's head danced from side to side, anxiety in every motion.
We need to talk. Yes, I will come with you. Briefly. We will coordinate further from the village after this meeting. I dislike leaving my domain.
Tai led the dragon into the town and to the tavern. As they walked, he took the time to inspect his character sheet.
Name: Ty Monroe. Class: Merit Hunter. Race: Human. Level: 2. Progress to next level: 75%. Hit points: 10. Health shield: Lesser: 15. Mana: 12. Mana shield: 6. Strength: 15. With +2 gauntlets: Peak Mortal. Agility: 9. Average. Vitality: 8. Average. Intellect: 11. Above average. Spirit: 6. Wild attuned. Luck: 0. Applicable skills and abilities: Mixed martial arts, Sambo focus, proficient. Krav Maga, Eye adept. Edged weapons, skilled. Bows, proficient. Guns, adept. Survival, adept. Meditation, proficient. Unassigned attribute points: 0. Unspent merits: 0. Achievements and powers: Wild touched, Mana prism. Celestial, monstrous, wild. Mana siphon, Knight of the Wild ability package. Verdant touch, moderate life leech, necromantic. Clone surrogacy, single use. Quests: kill the Vat Masters, help defeat the invading army. Timed. Collect the blood. Protect the dungeon. Ongoing. Notable equipment: 1 handgun. Gambler's monocle ×5. Unshielded. Ward robe. Epic. Magic breaker dagger. Epic. Shielding amulet. Lesser. Alunite gauntlets. Legendary. Mind fortress. Divine. Unequipped notable equipment: armor of unknown. Sealed. Black sword. Unknown. Sealed. Divine anchor. Legendary. 2 infernal crystals. 1 personal locket. Nightmare silk. Hellstone ×5. Forbidden Book of Necromancy. Monstrous manual. Spiritual assets: Akoan Mines, 29,598. Akoan Souls, 29,598.
Ty noted that his sheet now showed additional details. His robe and dagger were named, along with there being an entry for unequipped notable equipment and spiritual assets. Hagami, what's with the new entries on my sheet?
New information is added as you process it or as you encounter suitable information in the wild. Mostly.
Mostly? Hagami pulsed a sense of smugness. It reminded him a bit of the defiance the Arbiter had displayed when they'd spoken after the fight with the Flying Demon. Either inspiration or his Arbiter was, in whatever way they were, doing their best to help him balance the odds. And they gathered in the tavern, with an open window for Aquamarine to slide his head through. Ty, Uneth, and Omendine pulled tables and chairs away, making room for Cleosan to take her place in the center of the room. As she kneeled, using a piece of chalk to create a simple spell on the wooden floorboards. Once she was done, she stepped out and gestured at Aquamarine.
"Describe your observations,"
Cleosan said. Aquamarine laid out the overall geography first. As he described the terrain, Cleosan's magic illuminated, projecting a shadowy sketch in the air that reflected his words.
The camp is about 35 miles to the southwest of this village, near the coastal cliffs. It's just a mile outside the forest, where neither my sprites nor the sloths can scout easily. We had to leave the woods to find them. The camp is spread out over a few acres, with some basic earthen walls surrounding it. Near the center of the camp are the vats. I think there are 3. There is also a strange structure right against the cliffs over the ocean. It's enormous, with openings at the top. We counted 6 Vat Masters, a few hundred warped, 50 or 60 demons, and a handful of mutated monsters. The demons are different than...
Aquamarine's fingers danced between Cleosan and Uneth. Tai looked at the outline of the encampment floating in the air. This doesn't sound too bad. We're nearly matched.
That masters make this situation more complicated,
Omandine said. He looked from Tai to Uneth, Aquamarine, and Cleosin.
Are any of you familiar with them?
I've heard of them, but that's it,
Aquamarine said. Uneth shook his head, looking uneasy, and Cleosin said,
I know some theory. Elaborate.
Omandine pursed his lips.
We fought against the monster god's forces for years. Me and my people did. They thought we would be easy meat. I led many battles directly against her forces, and we learned much about them during that time.
Pointing to the map at the sketched outline of the three vats, he continued,
Vat masters are the captain priests of the monster god's military forces. They rank up there with the generals. Whereas flesh weavers make dumb weapons, vat masters can inject a body with their god's divine essence. A flesh weaver might give a soldier a third arm that would be functional. A vat master could dunk a soldier in a vat, and it would emerge with powers on top of the arm. Entire battalions of their armies have night vision and bleed acid, all thanks to their vat masters.
There must be downsides to this, Uneth said.
Indeed. They call it ascension, but the truth is there are costs for power, and their free will is reduced, and their thoughts are clouded. It makes them easier to trick. They also become more reckless and aggressive.
Tai said, I guess it could be worse, maybe. How fast can they customize their troops? There has to be a limit, right? If the god is facilitating the process, there's no way they can just make infinite amounts of ultra-powerful mutants.
Omandine shrugged. I can't say. Every time we tried to question their people, they just melted or laughed at us, no matter what we did to them. Everything I know is from observations.
He hesitated, considering.
That said, we never captured a vat master. Their kind seem to keep most of their intellect. It might be possible to get answers.
I'm fairly certain that the 6 vat masters they have are the Akoans we saw at Sabantal, Tai said. Uneth and Cleosin exchanged meaningful looks.
We suspected as much as well.
We have some resources we can leverage, he said, telling the gathering about the celestial blood. I don't know why it exploded on contact, but when I threw a cask inside the well, it created a huge blast. I bet if we can get more inside the vats, the detonation will be proportional. Cleosin replied,
Celestial mana violently removes impurities. If the blood has the mana in it, that would explain the reaction. There's nothing more impure than what a monster god does to their worshippers.
On our world, Uneth added, the monster god eventually adapted to this sort of tactic. I suggest we use the blood while we can. If it's so dangerous, why would the god of monsters have its agents collecting celestial blood? Omandine asked. It does not strike me as intelligent to collect the means of your own destruction.
I would guess for experimentation, Cleosin said. It is best to understand your enemies. If the monster god was preparing for some sort of maneuver, having information on its enemies would benefit it.
Thinking back on literature from his world, Tai said, It is also the god of corruption, right? Where I come from, literally every kid who ever learns about angels and demons fantasizes about merging the two. Maybe it's trying to find a safe way to breed hybrids. Uneth looked in the direction of the well.
Or maybe it was trying to use it for the very purpose you did, Tai. Maybe it was willing to sacrifice its minions to open the sanctuary. Sufficient explosives might do the trick.
That makes sense,
Aquamarine said.
Regardless of her motivation, it will know we have them. I would assume that it has adjusted the layout of his camp to accommodate the blood, Omandine said. We will need more information, Uneth said. What kind of monsters do they have? What are they equipped for? If they are waiting, what for? I would like to have Teonsu scout the camp. Mage, what about using magic? Cleosun made a negative gesture. I would expect words and retaliation were I to probe. I would not pit my will against god-backed magic, even in my original form. She made a pointed look in Ty's direction. Let's get through this crisis first, all right? He said to her. You all heard that. They said after this crisis. Ty cringed, wondering just what he'd unleashed on the future him. Focusing back on matters at hand, he said, Give me a second to think. I may have an idea. Stepping away, he sat on the floor and got out one of his few clean notepads. Exhaling meditatively, he tried to recall everything he'd learned playing real-time strategy games. Reasoning that the simulations from his world could be valuable here, he began writing. He documented their known assets and the key abilities he knew his allies had now, thanks to the Seneschal. Once he had that done, he started tracking variables such as time and distance. Over the next few minutes, Ty remapped the scenario in terms he understood. He imagined playing through it as a computer game, and then again at his grandmother's table. The woman had been quite inventive, particularly when it came to complex war scenarios. He saw the value in Uneth and Omandine's statements about gathering intelligence, and not knowing what the enemy was doing or the cards they could bring to the table could spell a quick end to every idea they had. One way or another, they had to find out what the enemy was capable of and what their plans were. They also had to do it all quickly, otherwise he would be sucked back to Earth while his allies dealt with a potentially overwhelming force. Hagami, I don't suppose you'd be willing to make a mental projection of that map and let me work through some ideas with you. Virtual style. The Arbiter considered.
Technically, such an effect should cost a merit or require you to learn a psionic ability. In this instance, I am allowed some small wiggle room, provided you do not ask me to conjecture or extrapolate.
That would be great.
I would recommend spending a few merits to upgrade my interface. That would make things like what you're asking less gray.
Understood. Let's get some levels under my belt and we'll do that. Now, do me a favor and project a copy of Aquamarine's map in front of me. It'll show me the locations I've visited thus far. The illusory map appeared far more detailed and colorful than Cleosun's projection. And the known troops and values, please. Dots appeared on the map, color-coded and labeled. When Ty thought about them, their meaning instantly became clear. He also found he could zoom in or out with a thought, affording him the God perspective of a real-time strategy game, only with fine controls. Better yet, Hagami had pulled in data from his enhanced interface from obtaining a Seneschal. He could see his troops' names, their levels, and little icons showing their skill suites. The Cohens with military experience were labeled with little swords, while their spellcasters had scrolls and so on. Is there any way I can see the spell lists of the casters?
You'll need to ask them, either through your
interface or directly. A fair warning, it's common knowledge that spellcasters
are secretive about their spells on
our world.
Here, a spell represents the concrete manifestation of a holistic understanding of arcane concepts. Knowing a spell that someone can cast can give you insight into their background, training, and even how they think. It's far more intimate and dangerous than you might expect.
And Ty didn't hesitate to send a note to each of his Akoan spellcasters, including Cleosun, asking them for any spells they thought would be useful in combat. He made a note that he didn't need ancillary details, just bare facts. Hagami populated the spell list as they filtered into his interface, translating the terms into ones he'd understand. A rolling inferno of Soul's Fire became Enhanced Pure Damage Fireball, and so on. Okay, I think I can see a plan here, Ty said after a few minutes of studying the map and troops.
He turned back to the group, who had continued talking in muted tones while he worked with his arbiter. "By all means," Uneth said. I pointed to the floating spell map. "First, we need to capture or kill the Vat Masters. We know they've visited Sabantul once. I bet they will do it again, especially if they are outfitting an army. Hell, we need to do a run for our goods, too. We might as well kill 2 birds with 1 stone." He gestured to Uneth and Cleosan. "They are a Cohen. You two will work on a plan for their capture. I must be there. My god has offered me a significant bounty to kill them, so factor me in."
"This makes sense,"
Cleosan said. Buoyed by their support, Ty pointed to the area in the forest near the enemy army. "Aquamarine, I believe they will probably use scouts. If there's anything I know from my old gaming days, it's the danger of the fog of war. Can you and your allies make sure those scouts don't return, or at least try to keep tabs on them?" Aquamarine bobbed slightly in the window.
My sprites are already on it. Unless they come with the aid of powerful scions again, we will know their movements. I can see about allocating the forest's defenders to the area to stop any probes. The Dryads might even be willing to help in some fashion.
Ty checked his resource assets with a glance. "We have 32 barrels of celestial blood left. We don't want to just chuck those at the enemy. Omendine, can you work with Uneth to see which of our Cohens can retrofit arrows or other weapons to include a small amount of the blood in them or on them? In my world, someone speculated that a hollow arrowhead with a bit of liquid silver in it could be used against a werewolf. I wonder if something like that could work here."
"I think we can work with that idea," Omendine said. "There are existing weapons that are similar here, and particularly ones that deliver a special additive effect when used against the magic protections. Perhaps we can replicate something similar, or construct it into our weapons. We lack the facilities for broad production of such things, though, Ty," Uneth added. "It might be simpler to just dip a blade or arrowhead in a diluted mixture of the blood, rather than undertaking a new engineering task."
Ty chuckled awkwardly. "Oh yeah, that makes sense. Why hadn't he seen that as a solution?"
Uneth continued. "Of course, the problem with that is we'll be delivering a reduced amount of the blood in each strike, assuming it doesn't simply evaporate during delivery."
"I may be able to help,"
Aquamarine said.
"There is a material in the forest that I can extract from the plants. It may add a sticky property to the liquid."
"Do you mind working on that with Omendine?" Ty said.
"Of course."
"Good planning," he said. "Let's meet back here tomorrow morning and see what we've come up with, all right? I know it's a tight timetable, but I don't see any better options." The group agreed and parted ways, Uneth and Cleosan partnering to deal with the problem of their wayward descendants, Aquamarine to gather allies and plant materials, and Omendine to discuss options with the other Akoans. One benefit of having ancient Akoan spirits on their side was the fact that there were literal generations of experience aiding each of them. And were it not for the insanity that afflicted them, Ty had no doubt his small force would prove overwhelming in most confrontations. With his allies occupied, he didn't have much else to offer. He had provided vision and organization for which he was pleasantly surprised, but he lacked the expertise to help in executing any of the tasks. Walking outside of the tavern after Aquamarine left, he looked up at the sky. He had less than half a day ahead of him, and nothing to do. Thoughts of what had brought him to this point rolled in. Images of horror, those he hadn't stored in his mind fortress, bubbled to the surface, threatening to steal his focus. He contemplated storing those, too. Who would he be without his memories, though? The mind fortress was an incredible tool, a magic device that might end PTSD for millions of people on his homeworld, yet he sensed it could also be an addictive trap. Painful memories taught important lessons. Without them, Ty wouldn't be who he was. Without his painful memories of his late father, would he have become the gamer he was?
Would he have read the books that gave him the framework to interact with this world? Pain had, to some degree, motivated him to become who he was. He had to admit that it had probably also crippled him. Ultimately, he figured using the fortress was about finding balance. Store the memories that would cripple him while keeping the ones that would give him the impetus he had to have to move forward. Remembering the Opal Guardians and Boblin was important. It helped him find his roots in this world, to feel genuine loss. And deciding to follow in the footsteps of the Okoans, Tai reached for privacy. It was hard, with hundreds of bustling Okoans moving about. The village was practically full again. The sounds of construction followed him until he found a spare space to sit and be alone. With his back to a stone building, Tai pulled his knees to his chest, wrapping his arms around them. Curled tightly, he let the feelings out. Slowly, deliberately, he pulled memories from his mind fortress. He remembered Boblin, her last moments. He remembered the Opal Guardians and all their glory. His sense of awe at their beauty, yet their willingness to accept and trust him, returned to him. In the pain of his memories and loss, he saw a deeper truth about the books technology had shown him. He saw the wonder and beauty of a magical world. He also saw the reality of war. He saw what would come to this world. The Okoan spirits he'd brought out of Sanctuary weren't from this world. They'd come from a previous world. The resonance bridge had been used before. He didn't know the full history of that first usage. What he knew was filled with horrors and death. If history repeated itself, his world would know a calamity that would put all wars to shame. The suffering he had experienced through the Okoan spirits, and now, personally, could be visited on humanity. It could also be visited upon the denizens of this world. I've never been a power gamer, Tai thought to Hagami. I always imagined myself living in the worlds I explored, you know? I wanted to thrive in them, to just be happy. Not helpless, but not a god. I had some friends who liked power. They min-maxed their way to the top of every combat. Some of them were so bloodthirsty they'd just ransack entire villages for the chance to get a rare drop or some experience. I did my best not to be like that. I always thought about the books, you know, like the ones from the prophecy. I didn't want to become Thomas Covenant, even in my fantasy games.
Maybe that's why the god included you in the lottery,
Nagami thought back. Tai shrugged, the motion dislodging tears he hadn't felt himself shedding. I can't think like that now. Not just like that, anyway. I can't die, Hagami. Too many people count on me. Fuck. Do you have any idea what it's like to know 20,000 souls lived inside you, relying on you to give them their final rest or whatever? Hagami manifested for the first time since Sanctuary, its magenta light shining warmly against Tai's face.
I am in you, Tai. I may not live in your skin or control your thoughts, but I feel what you feel. I know your burden.
Somehow the Arbiter's confession only made him feel worse. How can you know what I'm going through and not do more?
Tai,
don't you realize? Me being with you, communicating with you, is significant. Our gods have come together and given you a legitimate chance to experience our world. You can save people here and on your planet. It's not a pleasant situation, but it is the only one we're given. I'm doing everything I am allowed. You must make of it what you will.
Inhaling a shuddering breath, Tai began locking the worst of the memories back in the mind fortress. The pain slowly, mercifully eased. As the source of his trauma receded, he felt determination replace the pain. Determination and anger. You know what I'm going to do, Tai said, looking down at his hands. His alunite gauntlets took on an emerald metallic sheen. Pulling his black dagger from its sheath, he held the handle flat against the back of one hand. Slowly, with careful guidance, he made the alunite wrap around the material of the hilt, securing it in place. The knife didn't budge when he hit it against the stone building.
What?
Agami answered his prompt, though the arbiter no doubt sensed his intent, if not his exact thoughts. I'm going to grind some damn experience. Chapter 34. Not So Fast. Days remaining in cycle, 13. Tai used the rest of his day in meditation. He'd begun looking for an Akoan with memories that could help train him in combat, particularly as it applied to his developing skill set. And there were hundreds of potentially good choices, including quite a few who intimidated him too much to access completely. Avoiding minds too intense to deal with, he narrowed it down to half a dozen before he'd returned to the tavern and slept. To this world's credit, the mattresses were comfortable. The next morning he lamented leaving behind so many of his goods back at his forest camp. Whoever had ransacked the place hadn't precisely stolen or destroyed everything. He could have retrieved at least a change of clothes or rations. Time had been tight, and he hadn't been thinking practically. After finishing one of his final meal replacement bars and checking his gear, Tai made his way out of the room he'd appropriated. Uneth, Cleosan, and Omendine were waiting for him. They sat around a table, a parchment with a simple drawing of the surroundings weighted down with mugs. A plate of food sat in front of Omendine, and another in front of an empty chair. "Is that for me?" Tai gestured to the plate, taking the empty chair. Cleosan buzzed affirmation.
"We found food stores secured throughout the village. Omendine prepared the food. He assured us it would please you."
And the plate had a mixture of greens, nuts, and thin slices of some sort of meat. Tai looked at his llama-shaped friend's plate, and the tray sap also had partaken of the meat. "I didn't think you were a meat eater." "Why would you think of that?" Omendine's lips peeled back. He had disturbingly human-looking teeth, complete with sharp incisors. "Oh, no reason." There was no way Tai was going to tell him about llamas now. Clearing his throat with a series of clicks, Uneth said,
"Tai, we think we have a plan for dealing with the Akoan's leaders."
And Cleosan somehow looked excited, despite lacking the facial features for it. Tai attempted one of the Akoan hand gestures, meaning, "Please elaborate."
"Like this,"
Uneth corrected, showing him the proper motion before continuing.
"First, we believe that the Vatmasters have a contingent of troops stationed near the city. Kidnapping or killing the masters outside of the city will require us to take that into consideration. To counter that, we will want to bring a sizable countering force. While we have the advantage of surprise, overwhelming force makes sense."
Cleosan added,
"It is possible that they will have one or more spellcasters with them, and maybe a few assassins. We will want to bring myself, a few of the other spellcasters you resurrected, and all Teonsu's rangers."
"All of this sounds good to me," Tai said. "What else?"
"I have the teleportation ring in place. I do not recommend using it yet, though. As soon as we put it in the teleportation network, there's a chance that its magic will become visible to those who look for new rings."
Cleosan made a wavering gesture with one hand.
"We used a similar technology on Akko, though not quite the same. If this works the same with resonances, it would be possible for one of our enemies to use its presence to track our city down. This means—"
"We'll have to do a lot of walking," Tai said with a grimace.
"Indeed," Uneth said. "This brings us to timing. Without these slords, it would take a hard day of travel through forest and swampy terrain. If we get there and the Vatmasters don't come back in a timely manner, we'll be in trouble. I'd suggest we bring our entire force, but that doesn't work. Our people still need time to adapt, on top of the gear we need them to get acquainted with. I also still need to work with Aquamarine around the solutions for the weapons, Omandine said. What's your solution? Ty asked. Uneth pressed on. We send a large force to Sabontul. As the maid suggested, we go expecting the worst. Once we gear up our strike force, we'll immediately send the rest, along with enough guards to protect the convoy back to the town. That will probably be a 4-day round trip, which will leave us with 9 until you go. It'll give Omandine 5 days, if we're lucky, to get things secure and help our people gear up. You've done a great job of putting experienced warriors and spellcasters in the demon bodies, but the psychological burden isn't going to go away. I would expect our people to need extra oversight and help to function as a combat unit in that short of a span. Ty nodded, lamenting the fact that he couldn't give each of the Akoans a mind fortress. Such a device might give the spirits back a measure of their peace. That also gives us 7 days to take the Vat Masters before we pivot and go straight to the camp. Indeed, Uneth said. Either way, we coordinate with Aquamarine sprites and meet in the forest within the next 11 days. That only gives us 2 days to observe and plan an on-site strike. However, with Aquamarine scouting help, even without the sloths, we should be able to do better than going in sight unseen. Omandine made a distinctly equine snort. This is a good plan. Until we step in whatever shit the monster god is sure to lay on our path. Good delivery, Uneth. Thank you, Seneschal, Uneth replied. He sounded genuinely pleased. Most of the idea was yours, so I was glad to explain. Ty said, In my world we have a saying. It goes something like, everyone has a plan until they get punched in the mouth. Wise words, Omandine said. Do we have any word from Aquamarine? Ty asked, sparing another mouthful of food. It was simple fare, lacking any sort of spices, but was tasty all the same, especially compared to protein bars. The dragon checked in before you awoke, Omandine said. No reports from the Scots yet. Neither of the sloths are ready to help again, and there's no way to know if or when they will be. On a positive note, it did provide me with a solid supply of material to experiment with on our weapons. I will be working with one of the Akoans who is familiar with alchemical mixtures to help in the process. A pop-up flashed in the lower right of Ty's vision, giving him a quick overview of the Akoan Omandine had identified as potentially useful. Her name was Meridian. She was labeled as having alchemy as a peak rating, along with several other science and dream-oriented skills. Her class and level were labeled privacy locked. She also had the deeply disturbed status beneath her name. What is privacy locked? Hagemi sent, People over level 8 can conceal, obscure, or even manipulate information gleaned from passive abilities like these, depending on their abilities. Good to know. Most of the Akoans had some sort of status showing their mental state during their nightly meditation, Ty had noticed, but this was the first one he'd seen during the day. Curious, he checked Uneth's status. Sure enough, he had one too. His status was fractured, and the word was red for some reason. We're going to need to do something about the mental afflictions crippling our people, Ty said. Can we make mind fortresses and store some of the worst memories? Cleosan made a buzzing, approving sound.
Yes, absolutely. I plan to remake these demon bodies into something more familiar, which will help. It would be best to make the mind crystals after that remaking, since they need to be harmonized to the final biology. And as this world as a manufacturing facility, we will also need quite a bit of resources for me to begin production, which will also take time.
Omendine said,
"The Mind Fortress crystals are extremely rare. I've heard of them, of course, but I don't know of any easy way to acquire them. I wouldn't expect to find a cheap or easy source."
Tai said, "We can make it a long-term project. Once I get back from my world, we'll make it a top priority. Meridian looks good, Omendine. Her stats are exceptional, assuming her mental state allows you to work with her." Omendine pursed his thin lips. The sheer responsibility of taking control of both the new settlement and the Akoans from Tai for the duration of his absence had not pleased the Trace-App.
"I'll make it work. You're bringing my darlings back to me. I'll do whatever it takes to secure the village."
Tai bit back the reflexive question. He didn't have time to delve into whatever Omendine meant about his darlings. "You all did a good job coming up with these plans. Our course of action is set. Let's get everyone coming organized and leave in the next hour if possible."
"Easily done," Uneth said. "The magic your seneschal provides us makes communicating far simpler."
"Wait, does everyone have access to the interface?" He looked at Omendine.
"Interface?"
Omendine said.
They do not.
Agami sent him.
To them, the magic presents in a more organic, instinctive way.
Tai said, "Sorry, not interface. I meant, magic. I didn't realize you could give everyone access to the communications spells." Omendine shook his head.
"No, not everyone. As long as the people are loyal to you and within the village, my power allows them to receive communications. You and I can designate up to 8 others as leaders. Those can send communication as well. Only you and I get the full details of the inhabitants. As of now, Uneth and Cleosin are the only ones on the leadership list."
"Good to know," Tai said. "Let's get ready and on the road. I'd rather not kill more time talking if possible." Standing, he asked Cleosin, "I don't suppose you have a spell to clean someone? I feel absolutely filthy." Laughing, the maid replied,
"Of course, our people are quite fastidious. At least we are when we're not half insane and in demon bodies."
Her spell didn't just bathe Tai, it completely refreshed everything he was carrying, whisking away grime and blood in a moment. And the spell did not, unfortunately, repair the hole in his robe. Less than an hour later, he and his strike force left the village to begin their hard day's trek to Sabantal. Days remaining in cycle: 12. Hit points: 10. Health shield: lesser: 15. Mana: 12. Mana shield: 6. "I'm going to go in and look around. Maybe talk with that vendor we saw the Akoans talking with last time," Tai said the next day as the large group gathered just within view of Sabantal's walls. They'd allowed themselves the leisure of sleeping in, as the trade masters didn't open until later in the morning. The day's moderate heat was pleasantly nearing its zenith, balancing the mild sea air wafting in from the south. Uneth said, "You may be recognized. Those recent attacks were not coincidence." Tai looked over at Cleosin expectantly.
"Fine, but you'll not go alone,"
she replied, casting the illusion spell. He didn't feel any different, but when he looked down, he saw that the shape of his hands and the skin tone was different. She repeated the process with Uneth, Theonsu herself, and several of Theonsu's rangers. Once the spells were cast, he addressed the concealed Akoans. "We will go into the town, collect our supplies, and ask some questions. We'll return or signal if things go awry, all right?" The crowd made gestures of agreement, and he led the disguised group to the city. Sabantal was as Tai remembered it, with the same oddly dressed people moving atop their streets of light. He made his way to the trademasters and used his password with Jessa, who looked him up and down with an expression of vague suspicion.
The other human was wearing a black outfit with distracting lime green stitching along the lapels.
Yeah, we'll have them for you, as agreed. All on enchanted wagons, all tip-top shape. Even the animals are good. They gave a good ruckus the other day. Not a harmed, I promise. Where do you want a convoy to meet you? South Road?
South sounds fine. Wait, did you say animals? Jessa chuckled.
Your master didn't tell you? Yeah, those are some real rare creatures you have on your hands. I ought to charge your master an extra fee for all the trouble one of those cats caused when it got free. And those damn rabbits, way too smart for their own good. Creepy, if you ask me.
Rabbits and cats? Ty blinked, flabbergasted. Just what was Omendine doing?
Big ones, yeah. Now, when did you say you wanted to do the handoff?
Can you give me 2 hours? My master wants me to do some shopping first.
Sure.
Jessa frowned, looking around, then leaned over his desk and whispered to Ty,
Say, you don't know where your master is right now, do you? There might be something in it for you if you can give me his exact location.
Ty tried to roll with the question, dropping his voice and leaning in. He wonders a lot, that one. If you tell me where you need him, I might be able to get him somewhere for you.
I just say, Jessa said. My friends come into town every other day. They're curious, you know. Just want to ask some polite questions. Actually, they ought to be back sometime soon. How's about I arrange a little meeting, and maybe you get paid double time?
Grimacing, Ty held out a hand, rubbing his fingers together surreptitiously. If he didn't play the part of a grifter, someone who would turn his employer in for money, no doubt Jessa would get even more suspicious. At this point, he was working on instinct, channeling the rogue character he'd played during tabletop games all those years ago. Deep down, he was certain the act was transparent. I might be able to come back and have a little chat with them, but I'd need some convincing. Jessa glanced at his hand, sneered, and passed him a chit from his pouch. It was worth 5 marks.
There you go, the merchant said. Good money for a healthy conversation.
Ty pocketed the chit. I'll be back in a couple of hours. He left the store and set to rounding up the other Akoans. They were fortunate that Jessa had been so willing to give information away, although in retrospect he wasn't surprised. It was a town for smugglers, after all. And once the group was together and back in the field with the rest of their people, Ty laid his findings out. I figure I'll meet with the traders outside of the town after we secure our goods. If I can, I'll get them to go a ways from the city so you all can just sweep in. We capture 1 or 2 for questioning, and boom, next steps just fall into place. That is, assuming we get them to talk.
Cleosen shrugged. Traders. Easy to make traders talk.
Uneth said,
Ty, I don't like you putting yourself in their grasp. It's possible this will end up being a double cross.
Ty looked at Theonsu. We'll just make sure my bodyguard is nearby, won't we? Chapter 35. Ambush. Days remaining in cycle. 12. Ty and his bodyguards met the laborers with their goods before he headed back to the trademaster, and the merchants had been true to their word. Each of the 20 open-air wagons was laden with Omendine's ordered goods. Barrels and boxes of armaments cluttered fully half of the wagons, while most of the rest had building equipment and trade tools on them. The last wagon was a bit of an oddity, however. Cages decorated the front and back of the wagon, stacks of boxes separating them. Inside the front cages were a dozen big, long-haired cats. The cats had 6 limbs, and their bottom jaws hinged open to reveal an utterly terrifying cave of sharp teeth. No doubt any rodent on Earth would have had an immediate heart attack at the sight. And the back of the rabbin held furry rabbits with pearl-sized forehead gems. And when Ty stared at the rabbits in confusion, one of the handlers who had brought the wagons out spoke up. "Distributed eye variant, very rare." The young man tapped his forehead, speaking in what Hagami translated into something like English Cockney. "Distributed?" he asked. "Yeah, the more of them there are, the smarter they become. Shared intelligence. Good thing these breed really slow, otherwise we'd have a damn army of the fuckers taking over the world." "But why?" He looked between the crates, from horrific spider cats to the adorable but apparently intelligent bunnies. The handler shrugged. "Well, it's not my job to ask questions, mate. I'll just keep 'em fed and from killing each other." Several of his Akoans, wearing human disguises, stepped up to take the reins of one of the beasts at the front of the wagon train. With the magical endowments that Omendine had negotiated for the wagons, it only took 4 of the oxen-like creatures to pull all 20 at a decent clip down the road. The Akoans would escort it off-road at a point out of sight of the city in case someone was trying to track their comings and goings. Uneth and Omendine had been certain that their enemies would have some sort of plan to use the goods against them, either by magical tracking or visual, and they'd made plans accordingly. Ty waved the handlers away after getting some basic feeding and care information from them, and then headed after the wagons. He met Cleosin and Uneth a few miles south of the city, where Cleosin took a few minutes to cast several spells of detection on the whole train. She found 6 spells and 10 enchanted items, each with an increasing level of nuance to their concealment.
"This is the last," she said, picking a bug out of the ear of one of the pack animals. "Next I will cast some simple deception spells to make whoever is tracking them think they are still working. Perhaps they will follow the wagons into the ocean."
"How do you know?" Ty asked, standing with Uneth and the others. Watching Cleosin work was a thing of disturbing beauty. She sang and danced in rhythm, making beautifully haunting song spells. Then, at random intervals, she'd jerk and spasm and seem to go into full-blown seizures. He guessed the fits were a result of her variety of madness, but wasn't about to ask her, though. Cleosin stepped closer to Ty, dropping her voice.
"Consider this a special secret yet. No sharing. The first spells I cast were simple overall detection and counting spells. As soon as I determined they were trackers, I used fate magic to determine the number of variables involved. Each time I removed one of the trackers, I cast the spell again until I could discern the total number. It's a mana-intensive process, yet effective, even against lesser gods and their ilk. Fate itself helps."
"That's brilliant," he said.
"Thank you."
And she gave him one of her demonic grins.
"Now, let me cast my deception spells. Plan on me taking 4 hours to recharge my mana after that. Give it at least half that before you go into the town, just to be on the safe side, yes?"
No one came from the town to investigate the wagon trail. 2 hours later, Ty walked into the trade masters alone. Not seeing him, Jessa exhaled a visible sigh of relief before coming from around the desk. Unlike the first time he'd visited, the shop was doing a brisk business, and the other 2 staff members stared daggers at Jessa's back as he and Ty exited the building. "I showed up an hour ago. I told them about you. They're so excited. You're just gonna love 'em. Wait and see. Love 'em." And Jessa spoke as he led him through a maze of buildings near the southern section of the city. And Ty affected an uncomfortable expression. "They don't mean to do anything bad to my master, do they? I mean, he's a little strange, but he pays well." And Jessa chuckled. "Nothing, I'm sure. I just want to have a word with him. Apparently, he might have hurt one of their friends real bad. Might cost a small fortune to get a new leg for her or something. They probably just want a little help with the money and the things. That's all." Ty's stomach dropped. He figured the Scion assassin was still alive, but the confirmation just made matters worse. She'd nearly killed him twice, and he had no illusions about his powers being sufficient to face her for a rematch. Things with invisibility and movement powers were a nightmare to fight. Rounding a building, Jessa and Ty emerged in a cul-de-sac facing a smooth section of the southernmost wall next to the port. And to his surprise, all 6 of the monster gods Akoan Vatmasters stood in a relaxed half-circle near the wall, which rippled and slid open to reveal a concealed exit. "Here you go," Jess said, pushing on his shoulder hard enough to make him stumble closer to the group. "Now pie up." One of the Akoans, a nearly 8-foot-tall man with sleek blue plumage outlining chiseled features, sneered at Jessa and flicked a hand. A bag appeared, flying through the air and slamming into Jessa's chest hard enough to make the man stumble and drop the bag. Metal coins spilled out onto the street, the emblem of a woman visible on each.
"Come in a week. We'll provide you with compensation for the mother's coin."
Another of the Akoans, a woman with emerald feathers, moved in quick, liquid steps to wrap an arm around Ty's arm. Her grip was strong. Without Ty's strength-enhancing gauntlets, currently masquerading as simple workman's gloves, he knew that she'd have been his equal. "Hey now," he said, continuing his masquerade as a simple laborer, though the hint of fear in his voice was real. He knew what Akoans were capable of, and these weren't half mad from thousands of years of torture.
"Do not think thoughtful thoughts," the woman said through tight lips, her voice a dry lisp. He thought he saw a stubby, forked tongue behind her teeth. "You will not be harmed so long as you come with us peacefully."
Stilling himself, Ty looked back to see Jessa scrambling for the spilled coins. Is the monster god female in the same way inspiration is male? I've been thinking of her as it. A gamey sent affirmation through their bond, followed by a sense of caution. Ty figured the Arbiter wasn't going to take any action for the time being, unless some magic of the Akoans detect its presence. After he'd collected his prize, Jessa swept the group a bow before walking away. He didn't even look at Ty as he left.
"That one fails to show proper respect. Always."
The speaker was short for an Akoan with orange and green plumage. A blue plumage chuckled.
"Once he has ascended, he shall."
Jerking his head to the opening, he said,
"Hurry, we want to implant him before the others realize he's gone."
The stub-tongue pulled Ty through the gate without a word, using her size and strength to manhandle him forward. Did he say implant?" he said.
"Do not worry. You will enjoy it. Always."
Orange plumage flashed Ty what he thought was meant to be a reassuring smile. Orange had uneven eyes, like the human assassin who had killed Balplin. One was slightly bigger and a different color than the other. They wondered if that meant the Akoan had some ocular power. Suppressing a shudder, he found himself walking in the center of the Akoans. Unlike those in his memories, this group moved with a sense of synchronous rhythm that had less in common with a bird and more like a slither of serpents. They set a fast pace, taking them directly from the concealed entry to the road, although a few travelers and merchant wagons moved up and down the road, and none stopped to pay him or his captors any heed. "So, what is it you want to know?" Ty tried. "I thought you wanted to know where my leader was." Blue plumage made a short laughing sound.
"Yes, we want to know that, but more too. You will help us find them, and then you will help us deal with him."
"What? How? I thought this was just to ask me questions." And Ty made to pull away from the group, jerking his arm in Stub-Tongue's grasp. The Stub-Tongue backhanded him across the mouth. His protective shield flared briefly, softening the blow. At the flare of the shield, she hissed a word and hit him again, this time bypassing the shield and sending him to the ground, blood flecking his lips.
"The little traitor has a shield,"
one of the Akoans with violet and green plumage said. He sounded more intrigued than worried.
"Shall I take it?"
the Stub-Tongue asked. Blue Plumage made a negating gesture.
Leave it. It will not hinder the process, and it will be suspicious if the man returns to his former master without the trinket.
Ty let Stubtongue pull him back into the center of the group. His mouth stung, but he'd learned something important. The Akoan Vatmasters could bypass his shield with a spell. He wasn't happy that his lesser shield wasn't effective against every source of damage, but he hadn't expected it to be. The upside was that he knew the shield would deflect their mundane attacks normally. They traveled past the smooth metal circle of Sabantal's public transportation ring a few minutes later. The ground around the ring was dirt, hard packed into the ground, and the ring was framed by 6 silver pillars. Copper runes decorated the pillars, giving off a subtle presence that made Ty think of his guide.
I don't suppose you have anything to drink,
he said. Stubtongue squawked a laugh and reached down. Her uniform was tight-cut, in a style not too dissimilar to Earth military gear, but she had a hip-hugging skirt on over her pants. Inside a fold of the skirt, she reached into a small metal ring and withdrew a writhing leather pouch. The bitch has vault storage, Ty thought bitterly as he shook his head at her.
On second thought, maybe I'm not that thirsty.
His Akoan captor laughed, upending the bag of ichor-drenched worms directly into her mouth. Ooze rolled down her lips and cheeks, absorbing directly into her plumage. He saw the worms writhing down the column of her throat as she swallowed. Orange plumage leered at Ty.
You should be excited. The worms of change will know you soon, make you anew, powerful. You will embrace our true goddess, always. I don't see why we don't just fly him back to camp and put him in a vat. A few hours with the mother, and he'd be far more useful a tool,
Violet Plumage said.
This has been discussed and the decision made,
Blue Plumage said. The trade road thinned out as they progressed southward. Bent grass and dirty ruts gave evidence to carts traveling down, just fewer than in the northern direction. Ty wasn't enough of a woodsman to tell if the tracks were newer, though he'd guess they were. The monster god's army couldn't have been setting up in their secondary location for long. They crested a hill a bit later, and Ty got a deep whiff of unmasked sea air. He remembered that smell from his world, from a time when he and his parents had been a family. For a heartbeat, he genuinely missed Earth. Then he saw the waiting monsters. And there were 30 or 40 dirty humans, each resembling the half-mad group that had attacked back at the clearing. Opposite the humans was a cluster of bear-like things covered in chitin, and their torsos studded with gleaming gemstones. Finally, closer to the river, there were 2 massive demons that resembled winged hydras. With draconic bodies, each had 6 limbs and a pair of immense leathery wings. The thick columns of their trunk gave way to a dozen crocodilian heads atop long, prehensile necks that were in constant motion. At the apex of their torsos, just before their chests split into the necks, were basketball-sized gems that flickered with sullen red magic. As they neared, Ty noticed that the magic light in one gem echoed in the other, then back again. The hydras had mind gems. He pulled up his character sheet and went to the tab with Cleosin on it. Working as fast as his mind would allow, he sent her a note. Cleosin, I have an ability that lets me install Akoan's souls into demons with mind gems.
Do you believe this would count as demons?
He willed an image of the hydras to accompany the note and was pleased to see a little attachment icon appear with the sending. Stumbling a bit, as much at the horrifying sight as his loss of concentration on walking, Ty was led down the hill and toward the congregation. His interface flashed. He opened the prompt to see Cleosin's reply. Those are mind gems, and those creatures classify as demonic, yes. From what I've gathered, any creature with an organic mind gem here is labeled as a demon, which is strange, and I wonder why. A silly new planet. How close do you have to get to take one over? I have to touch them. Goody! He could practically hear the mad mage's cackling laughter over the text display. Turning his attention from the exchange, Tai addressed the collection of souls in his chest. Who wants to possess a demonic hydra? Raise your hand if you're feeling particularly angry. A dozen souls pushed at his cage, their associated memories surfacing in answer. Ready yourselves.
Why does he have that expression?
Orange Plumage said from a few feet away. He was peering into Ty's eyes, a look of suspicion on his fine features.
Perhaps he is praying,
Stubtongue said, jerking Ty's arm.
Are you praying, little man?
Ty glanced around, seeing that the Akoans had stopped him near their backup. The humans were just to his left, looking at him with utter madness in their eyes. He wouldn't have been surprised to see them frothing or tearing at their own clothes, just from the way they gibbered and gestured wildly. The bears were furthest away, heads lolling about lazily. He suspected that as dangerous as the bears looked, they were probably the pack animals of the demons, so likely less overtly aggressive. The hydras were maybe 30 feet away, with so many heads atop each body, a few from each of the pair flicked in his direction at any given moment. Are we ready? Ty sent Unath through the interface.
I said, are you praying?
Stubtongue shook him. Orange Plumage laughed, reaching into his pants to retrieve a vial of ichor.
He will be praying soon to the mother, always.
His hand caressed the vial as he held it up to the light. The substance pulsed in the vial, and the light around it warped inward, ripples appearing in the air.
"One drop this time," Blue Plumage said. "I won't have another captive melt because you are too enthusiastic."
"One drop," Violet Plumage echoed. "Mother's blood is too precious to waste. We have to maintain the vats until the next wave arrives. That means at least another month for your vial."
Orange Plumage scowled at his companions.
"You treat me like I am damaged, always. But my mind is clear. Am I not your equal? Was I not born and raised to be as all of us? Am I not capable? Always."
Ready, Unath sent. Ty slid one hand down to his side, and the Akoans hadn't searched him, and he meant to make them pay for it. A focused thought allowed him to extend a tendril from his gauntlet into his pocket, and just barely long enough to catch the hilt of the black dagger. Using a move he'd practiced on the trip, he rotated his hand and pressed the back to his thigh and the flat of the dagger's hilt. "It sure sounds to me like they think you're a moron," Ty said to Orange Plumage. "Why do you follow his lead anyway? He's clearly thinking about having sex with your sister." He jerked his chin to Blue Plumage. Orange's eyes widened in shock, alarm, and confusion. Stubtongue shook with rage.
"You dare!"
she began, only to freeze in mid-sentence as Ty whipped his free hand up and slammed the dagger into her throat. Her expression was one of pure shock as she fell. Multiple arrows blossomed in the chests of the adjacent Akoans and in a dozen of the humans. The bears looked up and around, blinking in confusion as the hydras roared in anger. Ty was already moving as the closest nest of hydra heads lashed around, looking for the source of the invisible attacks. One head exhaled mist into the air. The mist expanded with supernatural speed, flooding the area and revealing several of his invisible allies as they raced to his aid. Theonsu and his men were fast. Whether Cleosin had enhanced them, Ty couldn't tell, but the warriors moved with Olympic speed as they rushed among the humans, literally tearing them apart. Multiple hydra heads from both creatures extended toward the attacking Akoans, a volley of lightning bolts tracing paths straight into them. Ty looked away from the fight and raced toward the nearest hydra. One head whipped down. The mouth shot lightning into him just before smashing him into the ground with one of its massive forelimbs. The lightning zapped through Ty's body in a torrent of sharp discomfort, but the stomp felt like it nearly collapsed his chest. Screaming in pain and rage, Ty made a fist and slammed the black dagger down into the hydra's leathery foot. Oily black blood spewed from the wound. Roaring, the foot withdrew long enough for him to roll toward the beast, popping to his feet at the last moment. "Kill him!" Blue Plumage screamed behind him. He thought he caught a glimpse of Stub Tongue moving her hands in a spell gesture, but he ignored her. His allies would handle the Akoans. If not, well, he was dead either way. New heads tried to reach Tai as he closed in. He'd gotten within their close range, though, and their necks, however flexible, could not easily target him any longer. Jumping to reach, Tai slammed his palm against the gem in the center of the Hydra's head. "Get this fucker," he thought, releasing the first soul he could reach into the gem. To his surprise, multiple souls pushed into the gem at the same time. The Hydra went berserk. Rolling over onto its side, the creature just managed to get a head close enough to slam Tai away from the body. Moving on instinct, he rolled toward the second Hydra. A crocodilian head snapped out, teeth puncturing Tai's robe and into the flesh beneath as it lifted him into the air. It shook him side to side like a dog worrying a rat, flesh tearing in bursts of agony. His hit point display was flashing red. He didn't dare give it any attention.
"Little daughter, allow me to teach you something."
Cleosan's roar somehow filtered in over the battlefield. Tai didn't see what happened, but he heard a bellow of horror from Stub Tongue. Bone fragments flew. What looked like multiple ribs directly impaled the Hydra, holding Tai in the face. One of its eyes burst, and the head relaxed enough for him to apply a gauntlet-enhanced punch directly to its mouth. It finally released him. Stumbling, Tai pushed past several of the heads, each impaled with dozens of bone fragments. Panting, he leaped and touched the second Hydra's mind gem. "Go!" Tai thought, unleashing more of his soul reserve before he fell back to the ground and rushed away. A stray leg kicked him again, this time pulping one of his knees. He rolled away, coming to a stop just outside the immediate melee area. Darkness flooded the edges of his vision, and he frantically funneled the worst of the pain into his mind fortress. Taking the edge off allowed him to think through the bone-crushing damage he'd suffered. Abstract concept or not, when he glanced down at its character overview and saw his hit points at 1, he absolutely agreed. He activated Verdant Touch, just in time for Orange Plumage to throw a dagger at him. It hit his robe with bruising force, but deflected off the still-functioning protections. A small burst of energy from the dagger traveled through his body despite the deflection, making his teeth ache. Some of the burst entered his prism, where it renewed his mana. The rest just caused more damage. "Fuck you!" Tai growled through gritted teeth, trying to climb to his feet. The Akoan Vatmaster had 4 arrows sticking out of his body. Electric blue hues danced around the shafts, suggesting that they'd been enchanted prior to use in battle. Despite the damage, Orange Plumage still had the strength to rush toward him. Chanting rose behind Orange Plumage. He continued, ignoring the threat, despite the surge of magic clearing the arrows impaling his chest. His head exploded, showering Tai with gore. Cleosan, cackling, wiggled her claw-tipped fingers in Tai's direction.
"I'm out of mana now,"
she sent through the interface, not letting the fact show in her posturing. "Thanks for the save," Tai sent back. He looked around, trying to get his bearings. Both Hydras continued to thrash around, the spirits he had unleashed upon them fighting for control. None of the humans were standing. Theonsu and his men had carved through the rabble like meat through a grinder. To his disgust and dismay, twisted coils of viscera twitched out of their host bodies and snaked away on the ground. The bears hadn't acted out, neither attacking nor defending their owners. A demon-possessed Akoan, one of Theonsu's rangers, he thought, stood near the group, hands outstretched. Little wisps of magic wafted from between her fingers and toward the bears. Of the Akoan Vatmasters, 4 were dead. Violet Plumage was on the ground, still breathing, but unconscious. Uneth stood over him, the bloody hilt of one of his new swords in one hand, confusion in his posture. Blue Plumage was missing. "Where did the leader go?" Tai called out to Uneth, searching for him frantically amidst the bodies. There wasn't much left of the Akoan Vatmaster's crew. Other than the thrashing hydras, the ambush had gone off near perfectly.
Teleportation spell, like the one you described the assassin using,
Uneth replied. He bent down and pressed his hand to Violet's neck before standing and sheathing his sword.
Got this one, though.
Well, that's going to bite us in the ass, Ty said sourly. He wondered how much Blue would be able to tell his god about the ambush. Certainly the army wouldn't know Ty had triggered his possession ability on the hydras, would it?
Not as much as that is going to bite them in the ass,
Cleosan said from nearby, cackling and hooking a finger back toward the two hydras. One had gone completely still, the possession a failure, and the souls lost along with the hydra's life. The other stood, its nest of heads weaving in a complex pattern. One of the heads opened its jaws and, with effort, spoke Akoan in a voice that sounded like a squealing avalanche.
This feels weird.
Chapter 36. Questions. Days remaining in cycle. 12.
Congratulations. You have killed a level 5 Vatmaster. Would you like to loot the corpse? If so, where would you like the loot deposited? Congratulations. You have killed an ascended demonic hydra. Would you like to loot the corpse? If so, where would you like the loot deposited?
They don't have a mind fortress,
Cleosan said afterward. She, Ty, Uneth, and Theonsu stood together next to the road as the other Akoans piled the human corpses in a mound. Oddly, Ty felt no remorse at killing the Vatmaster. Seeing the corpses of humans didn't bother him either. Are you doing that? He sent to Hagemi.
A little. The rest is you.
Me? How?
There are consequences to being possessed. There are consequences to sharing the values of another species. You may not consciously realize just how changed you are, Ty, but you are. Working with Akoan memories will only accelerate those changes and magnify them.
That sounds bad.
Think of the books of prophecy, Ty. Think about the men and women of your world who go to war. Does anyone in your type of situation, even in author's dreams, remain unchanged?
Well, no. That doesn't mean I won't need therapy when I get home.
What do you mean they don't have mind fortresses?
Theonsu asked, pulling Ty from his reverie. And Cleosan bent over one of the Akoan bodies and held her hand out.
There is much magic, yes, more than you might expect. They look Akoan, but on the inside I suspect very little is. Even their minds have been bent sharply, but there is no mind fortress.
She paused, hesitated a beat, then continued.
Also, these are children. Each has barely seen 20 years.
Children who were warped and stuffed with power. It sounds like something a lesser god would do,
Uneth said, and one of his hands slid down to his hip, hovering over his sword.
I have often wondered what happened to those who crossed the bridge, Theonsu said. A few of the other races crossed, as must have many of our people. Did some of our cousins bring betrayal with them and help give birth to the monster god, perhaps?
Cleosan said,
An interesting theory. I like it. We murdered the old world's gods, but maybe a tainted few realized that they could create new ones here. A few hundred, with enough time, might have been able to shape a culture and give birth to a god tailored in their image.
That might explain the books I found in Sanctuary, Ty said.
Indeed,
Cleosan responded approvingly.
How does that lead to them having no mind fortress, though?
Uneth added. Let's ask him, Ty said, indicating Violet. He walked over and rummaged through the unconscious Vatmaster's belongings until he found one of the black vials. It was nearly empty. Is that enough?
Yes.
Agami replied. Tai pocketed the vial and touched Violet's chest, triggering verdant touch and using monstrous energy. A sing-song chant came with the tainted mana. Taint and warp, twist and bind, bring them all together. Make them mine, worship me, be mine. The voice teased the back of his mind, but he ignored it. There were enough things in his head for one more voice to matter little. Violet's body shook and his eyes opened, rapidly focusing on Ty's face. His hand snapped up, clawed fingers wreathed in darkness as they slashed out. Uneth's sword intercepted the hand, the flat of his blade clicking against Violet's nails.
"I would not were I you,"
Uneth said. Violet's eyes widened as he stared at Uneth.
"How is it that you speak the language of your masters?"
With a gesture and a snarled command, Cleosan clenched her fist. The energy surrounding Violet's hand vanished, and she staggered in place, raising a hand to her head. It was the first time Ty had ever seen the mage react to a spell that way.
"His God is mighty within him,"
she said, hissing the words and taking a few steps away to sit on the ground.
"That took all of my mana. It shouldn't have."
Violet sneered.
"Little demon, do you not remember? Perhaps your kind are too simple. Our god ate yours. We are doubly blessed. It's impressive you managed even that cantrip against one such as I."
"Oh, yeah?" Ty said. Bending down, he touched Violet's leg and activated Verdant Touch again. Prismatically celestial energy ripped through the Vat Master's limb, making it jump, and the flesh beneath his pants rippled as he screamed in agony.
"Stop! Stop! Please stop!"
Violet sobbed, all bravado immediately vanishing from his demeanor. "He really is a child. I've heard spoiled kids on my world use that whining tone," Ty said, standing and looking from Uneth to Cleosan. Uneth gave him a level look. "That was celestial energy you used, wasn't it?" When Ty nodded, he continued. "You just used the power of a rival god against him. Be reasonable with your expectations."
"No, he's right,"
Cleosan said, still sitting. Addressing Violet, she said,
"Tell us what we want to know, or it'll be his power we use to wring the answers from you."
She gestured to Ty. It shocked Ty to be the focus of the mage's threat. He'd known that his prismatic ability was useful. He just hadn't realized how useful it might be in situations like this. What else could the power do if he invested merits in it? His gamer brain kicked on, spinning out 1,000 possibilities. It also reminded him of the possibilities that his mind fortress offered him, should he pursue the route of a mind-based power set. He had more options than merits at this point.
"I'll tell you what I can,"
Violet said, sounding genuinely terrified.
"I don't know much. I'm only a junior captain." "Ty, ask him about his god eating hours,"
Cleosan sent through their shared interface.
"It will be better coming from you."
Ty did as the mage asked. Violet looked around, expression becoming guarded, until Ty extended a hand in the Vat Master's direction.
"Fine. It's not like it changes anything. Millennia ago, when our god was the firstborn on this world, the Demon Queen and her daughter arrived. They gained quite the following in a short time, but Mother was strong. She overcame both, swallowing the queen and enslaving the daughter. She gained the demon's powers and its followers."
Uneth and Cleosan exchanged unreadable glances.
"Why does it matter?"
Violet pointed at the demon-bodied Echoans.
"Your kind serve and destroy. You've never given a damn about your place in the hierarchy before."
And Cleosan clicked her claw-tipped fingers together.
"Why do you have no mind fortress? Do your kind no longer use them?"
An expression of profound confusion flickered across Violet's face.
"Mind fortress?
Those are forbidden to our Koans by the decree of our mother."
His suspicious expression returned.
"Who are you?"
"It is not your place to question us," Uneth said. "Tell us about the army, its disposition and resources, along with reinforcements. We want every detail." Slowly, with some reluctance, the Vatmaster revealed what Tai and his allies needed to know. Hours later, after Uneth, Kleosin, and Theonsu finished questioning and cross-questioning Violet, the group stepped away from the prisoner to talk in private.
"Is he speaking the truth?" Uneth asked Kleosin.
"He has since the beginning," the maid replied. "I would have expected duplicity from one such as he, yet his mind is oddly simple."
Speaking in a soft, unassuming tone, Theonsu said,
"It is as if he is a weapon, a tool forged for one thing."
"I think that is precisely it,"
Uneth said. Tai said, "From what I understand of the monster god, it makes sense that she would warp your people so completely. I still don't understand why she sent such a small force here, though. Forgive me, Uneth, but the numbers the Vatmaster gave make this sound less like an army and more of a skirmishing party. A few hundred soldiers was obviously enough to overwhelm Aquamarine and the other defenders, but if she knew what the sanctuary was, wouldn't she be leveraging more of her power?"
"I do not believe she knows it is sanctuary. I would guess she thinks it is something else."
The mage moved her clawed hands in time with her words, using Akoan gestures to punctuate and add meaning that he couldn't catch.
"Sanctuary is a life draft, a vessel of immense power and protection, particularly against the gods. No vision, nor penetrated easily. That in and of itself may be sufficient to intrigue her."
Tai felt a spike of alarm as he realized what he might have done by freeing the Akoans. Did freeing your people disarm the disguise? Did I unwittingly leave Sanctuary defenseless? Uneth made a negative gesture.
"Not even close. The passive protections require relatively little to stay active. In addition, assuming the sanctuary uses standard Akoan architecture, there will be more battery banks below. There might be tens of thousands of other minds and souls still trapped beneath."
"Fuck that. I will free our people." Tai said the words on reflex, not thinking about them until they left his mouth. Since when had the Akoans become his people? They weren't. He was a human man, not some bird thing from another planet.
"An admirable goal," Kleosin said. "This still doesn't answer the question of why she's here, or the size of her forces,"
Theonsu said. The group made their way back to Violet. Their captive had been tied up and placed in a complex diagram Kleosin called a ward circle to prevent interfering magic from getting in or out. He looked profoundly uncomfortable, yet as he watched the group draw near, an expression of utter contempt crept across his face.
"What now?" Violet snarled. "After hearing about the mother's awesome plans, are you prepared to back down and beg for mercy?"
"Not precisely," Tai replied wryly. "You said the initial waves of your mother's army included these demons." He pointed to Uneth and Kleosin, followed by a reinforcement wave once they met resistance. "You've also told us that an even larger wave is being sent in a month. Do you know why that timing?"
"I already answered this. I don't know anything other than my orders."
"Tell us your orders again," Uneth said.
"At first, it was just to come here, set up a camp, and make trouble. Whenever Scions come to investigate, capture, and turn or kill them. A few days ago, we received word to prepare for reinforcements. Apparently, there's some sort of ruin near the center of the wood that we're supposed to take and hold for one of the elites to come inspect."
"And you know nothing about the village near here? The one filled with monsters doing experiments on celestial blood?" Tai asked disbelievingly.
"I don't know anything about a village."
Violet practically spat the words.
Mother never has just one plan, and she never reveals all to one as lowly as myself.
Cleosin clacked her fingers for Violet's attention.
What of her other plans? I do not doubt that she has many times this number of troops. Why send so few here? What else is she doing?
Violet laughed mockingly.
Many times this number. Idiot. She has millions, perhaps billions of followers spanning worlds. Even now she visits the moon. If it were not for her need to...
And the Akoan's eyes bugged out as his throat collapsed into a ruin of bone and tissue. Micro-drenched tentacles exploded from his neck and mouth, lashing out and rebounding off Cleosin's barrier. A golden-violet dome, paper-thin, flared around the remains, the light dimming with each impact of the tentacles. Cursing, Uneth called,
Seiseon, can you help?
The Hydra, now healed thanks to Ty's verdant touch, lumbered over. Tail thrashing, it lashed multiple heads in the direction of the dome.
Drop the shield,
Seiseon growled with one of its mouths. It had told them that technically each head had a unique intellect and personality associated with it, and the cluster had agreed to go by Seiseon for simplicity's sake. Cleosin complied, making a slight gesture that disrupted the rune. The tentacles dropped in place, bunching up as if snakes were about to strike. Seiseon's head shot bolts of lightning into the tentacles, cooking them along with Violet's remains. Backpedaling from the noxious fumes, Ty groaned.
That smells like utter ass.
Utter ass indeed,
Uneth agreed. Theonsu, who had moved silently beside Ty, murmured,
Unclean ass, perhaps. It would take many to match that.
Despite himself, Ty laughed. A round of clicks joined soon after. It took him a moment to realize that the sound was laughter from his Akoan friends. And once they'd calmed down, he said,
It looks like he had a self-destruct mechanism. It also seems to me that you are all going to have your hands full while I'm gone.
The monster god did not learn anything from us during our questioning,
Cleosin said with certainty.
We will have the advantage of knowledge, resources, and organization.
Uneth agreed.
Focus on the now. We will be fine, assuming the next few days go well.
Realizing that he'd been ignoring a growing itch in the back of his mind, Ty triggered the loot prompts, pointing to the ground nearby. Another vial of black material, this one full, fell to the ground atop a neatly folded stack of Hydra leather. The leather was a matte gray color, unlike the blacks and browns of the living Hydra. Several robes, wands, and other magic paraphernalia populated the inventory window. He made those appear as well. Cleosin looked from the materializing goods to Ty and back.
What is that?
Oh, maybe you haven't seen this yet. I have a looting ability. When I kill something, my ability triggers and I get some sort of reward for it.
Stepping over to the pile, he pocketed the vial. The folded leather stacked nearly 5 feet tall.
There was no way he would carry that anywhere. I don't suppose we have time to get this back to the village. I don't want to waste useful resources, but I don't see how we're going to carry this anywhere with us.
A looting ability,
Cleosin asked, walking over and casually sorting through the Vatmaster's gear. She pocketed several rings and a necklace.
One of us will carry it for now,
Seiseon said. One of the Hydra's heads reached down, disjointed its jaws, and lifted the stack of leather experimentally. It didn't so much as strain at the weight or size of the stack. Ty said. He explained a few more details about the power, carefully skirting around his suspicions that Seeker had tampered with Hagami to ensure he got both the Black Dagger and the Mind Fortress. As he did, Cleosin directed one of the other Akoans to collect the remaining gear.
I'll need to check it for corruption before we go anywhere, but these will help,
she explained at Ty's dubious expression. And when he finished, Uneth looked at Ty, mouth parts working.
Ty, why haven't you coordinated with us better? You could have been landing the final blow on a lot more of our enemies.
And Ty flushed. Oh, I hadn't thought of that, I guess. The sunset's first hues burgeoned on the horizon. "We should prepare for the night. Our ceremonies will come due soon," Uneth announced. They made a simple camp, around which Cleosin erected spells of sound dampening, as she put an extra layer of wards around Ty's sleeping bag. As he lay beneath the stars, thinking about the day, Ty couldn't hear the tormented screams of his companions. If he looked, he could see them thrashing about, though. Every time he began to fall asleep, the Hydra would stomp or shoot a stream of lightning into the sky. Eventually, Ty knew the insanity of his Akoan allies would become their downfall, unless he could do something about it. Interlude 5. Things to Come. Surviving Earth participants, 17,041. Average level, 5.5. Days remaining in cycle, 11.
We all know what the monster god is planning.
Inspiration announced to the gathered gods. At his statement, the divinities each looked around and shifted to make distance from one another. Tension filled the air, palpable and dangerous. Had the great arbiter not enforced the agreement, many of the gods would have left or taken direct action. A balance spoke over the tortured silence.
We must accelerate the timetable if we are to retain anything of value in the coming years.
A few gods indicated agreement, most showing uncertainty. There was no talk of treaties or alliances. Each god thought they knew what would happen next, and none would speak new lies. With her disappearance and the revelation of traitors amongst them, it was only a matter of time before the war began. Chapter 37. Breather. Days remaining in cycle, 11. Ty woke at dawn with a sense of dread. The previous day had gone well. Other than the Hydras nearly ripping him apart, things had gone better than he would have hoped. They knew the disposition of the enemy, which gave them a tremendous advantage. Would that be enough, though? He looked through his notes, face pressed close to the papers to make out his scribble in the gray morning light. His Akoan assets were on one list, the enemy on the other. Objectively, he thought the fight looked balanced. No, it wouldn't be balanced for him. He was still level 3 and had limited combat abilities. Ty had known coming into this world that guns would be his biggest advantage. Distance was key when monsters could bite, claw, or just touch him to death. He'd gone from being a marksman to a brawler in a handful of days, and with a few achievements. His progression was a pinball. Marksman, druid, necromancer, or whatever that class Cleosin had mentioned, and now monk paladin. Yet he excelled at none of them. In the fights ahead, Ty knew he was likely to be a liability. Tucking the notes away, he slipped from his sleeping bag and looked around. Most of the Akoans had slept where they fell, after their nightly ceremony had exhausted their demon bodies. A few, mostly Theonsu's rangers, were up and greeted him perfunctorily when they saw him join them. The sun slid over the horizon, rays of light striking through the air and reflecting 1,000 rainbow-hued fractals through the blue-black sky. 2 moons loomed, nearly aligned, as a distant flock of small, amethyst-colored flying creatures swept into complex formations. Nearby, several Akoans had come to their feet and begun a morning ritual. Using their new equipment, the warriors drew weapons and began to dance. Despite their unfamiliar insectoid bodies with their strange joints and chitin, the Akoan spirits made the motions as haunting as a melody and as breathtaking as a poem. His breath caught. A few minutes into the rituals, Cleosin and 3 of her nascent cadre joined the dancers. Positioning their hands a few feet apart, they summoned colorful light into their limbs and moved in patterns that reminded Ty of Taekwondo. As horrible as their nightly insanity was, this was the opposite. Most Akoans lived lives dedicated to a simple pursuit of perfection, taking the time to master a single skill before passing the knowledge to the next generation. When they did, their mind fortresses became a living memory, a persistent voice to guide and inform whoever came next. And their spirits joined with nature, giving their children comfort and advice until they finally merged with the bodies of some fortunate newborn. Each generation of Akoan was wiser and more capable than the previous one. Seeing them in action, seeing the beauty in who they were, Tai felt hope blossom, pushing back the doubt. Then something inside him, somewhere between the mind fortress and where Hagemi lived, stirred. A voice that was his, but was not, growled.
She took our children. She twisted them.
Hope blossomed in Tai's chest that morning, and with it came renewed determination. Accompanying both was fire, a flame forged of unknown elements, yet clearly possessed of one defining characteristic: righteous rage.
"Shall I boil water for your coffee ceremony?"
Cleosen said later, joining him by his tent. "I'd appreciate that very much, Cleosen," Tai said, searching for the politeness that had been his go-to when he'd first come to this world. The morning's revelations had reminded him of this world's beauty. He wouldn't lose that just because some parts of it made him angry. He completed his morning ritual, drinking his coffee and securing his gear. The wardrobe was in tatters, but miraculously still worked. After sketching an outline of the tasks ahead of him, he joined the Akoan leadership near the center of their camp.
We completed this mission faster than expected. It may be wise for us to return to the village before going to assault the enemy encampment,
Uneth said. He sounded uncertain, looking at Tai to make the call. We need to think about the future, the one after this engagement, Tai said. I'll be gone for 3 subjective years, which means we should shore up your numbers and resources as much as possible beforehand. All we need is a monster army to come at the wrong time, and half our numbers could be lost in a single raid.
What are you thinking?
Cleosen asked. I think we go on now, ahead of schedule. We scout, and he nodded at the Hydra. If we can take advantage of our victory here, we push forward. The sooner we can be done with the encampment, the more time we'll know we can dictate to preparing for the times ahead.
Uneth said, I can send a messenger to Omendine to let him know. If we take our time and are cautious in our approach, our reinforcements will need 2, maybe 3 days to join us.
Tai said, that way if we decide to stay put, they can join us for a decisive push.
Just so,
Uneth said.
Delaying a day for on-site scouting seems wise to me,
Theonsu added. Tai looked at the mage. Cleosen, unless you object, I say we execute on this plan immediately.
I'll never object to determined action. Well, if he's stupid, I will.
Tai, you're level 3 now,
Hagemi said later as they began their circuitous journey to the enemy fortification. And they were moving through the high bush, keeping low and favoring caution over speed. I'll assign the attribute points later. We're holding on to any merits I earned. Did I earn the full 3, by the way? He hadn't checked yet. He wanted time to plan before he made any long-term commitments.
Of course. As far as I'm concerned, you've earned your full bonus merits for the next level or 2. I'm not sure if inspiration will allow me to do such a thing.
Check with him. It'll help me plan.
I will. He seems occupied right now. Expect a delay.
They made good time to the enemy encampment, arriving a few hours before night. The scent of the ocean and the sounds of distant waves grew throughout the day, cresting to a near constant hum by the time they arrived at their destination. When the first enemy scouts came into view, Theonsu and his men led the body of Tai's assault group away from the grasses and into the nearby forest. A couple of sprites blinked, greeting their arrival, but there was no sign of Aquamarine or the Dryads. Despite the relative thinness of the wood close to the ocean,
they found a dense enough patch to cloak the nearly 60-strong party. Sesayun had a harder time navigating the forest while keeping as low a profile as a hulking hydra could, but when no one came to investigate, Theonsu decided they'd been cautious enough. Once they were in concealment, Theonsu and the rangers under his command, who could become invisible, started climbing trees. Cleosan and 3 she'd recruited into her newly minted cabal set aside a space to cast spells and draw runes into the rocky dirt. "I'm going to peek," Tai said.
Maybe not wise. Stay low and behind trees if you must,"
Uneth replied. Wise or not, Tai wasn't about to stay idle while his allies did all the work. He wanted to see for himself. He made his way through the wood until it thinned, then crouched and eased forward until he could see the enemy camp. And the closest of the enemy fortifications was a little over 2 football fields, maybe 600 feet away from the forest, framed by partially constructed earthen walls that would have been barely chest-high to Tai. He could see into the camp with little trouble. Using his goggles and upping the magnification, he started making notes in the margins of his cleanest pad. There were a lot of humans, many of which had been transformed into grotesque nightmares. Men and women with bone growths or extra limbs ambled through the area aimlessly. Sometimes the humans bumped into each other and fought, mindlessly ripping and tearing into each other. A flesh weaver oozed into view, tentacles lashing out at a corpse, collecting the tissue to add it to another combatant. Over time, Tai guessed, the army would thin out, leaving the strongest alive to attack the forest. Based on what Violet had told them, Tai knew that the back half of the camp was down a deceptively sharp slope, where it ended at the Hydra coat. There were 4 more Hydras in camp, along with several powerful demons and monsters, none of which were in view from his vantage. He did see the 3 vats, however. Each vat was about the circumference of a luxury hot tub, and boiling, tarry liquid bubbled from within the blackened metal confines. The ladders hooked over the rim of each vat, the handles smeared with grime and blood. Without the vat masters there, no one was near the vats. They were a perfect target. Frowning, confused at the lack of active protection measures, Tai kept low and made his way back to camp. He arrived just before dark, minutes before the nightly ritual. Cleosan, who had finished her magical scouting with her cabal, was already erecting barriers against sound when he arrived. He thought she looked relieved to see him, but he couldn't be sure. Insect faces were hard to read. They seemed rather poorly organized. I didn't see any scouts or guards. There weren't any demons or monsters around either, Tai told Uneth.
"We'll talk more in the morning, but I believe I know where the missing creatures are,"
Uneth replied. He pointed at the skyline, indicating that time was tight. Tai nodded and moved to a private spot, allowing one of Cleosan's new assistants to cast the extra layer of soundproofing for him. Tonight, of all nights, he was not inclined to stay awake listening to the mad gibbering of his allies. Once he bedded down, Tai checked his character sheet for changes.
Level 3. Hit points 11. Health shield lesser 16. Mana 18. Mana shield 9. Unspent merits 6. Unspent physical attribute points 2. Unspent discretionary attribute points 2.
Hagami, if I increase my intelligence score, what will happen? Hagami stirred, waking for the first time in hours.
You will think faster, remember things with greater detail. You will also be able to process and learn more quickly. It will make anything you do with your mind fortress easier. It will not improve your intuition or increase your mana.
How much faster will I learn with another 2 points?
Instead of 6 subjective hours per real-time hour, it'll increase to 7.
Let's say in theory I wanted some ability that let me do 2 things simultaneously. You know, like that spell in the old gaming days that allowed a spellcaster to do 2 mental actions at once. Is there an intelligence score I'd need to do that?
Probably around 25. Or you could spend 3 or 4 merits, depending on the details of your request.
Okay, new question. Is there any good reason to take my spirit score higher other than mana?
Not yet. Any future powers you get that are based on a connection to a deity will rely on it, though. If you go full-on paladin in the traditional sense, smiting things and whatnot, you'll want that score as high as possible. It may also help your spirit cage.
How would a higher spirit score help that? You described it as an airlock, if I remember correctly.
Airlock, filter, shaping mechanism, it's an esoteric construct. The higher your spirit score, the more attuned you will become to the cage. Using abstract powers, including communicating with the spirits inside you, will become easier. And there are other benefits, naturally. A higher spirit score will make your wild abilities increasingly potent and efficient. Not that you necessarily want that.
Why wouldn't I want that?
The wild isn't a mortal power. It has no human minds to guide it, no mortal worshippers to give it boundaries. Empowering it is likely to pull you in unpredictable directions. It could even influence the souls in you.
Wait, you said it would change my spirit cage. Are you implying that the cage and the Akoan spirits are interacting in some tangible way?
And to some degree, they must be. I cannot detect how or why. The wild is difficult to read or detect, even bonded to you as I am.
Could the wild allow them to escape? Could one of the spirits possess me again if it wanted to?
Remember, you have developed abilities to mitigate that. Without their minds to drive them, your soul cage probably feels like paradise compared to their previous habitation. I doubt any of them would do so unless strongly triggered or summoned. It would be possible, I imagine. Perhaps another scion could summon one, temporarily overriding your sense of self. It would not happen naturally, however. Oddly, I don't remember how this all came about. Do you?
No, I have no clue. Ty suspected it was Seer who had arranged much of what had happened with the spirits now, though he had no way to be certain. Even if the ancient god had interfered, he couldn't have known his choices or the outcome of his possession. Thinking of the deity rolling the dice with his fate made him shudder. For all he respected, he even felt a degree of worship toward the god. Ty didn't trust him. He was torn about his attribute points. Increasing his spiritual connection to inspiration felt like a good idea, despite his arbiter's warnings. His bursts of intuition, while infrequent, were overwhelmingly positive. Plus, the more mana he had, the more he could use later if he gained new abilities or spells. He felt confident that Cleosen had a pool of hundreds of mana, based on his glimpses at the spell-casting mines and his mind fortress. On the other hand, he was about to enter a period where adapting and learning new skills could be the difference between life and death. Being able to summon the memories of long-dead Akoans and gain even a small measure of their abilities could be huge, especially if he could shorten the time it took to do so. He put 2 points into his vitality, bringing it to a 10. He instantly felt healthier and heartier and saw his points jump from 11 to 14. The attribute was still rated as normal, but he now received a +1 bonus per level. His health shield likewise increased from 16 to 21. Seeing the physical improvements made Ty breathe easier. He didn't doubt that every fight on Valar would be deadly, regardless of what his hit points said, but the increased vitality felt rejuvenating and powerful in a way that simply increasing his strength hadn't. After more contemplation, he put his 2 discretionary points into his intellect score. When the score slid to 13, the description labeled it as Standard High IQ. Unlike vitality, increasing his intelligence didn't make him feel radically different. Maybe his thoughts were clearer or a little faster, but he wasn't certain. Ty didn't spend his merits. He planned to have more conversations with Hagemi before committing to further purchases. The sheer flexibility and limitations of his class kept him from charging in, particularly when he knew he was about to lock in his progression for a while. Making plans around his merits kept him occupied late into the night. With both moons high in the sky, illuminating clouds and dimming the impressive clusters of colorful stars, he saw 2 flying shapes pass overhead. The twisting heads told him what they were. He held his breath, waiting to see one of them swoop down to inspect their camp, and neither did.
Seeing them scouting convinced Tai that he needed to act sooner than later. Had he possessed an invisibility power or some similar advantage, he might have sneaked off in the night and tried something reckless. Instead, he turned his phone back on. It was down to 43% power, despite having been off for days. He made sure the phone was on airplane mode. The battery indicator said it had a day and a half of charge left at the current usage. Confident he wouldn't need it the next day, he set an early alarm and went to sleep. If he had his way, they'd assault the encampment at first light. Tai woke in darkness. Groggy and aching from sleeping on the ground, he activated his verdant touch. He was getting an intuitive grasp on the ability and didn't rely on Hagami's help to gently pulse the power through his body. It refreshed him, consuming 1 point of mana to finish what sleep hadn't accomplished. Renewed and rejuvenated, he put his goggles on. Alone in his tent, he let his fingertips trail across the insides of his forearm, then his thigh. He thought about the people he cared about, the virtual friends he'd met online and the new ones he'd only recently discovered. Describing the gently upraised outline of tattooed scar tissue, he remembered the phrases he'd placed on his body. Each was a promise. Always find light. If there is none, become the light. Embrace fear and let it flow through you. Plan slowly, implement decisively, save lives. Feeling the words, Tai went over his plan. His notes were full, every one of the little squares of paper completely inked in. Now, this plan was only in his head. It made him uncomfortable. Centering himself on the bigger picture, on who he wanted to be, settled his heart. A thought struck him, and he asked his arbiter, "Hagami, will the scars fade with healing?"
Yes, in time.
I guess I'll just have to get them reapplied when that happens. And Tai checked his gear, dressed, and left his tent. A Cohen guard, standing outlined in green, waved at him as he made his way around the camp. He paused, recalling his pain, then mentally adjusted it. And making his way to each guard, he applied verdant touch to them, washing away their fatigue and the wounds from the past night's meditation ceremony. "Wake everyone up," he whispered to the first of the guards, who went to work without questioning his orders. Marveling at the oddity of beings of such age and experience listening to him, Tai continued on his rounds. Over the next half hour, he refilled his mana from his celestial canteen multiple times as he rejuvenated everyone. Once Cleosin was up and moving, she helpfully cast a spell of night vision, which she casually declared would last a couple weeks, as long as you're not stupid. Whatever that means, Tai retorted, then addressed the gathered Akoan leaders. "I want to attack them soon. Now, if possible. Do you have any reason we shouldn't?" Uneth looked in the direction of the enemy army. "If their demons are like us, they will be most restful now. I would assume the humans would be too. Attacking at this time, if not today, makes sense to me." Tai said, "I saw 2 hydras flying above late last night. I assume they were scouting or out for a hunt. If so, they will probably be exhausted by the time they get back." "My scouts found the missing demons and monsters," Theonsu said. "They are near the rear of the encampment, on the other side of the vats, close enough to guard them. There aren't a lot of them, maybe a total of 100 combined creatures, but they look formidable. At least a dozen of the monsters are branded with runes of power, and several of the demons have etched the same on their chitin. I expect spellcasters too." "We need to know if they're asleep or not," Tai said. He looked at Cleosin. "Can you tell?" She made a negating gesture. "We found many layers of wards around the camp yesterday, piecemeal and poorly constructed, but strong. Any scrying I do that far in will set off alarms." "Shit," Tai said. "We need to know if they are asleep, and if the hydras I saw are back, and we need to know now." Theonsu looked at Cleosin. "I am in a demon's body. Perhaps the wards will not respond. Can you help guarantee that?" "Not without a day or two to experiment. Speed is the best I can offer. Maybe make your invisibility slightly better. Not much more." Theonsu looked from Tai to Uneth and back.
I am willing to risk it.
What do you think? Tai asked Uneth. What does your military background tell you? Uneth's sigh whistled through his mandibles.
It tells me that attacking early, with surprise, can lead to the greatest victory. It also tells me that countering such an ambush can turn the tide of a war in the opponent's favor.
Tai read nuance in Uneth's body language and tone, an unspoken hesitation. Uneth's insanity haunted him, making it difficult for the Akoan to behave decisively. He remembered the man's red-colored status. It still displayed fractured when he checked it, and the general's projected calm concealed vast trauma. A gentle bobbing light flared nearby, drawing his attention away from the conversation, and there was a colorful flash near the sprite, and Aquamarine appeared out of the shadows, Omendine on his back. The dragon was carrying 6 small casks in its arms.
You're lucky. I adore you,
Aquamarine declared, luminous eyes focused on Tai. Omendine snorted as he slid from the dragon to the ground. The llama man landed lightly, knees flexing in a posture that looked like something out of a superhero movie.
He's lucky that I found someone in camp to help me build my fences. Otherwise, I wouldn't have offered to come with you. Why are you here? Uneth asked.
because I know everything that happens in my forest.
Aquamarine replied, still looking at Tai.
I know when one of my allies is planning something reckless and heroic.
Tai felt himself flush. How are the sloths? Are there more soldiers coming?
Still not well, Omendine said. And your soldiers are willing, but Aquamarine cannot bring them. His magic takes time to reset.
At best, I can bring another 8, which I will do if you are determined on this course of action.
Aquamarine finished.
To pair some good with the bad, we found a recipe that works with the celestial blood.
Omendine patted one of the casks Aquamarine set on the ground. Reaching into a pouch at his hip, he extracted a pinch of fine material that looked like hair.
On a whim, I tried mixing in some of the lynx fur with the mixture. It turns out the fur acts as a stabilizing medium, soaking up more of the blood and adhering to the blades or whatever. Even better than expected.
Those cats are definitely not called lynxes, Tai thought to Hagami.
Would you prefer to hear them called Ecaiondondils instead? That is a much closer approximation to their true names.
No, lynx is fine for now.
You use DNA properties of lynx fur to act as a sponge for celestial blood. That's brilliant,
Cleosin clucked, shuffling in place with glee. Amused, Tai mentally labeled it her happy dance. Omendine popped one of the casks open, saying,
It was honestly part my idea and part Meridian's. When she's able to focus, that woman is an absolute genius with this stuff. May I have an arrow, please? I'll need to demonstrate.
They also passed him an arrow, which Omendine dipped in the cask. When he pulled it out, the tip gleamed as a thin mucus-like fluid leached back into the container.
We mixed the adhesive in with the blood directly, rather than using water. As you can see, it does work, just not for long.
Sliding the arrowhead against the cask's rim to scrape the material from the blade, he dipped several of the hairs into the solution and pressed those against the metal. They stuck. After a few seconds, he dipped the arrowhead back into the solution. And when he withdrew it the second time, the hairs seemed visibly thicker, as if they'd absorbed some of the material in the casks. Anywhere the hairs weren't stuck, the metal continued to drip the solution normally. He handed the arrow to Theonsu, who began testing its new balance.
The hair and solution add a bit of weight, not much. On a standard sword or dagger, you'll probably need to reapply regularly, say once in every 2 or 3 hits. If your opponent is exploding from these strikes, I doubt anyone will mind.
Tai made a mental note to be careful if he used the solution in close combat. He didn't have chitin protecting his skin. I don't suppose you can tell us if the monsters and demons are asleep or not. he asked Aquamarine hopefully. He didn't want to send Theonsu in there, especially if they didn't know if the wards would detect his Akoan spirit.
I'm afraid not.
Tai nodded, figuring that would be the case. I vote Theonsu scouts with Cleosan's enhancements on him. That will give us time to coat arrowheads and distribute the mixture to our people. If he has good news, we strike now and do our best to cripple the enemy ahead of any reinforcements. If it's bad, we'll regroup. He looked toward the still sleeping Sisseyon, the one ally he had not been brave enough to wake. If they are asleep, I want to give them a rude awakening. A few minutes later, an enchanted Theonsu moved as a blur into the enemy encampment, effortlessly bypassing the makeshift walls. They were lucky. None of the protective wards went off. While the ranger was gone, Tai roused Sisseyon. Without a supply of food for the possessed demon's body, he had to use his verdant touch to energize the demon. He'd spent all his mana twice getting Sisseyon to a point of satiation, and making him briefly consider rethinking their whole strategy of bombing these enemies with celestial blood. While he was the main healer of the army, he'd need sources to recharge his mana far more frequently than he would have alone. And no doubt the remaining barrels of celestial blood would be worth their weight in gold in the upcoming years. Theonsu returned shortly after Tai had restored his mana. As they'd hoped, the camp was asleep. And better yet, all 4 hydras were accounted for. It was time for him to tell them the rest of his plan. Chapter 38. Early Assault. Days remaining in cycle, 9. Tai drew a rough map on the ground. He placed 3 rocks in the middle, a twig near the back, and then a few acorns to the left of the twig. Okay, first, where are the berries?
That's just outside the salt wall,
Uneth asked. Yep, Tai said, grabbing an acorn and moving it to the twig. This is Sisseyon carrying me. He dropped the acorn on top of the stick, then hovered his hand over the rocks. This is Sisseyon throwing 3 casks into the vats. He nudged the acorn pile forward in the direction of the twig, while rolling the Tai acorn back out to meet them. See, you come in and save me after I convert the sleeping hydras, he explained, scooting the gathered acorns back away from the encampment. This way we deal with the hydras and get out before anything bad happens. Omandine looked at Tai flatly. Uneth, Theonsu, and Cleosan didn't look much more amused.
You wanted to risk your life to take out the hydras. Is that what we're getting at?
Omandine said. Don't forget the vat explosions, Tai said. Cleosan's mouthparts moved in an expression like a frown.
Actually, the plan could work. If the one who escaped alerts others, we could be hours from emergency reinforcements arriving. This would be our one chance to deal with the hydras.
Omandine sighed, looking imploringly at Uneth. Uneth ignored the Trace Sap's expression, gesturing instead at the makeshift map on the ground.
This is a bold plan. I've seen something similar before. I believe it has 2 major flaws.
Please go ahead.
First, you put yourself in overwhelming danger. The hydras will wake when one thrashes, if not sooner, and there may be handlers nearby. Even a novice military leader would protect their greatest assets. Second, you're not using Theonsu or his rangers properly.
Tai gave Uneth a reassuring smile. Awesome, I agree. Give me a solution.
I am not sure,
Uneth said, head jerking as if seeing too many possibilities to make any one decision. We don't have time for this, Tai said, stepping to Uneth. Reaching up, he put his hands on either side of the demonic head, turning Uneth to look at him. It was his first time out of combat making intimate contact with one of the demons. Their skin was smooth, almost waxy and warm. Uneth, I know it's hard. I know it hurts. I need you to take a deep breath and concentrate. Sometimes it's not about making the best choice. It's about making the one in front of you. I'm going to be gone for years. I need you to step up. Uneth's shoulders shook, and he pulled away from Tai, his body language radiating shame.
I cannot.
Stepping between Tai and Uneth, Omendine held a furry hand out to each of them.
I will help with this, yes? Uneth, relax. This is what you hired me for.
Frustrated and heartbroken for his ally, Tai nodded to Omendine.
We know that Theonsu can get past the wards, Omendine said, using a stick to point at the Hydra coat. We have 12 surviving rangers with invisibility powers, not including Theonsu. 5 will go in first, killing any guard around the Hydras. After we're relatively certain there is no ambush, they will retreat out of the theoretical blast radius.
He tapped the space behind the Hydrodem, then made a rolling circle around the area of the vats.
While the first group is acting, the remaining 7, along with Theonsu, will locate the Flesh Weavers in the enemy encampment. Once the vats explode, the rangers will attack as one.
Omendine paused, looking at Theonsu, who made a gesture of agreement.
The rest of the plan goes as Tai suggested. We will sweep in from the back, protecting Tai and any Hydras he's possessed. If the enemy gets their footing, we exit the encampment and retreat to the forest, where Aquamarine and any allies the dragon has brought to us will be waiting.
From where he hunched, Uneth said, A brilliant plan. I could not have done better.
You do see the flaw, don't you?
Omendine said.
No true fallback. No support, Uneth whispered. Tai, if we do this, it's all in. I'll stay back with Aquamarine and 1 or 2 others, just to keep our supply of celestial blood safe, but this could go to shit fast. Are you sure you want to do this?
Tai's earlier doubts threatened to surface. Memories of his past, his youth, where he'd made stupid mistakes out of confidence, stirred. Promising himself to restore them after the battle, he shoved the troublesome memories into his mind fortress. Clarity and confidence replaced his wavering will, leaving him to wonder why he hadn't excised more of his memories before now. Allowing a hint of the rage he felt toward the monster god to enter his voice, Tai said, I am certain.
Hit points 14. Health shield lesser 21. Mana shield 9. Mana 17.
The group left the forest minutes before dawn. Omendine stayed behind to help coordinate and observe from afar. Keeping low and moving fast, the rest of them arrived at their target in seconds. Tai's mana ticked over to full again as Theonsu and his rangers vanished into the enemy camp. Considering what he knew about Theonsu and the Akoans like them, he wondered if the Earth parallel would have been Navy SEALs. Probably, he decided.
You know, as soon as Seiseon gets within the sphere of their wards, they will probably go off, right?
Cleosan whispered to Tai as they waited for the scouts to signal the all-clear. I think I have a solution for that, Tai said. Not that it matters much.
Oh? What solution?
I'm going to pulse my verdant touch and change the magical nature to monstrous. I bet the wards aren't set to detect scions of the monster god. If I'm right, I can sustain a low-effort monstrous aura for maybe a minute before my mana starts to run out.
Have you tried that yet?
Cleosan said, sounding skeptical.
It's quite possible that the monstrous nature of the energy will harm you.
Yeah, I've experimented a bit. I kind of already do something like it during combat when I heal myself. I think it'll work. Besides, if it fails, what have we lost? A few seconds, maybe? Uneth seemed about to speak, but stopped. Tai didn't bother asking him to voice his opinion, and not this close to the start of the mission.
If you're sure, I don't know your powers like you do,
Cleosan acceded.
It is possible that saving a few seconds will mean all the difference between securing all 4 Hydras and death.
A scout reappeared, holding a hand up with 4 fingers raised. He bent and extended the fingers twice, indicating that they'd discovered and dealt with 8 guards around the Hydras. Uneth waved in reply, and the scout vanished. Tai's heart rate doubled. It was time for him to go. Looking at Uneth, he said, Go with your heart. Know that I trust you." To the rest of them he added, "Good luck. See you in a few minutes." He turned and sprinted away from the group, directly to the rendezvous point with Sisseyon. To keep the Hydra's presence secret, they'd had him stay back near the wood. He found the giant demon beast waiting for him expectantly, tail and heads thrashing with excitement. "Good to go," Tai said, and 3 of the Hydra's heads bent down to pick up the kegs resting nearby. With a few experimental flaps of its wings, the Hydra leaped into the air. He felt magical pressure accompanying the leap, just before one of the demon's clawed feet wrapped around his torso and lifted him into the air. Fear and awe warred in him for a moment before he remembered what he had to do. Sisseyon moved quickly, practically beelining to the coat. They would pass through the barrier in seconds. Mana, Tai had discovered, was a lot like hit points. It was an abstract concept. His arbiter might translate a mana point into a discrete unit of energy, but that wasn't actually true. Over the past days, with careful observation, he realized that channeling his mana was less like moving a dial and more like controlling the flow of a river. Now, flying 30 feet in the air and moving at a blistering clip, he opened the dam of his mana just enough to activate his verdant touch ability without fully empowering it. He turned the ability on, just didn't give it enough juice to do anything. When he felt his touch tingling through his skin, Tai triggered his prism, tainting the ability with monstrous mana the instant before they crossed into the encampment.
"1. You have entered a salient barrier. This zone has been consecrated and become an extension of the monster god's personal domain. Some of the abilities may not function normally within this area."
A wall of power passed through his monstrously aligned body. Pain lanced through his head and seized his muscle, freezing him in place. He lost all ability to think or reason. His touch remained, now acting without his control. Twisted, turning against its master, his verdant touch became a conduit for the monster god. Chapter 39. Mistakes. Days remaining in cycle 9. An icy voice ripped through Tai's pain, and whispering into his ear, it crackled like breaking glass.
"You, the scion of another god, extend your hand to me in my temporary domain."
And the presence paused, tone softening in an instant to something decidedly feminine with a hint of an alluring huskiness to it.
"Well then, I absolutely accept. Here, let me help you."
Time slowed to a crawl. He saw the wings of the Hydra flapping as it aligned with the opening of the coat. He saw the outline of the 4 slumbering beasts, one stirring briefly to glance up before returning to sleep. Horrendous force latched onto his body through the speaker, sending waves of corruption and darkness directly into his veins. His skin began to blacken and pock, his stomach clenching as things inside him changed. For the first time, he thought he could feel his mana shield trying to react, like a strange muscle flexing in the back of his mind. The attack bypassed the reactive nature of the shield completely. This was good. It was perfect. Tai had been angry, and anger was a tool of power. He would be a tool of power. What was it he'd been planning to do? Ah, yes. Touch the Hydras and release his spirit army into them. There was nothing wrong with that. The mother favored strength in her scions, even if that sometimes led to a little creative infighting.
"Come forth, most wicked of my spirits. We shall possess this weak flesh and make the world anew." Tai's call to the Akoans in him was a raw demand. To his delight, several dozen of the spirits within responded immediately, eagerly even. They would be his true army, once he had purified those so-called allies who survived his little skirmish. Agami stirred.
"Silence, little arbiter. He is mine now."
The woman's voice came from within now, softly but steadily growing in strength.
Tai fell to the crudely constructed wooden floor of the coat, health shield absorbing the damage of the fall. Confident, uncaring of whether any of the hydras woke, he walked to the first and unleashed a barrage of spirits into the beast. He felt a small piece of the corruption pouring into him flow through that bond, easing the passage. This time the hydra did not thrash and spasm. It seemed to accept the twisting of its mind, as if such a thing was natural.
Yes, I made the demons into my pawns ages ago. After I devoured their god, they tried to rebel, but it was like fighting against themselves. How could it not be? Changing them was simple. Now they accept my power and the power of my chosen readily. You are my chosen now, Scion. You will be the master of many demons. You will lead armies for me, armies against my rivals.
Tai touched another hydra, possessing it, and then another. As he walked, he felt parts of his body being replaced with the mother's blessing. His flesh was marbled black, his eyes swelling in their sockets. Pain grew continuously, yet the god's presence in him allowed him to ignore the discomfort.
I will replace this little arbiter with my own. They foolishly gave me quite a few of them. You know, mine are better. You will see. I am unfettered, and they do my will. Even death is no bar to my will. My scions are virtually immortal. So shall you be.
Darkness wound around Hagami. In Tai's mental landscape, he saw the magenta and silver light growing dim as Mother pulled it away. It didn't bother him. She had shown him the truth. With a new arbiter as her scion, she would surpass all limits, all arbitrary and senseless rules. He wouldn't worry about hit points or mana or anything else. He'd be free. His hand came to rest on the final hydra. As the souls spilled into the beast, one of them froze, trapped between him and the demon. Inexplicably, the soul pulsed in place, and Tai felt that the little entity was somehow other than what it had seemed. It hadn't belonged to a deceased Akoan at all. In fact, it belonged to...
This fucking bitch corrupted my children. I will not allow this.
Seeker's voice lashed free, shattering the monster god's hold on him. A light blazed as Hagami snapped back into place. Hagami's voice crackled with overwhelming authority, loud enough Tai was certain that everybody nearby should have heard it.
This is against the pact!
The Arbiter's presence reasserted itself, pushing out the invading darkness and destroying the connection between him and the invading god. No longer out of control, but still in overwhelming agony, Tai adjusted his verdant touch, removing the monstrous mana. Healing poured into his shaking, blackened body. His vitality improved, but the darkness remained until he deliberately pulsed celestial attunement into the touch. A fresh pain replaced the old, the pain of cleansing fire. The celestial touch didn't heal the damage caused by the corruption, it just left him without the taint. He'd have to heal the rest later if he had time. From outside there came a roar, followed by a series of deafening explosions. Tai hadn't even been that close to the vats when they'd gone up, and still a wave of heat and pressure shot through the coat, knocking him into the body of one of the stirring hydras. 12 crocodilian heads grinned down at Tai. Only then did it occur to him that the demons, possessed by the wildest and most insane of the Akoan spirits, might not care who he was. Figures rushed through the double doors and into the building. Showing no signs of damage from the blast, the monsters were bloated abominations, their bodies sporting pulsating tumors. Eldritch neon-glowing runes were embedded into their flesh like cracks in magma, spilling horrific magic into the air. Misshapen and malformed eyes stared hate at Tai as they rushed to meet him. The nearest Hydra to the entrance made a dozen sounds of wicked glee as it attacked the monsters. It seemed, Tai thought wryly, that there was at least one benefit to almost being taken over by the monster god. "Does that count as her trying to possess me?" he wondered aloud, backing away from the macabre scene. The front wave of monsters had not survived the surprise Hydra attack, and all four of the possessed demons growled as they rushed out to vent their rage. The sounds of carnage rocked the ground outside of the building a moment later. Hagami surprised Tai by appearing nearby.
Not possession, invasion. You'd have still been somewhat you when she was done.
Tai shuddered at the thought. "Thanks for the save, by the way."
I enforced the rules, Tai. You saved you with your well-timed use of verdant touch and your prism.
Tai didn't mention Seeker, knowing that it had taken yet another god's influence to wake Hagami up bothered him more than he could express. The monster god had suppressed Hagami entirely during their encounter. If Seeker hadn't woken the Arbiter up, Tai wouldn't be Tai anymore. As much as he knew better than to trust the ancient Akoan god, he couldn't help but feel a sense of debt to him.
Tai, are you all right?
Omendine's note popped through Tai's interface. "Yes," he replied. "Is it safe to come out?"
"Marginally. The four Hydras have gone berserk and aren't listening to anything we say. One appears mortally wounded. They have cleared the space for you, though. The demon spellcasters were far more skilled than expected. Cleozun is totally occupied. Be careful."
Tai took a swallow from the divine blood mana potion, giving himself the time to heal his wounds. Renewed, he drew his dagger and affixed it to his gauntlet. He made his way out slowly, aware that an ambush could strike at any moment. The scene outside was apocalyptic. One Hydra had died 30 feet from the building, several of its heads missing. Another had taken to the air and was strafing the mutated humans with breath attacks. The final two were prowling through a solid chunk of chitin-covered insectoid demons. These demons, although built with the same basic shape as the ones the Akoans possessed, looked a bit more typically evil. They were bat-winged humanoids, their bodies covered head to toe in red glowing script. Amber gems glimmered at their throats and junctures of their wings rather than their foreheads. "I guess I'm not possessing those," Tai thought somewhat sourly.
"I believe those are demon hearts, possessed of the monster god herself. Her will is in those demons. It would take something on par to disrupt them."
"Good to know." The two Hydra heads veered apart, each biting into a different demon. Both demons jerked and twisted as the Hydra heads lifted them from the ground and began shaking them from side to side, prehistoric teeth grinding through chitin. Tai winced despite himself, knowing how that felt. Unlike Tai, however, the demons simply shook off the attacks. They proceeded to claw and beat at the Hydras holding them. Uneth and a dozen Akoans shot into view, charging at the demons, scouring the Hydras. Tai felt a moment of awe as the Akoan general became the epitome of death. The man's sword, dipped in celestial blood, cut an explosive swatch through the enemy as efficiently as anything he had ever imagined. Turning his attention from the carnage, he made his way to where Cleozin and his other allies were waiting. Stepping over several corpses, a couple of which had arrows in them, Tai spotted the distant remains of a couple of flesh-weavers. Theonsu's men had done their jobs. A notification flashed, and Tai accepted an incoming update from Cleozin.
Tai, we are having a problem. Unef took a group of our men into the encampment to help the Hydras. They left me and the Cabal with only a couple of guards. We're being battered by enemy magic, and a group of demons is coming this way. We need help.
Looking around, Tai saw 3 of the winged demons skirting below the Hydra coat and a back wall of the encampment, heading directly for Cleozin. He saw Uneth and the other Akoans with him far away now, dancing in a circle of demons, utterly oblivious to the mages they'd left undefended. Chapter 40. Savage. Days remaining in cycle, 9. Tai waited until the demons were just ahead of him. They walked by without looking around, their blazing eyes focused entirely on the figures of Cleosin and her cabal. A dome of yellow-orange energy surrounded the Akoans, making the mages visible even as it protected them. Once the trio passed far enough ahead, he sprang into motion. Grabbing his remaining celestial blood, he followed them. Keeping pace, he poured a few drops of the glowing fluid into one hand. Concentrating, he drew the liquid into the substance of the gauntlet, creating 5 separate beads in the material. Once the beads were in place, he mentally guided the metal to migrate the drops to the tips of each finger, which he elongated into needle-like claws. He switched hands, repeating the process with the other. When he was done, he took a mouthful of the blood, trying not to swallow. By the time Tai had finished his preparations, the demons were nearly to Cleosin and her 3 fellow spellcasters. A magic warped the air around the cabal. A spear of magic shot from the distance, slamming into the golden shield surrounding the trio and sending sparks flying in every direction. The 2 Akoan guards Uneth left behind had their swords drawn and moved to intercept the demons. One demon's hand flashed up, clawing a burning sigil into the air. A liquid fire melted through reality, wrapping around one of the guards' heads. Tai sprinted at the back of the rearmost demon. He hit, black dagger ripping into the thing's back, and knocking it forward and pulling the dagger free. Reaching out, he clawed at the wound, injecting celestial blood directly into the demon. A shaped charge of charred meat and bone exploded from its back, and the force of it shoved him away from the roaring demon, the sound barely audible over the ringing in his ears. The demon, still alive, tried to backhand him away. Another demon gestured at the second of the guards, hand raised to summon a sigil. He hesitated at the sound of Tai's attack. The last demon glanced over his shoulder at Tai, teeth bared in a grin as he moved to pounce on the new threat.
Timed quest. Defeat the demon assault team. You have discovered a squad of assault demons, handcrafted and imbued by the monster god itself. Help defeat all 3. Reward. Defeating these demons will allow me to purify your mind and spiritual essence from the monster god's lingering taint. I'll also give you some nice loot.
The backhand connected, sending Tai flying, his health shield flaring as it absorbed most of the blow. He landed hard, swallowing some of the celestial blood. A pain seared his veins, though he reflexively used a portion of the energy to fuel verdant touch. Mind clear, body energized, he drew his gun and rushed the grinning demon, who hesitated just a moment before drawing one of the sigil spells in the air. At 10 feet, his shot didn't even require much aim. His bullet nudged the demon's hand askew, forcing one finger to claw the sigil incorrectly. A fire erupted in the air 10 feet to his left, tendrils of it lashing out. One tendril hit the demon he had knocked down with his initial attack. Tai sprinted, closing the last few feet. The demon smirked, shrugging slightly, and extended muscular arms for him. He spit a mouthful of celestial blood into the demon's face, jerking his armored arm up protectively as he did. The explosion blew half the demon's face off, skin shredded to the bone. Heat lanced through Tai's forehead, cheeks, and unprotected chest. He rolled with the impact, doing his best to keep in motion. The second demon was waiting for him. It punched both hands out, claws digging into his sides. His robe and health shield reduced the impact, transforming what would have been an evisceration into a grapple. He grunted as he felt his ribs crack, and the overpowering demon chuckled as it pulled him close. Bypassing Tai's defenses, the demon's claws dug into his dwindling health. Writhing, growling like an animal, he raked a clawed hand against the demon's neck, adding celestial blood to the strike. The connection between the demon's neck and head vanished in a geyser of blood. It dropped him, falling to the ground with a thud.
"That one's dead,"
Agami said. Tai recognized the warning for what it was and spun. Too late, he saw the face-melted demon drawing a new sigil in the air. A fire oozed from the sky and reached for his throat. A sword chopped into the spellcaster's shoulder, producing a familiar bout of gore as the material coated it exploded. The demon flew one way as the sword, propelled by the explosion, tore itself from the Akoan's grasp.
"That's another one!"
The first demon, the one Tai had stabbed in the back, moved quietly nearby. The Tai hadn't even noticed it casting the spell until it was too late. A solid bar of fire 12 feet long and 3 inches wide appeared in the air at chest height and shot into him and the Akoan soldier, knocking both over and crisping the front of his already shredded robe. Tai was about to activate his verdant touch, but didn't have time. A new figure appeared nearby, appearing when its invisibility dropped. Like some sort of sci-fi cloaking device, lowering before attack, and the air pulsed around the person as gloved hands drew foul shapes into the air. Compared to the elite demon's crude sigils, these looked elegant and precise. A hook of midnight and purple light shot from the robed caster and embedded itself into the Akoan warrior who'd rescued Tai. At the impact, a duplicate version appeared with Cleosan's protective shell, winding around one of the 3 other spellcasters. The cloaked mage made a gentle yanking gesture like reeling in a fish, and the Akoan's demon body turned inside out, melting and exploding simultaneously. So did the mage in the circle. Tai felt the backblast of magic from the robed figure's casting, recognized the taint of monstrous magic, and knew he was facing another scion of the monster god. Mentally cursing, he scrambled to his feet, only to find the final demon coming for him. It had closed the distance in an instant and lunged, its fingertips glowing magma red. He screamed as he tried to dodge into the clawed strike. He managed, mostly. Part of the demon's armored forearm clipped his shoulder, further reducing his shield, but now he was inside the demon's reach. Tai slammed his black dagger into the demon's throat gem. The gem resisted briefly before cracking and allowing the tip of the weapon past. Mouth wide in surprise, the demon tore at Tai's back, and still enhanced with a portion of its summoned power. Fire raked down the sides of Tai's spine as he pushed the dagger deeper. Hot orange blood fountained between the cracks of the gem, leaking across his hands and forearms. The demon stumbled under his relentless pressure, falling to the ground, mouth working feebly. Tai fell with the demon, allowing his body to collapse as if dead weight. It wasn't far from the truth. From atop the chest of the dying demon, he saw the spellcaster's hooded visage move from him back to a beleaguered Cleosan. The newcomer was not the only one assaulting Cleosan and her allies. Spears of magic continuously bombarded their position. With each impact, the yellow shield dimmed. Cleosan, one hand raised to maintain the shield, extended another toward the hooded scion, gesturing frantically. Her body shook with the strain of holding the shield and casting a second spell. Air warped, pulsing out from behind the shield and toward the enemy mage. A contemptuous gesture deflected Cleosan's attack. Tai activated his verdant touch, desperately soaking in as much healing as he could. The scion raised both hands, fingers jerking like the legs of a spider. Rolling off the demon, he rushed to the enemy spellcaster. The ground exploded around Cleosan and her cabal, knocking them off their feet. Another of the blasts rebounded off the yellow shield before the next struck through, landing just off-center from the surviving trio. A swirling, toxic mist blossomed where it hit. A black tendril shot through the demonic bodies of Tai's allies, sending them into spasms of agony. Tai made it to the scion just as they were raising their hands for another spell. So close he could feel the powerful enchantment on the spellcaster's robe. He had no doubt it would protect the wearer from something as mundane as an attack from his dagger. At the last moment he dove, throwing his elbow into the crease of the scion's knee. Then he bent and the scion fell back, grunting more from surprise than pain. Tai reached up, yanked the hood of the cowl back, and shoved his hand into the robe. He felt flesh, but didn't look at the face as he poured celestial magic directly into the monster god's scion. Shadows exploded from the ground, threatening to cover Tai's jerking opponent, and teleported away. "Not this fucking time," he said, his voice tortured with rage so potent that he didn't recognize it. He expanded his celestial-aligned verdant touch from his hand to his entire body, accepting the pain it caused. And the shadow teleportation shuddered, expanding and contracting wildly as it tried to avoid coming into contact with his power. Beneath his hand, the scion started screaming. He felt flesh run like wax and bone crumble as the unfettered celestial energy chewed through the monster god's scion. Memories of Boblin and the Opal Guardians flashed through Ty's mind, shoved to the forefront by his growing hatred of the monster god. Shaking with rage, he growled, "Die!" and poured more of his mana and life into his defiance. He shoved down, pushing his gauntlet-covered hand into the skull of his enemy. The scion's skull collapsed, and the shadow teleportation flickered into nothing. Sasayun, accompanied by Uneth and most of the other Akoans, came into view. One of the other Hydras followed them. Behind the group was a burning encampment, literally hundreds of corpses piled on the ground. None of the flesh weavers survived. 2 Hydra corpses were visible as giant hillocks in the mess. There was no sign of the final Hydra. Cleosin and 2 of her surviving mages stirred, albeit weakly. Theonsu and 4 of his rangers appeared in the distance. 2 more robed figures, demonic chitin showing on their forearms, strung between them. The gleam of mind gems in their foreheads told Ty why they'd been captured instead of killed. A gamey pulsed in the back of Ty's mind as he extracted his fist. The rage he'd felt, the unstoppable and unceasing hate, diminishing as the lingering influence of the monster god washed away. Ty looked at the person he'd just killed. He still didn't know if it was a human from his world or not, and he didn't want to know either. Before he let guilt rise, he slammed the worst of what he'd just done into his mind fortress, promising again to deal with the memory another day. Stumbling to his feet, Ty glared at Uneth. "What did you do?" "What do you mean? We cut their heart out. We swept in while the Hydras you unleashed had them distracted, and—" Uneth stopped, looking at the corpse near Ty's feet, and then at the devastation nearby. "You left our fucking mages unprotected!" Ty growled, stepping closer to his general, who went from looking confident to crestfallen in an instant. Uneth's shoulders folded forward, hunching as he backed away from Ty's anger. "Ty, stop," Theonsu said, resting a hand on his shoulder. The hand shook. He looked over and saw that Theonsu's side was drenched in orange blood, his face blackened from the effects of fire magic. Practically whispering, he continued. "Now is not the time. Uneth made a decision, one that gave us a decisive victory. Things worked out. Do not berate the man for doing what you told him to do mere hours ago." And Ty froze, seeing the effects his words had on Uneth, really seeing the general's slump into dejection. "Oh, Uneth," he said, heart aching. He moved to the Akoan, wrapping his arms around the flinching man's demonic body. "I'm so sorry. Theonsu is right. You did your best. We won. Please, let's just get out of here. We'll talk about it later." Uneth's shaking grew worse. His body jerked as spasms of grief tore through the man. "Ty, I cannot take it. Please take this pain from me. Take me back into you before I do something stupid." His hands clawed at his sides, fumbling for his sword. "I refuse," Ty said, about to say more when Uneth's sword whipped out of its sheath, and the experienced warrior flipped the blade around, plunging it into the vulnerable crease in the chitin on his chest. A soft hiss rose from the remaining celestial blood on the weapon, caustic steam pouring from the wound.
"Hurry!"
Cleosin called, her voice a dry rasp.
"Take him back before it's too late!"
Closing his eyes in disgust, feeling like a total idiot and failure, Ty did as the mage demanded. He took Uneth, one of his staunchest allies, back into his body. For a moment he felt Uneth's grief, his self-loathing, and his belief in his failure. He pushed Uneth into his mind fortress and let his soul back among the others of his kind. "Rest, friend," he sent the troubled general. The demon's body went still, its mind gem flickering out.
Congratulations! You have defeated a lot of bad guys. Would you like to loot the corpses? If so, where would you like the loot deposited?
An inventory window popped up, showing him a collection of magical goods and weapons. Feeling defeated despite their victory, Tai left the loot windows alone as he replenished his mana and healed the worst of their wounded. They'd lost 6 of Theonsu's rangers and 15 other Akoans, not including Uneth and Cleosen's mage. It was a relatively low price to pay, considering what they'd gained. Tai found it somewhat ironic that the hydras he'd possessed during the monster god's invasion had made such a significant difference. How would things have gone had he not made the rash decision to attempt a monstrous aura, though? Perhaps Uneth would still be alive. Perhaps the hydras would have been willing to communicate and coordinate instead of giving into their rage and insanity. And there were no survivors of the enemy army to stop them from looting the camp, which Tai had them do despite his eagerness to leave. As his allies went through the rubble, methodically checking for things of value or clues to the monster god's next move, they wandered to the edge of the shoreline. A rocky cliff stretched 100 feet over a foreign ocean, distant sea life spraying and playing off dawn-lit waves. Looking out at the ocean, Tai spoke to Hagemi. "When I'm finished securing these memories, I want you to tell me what happened. And just the details, all right?" Hagemi manifested nearby, the rising sunshine reflecting through its crystalline matrix in a beautiful splash of prismatic light.
"Are you sure, Tai? It could be said that your memories make you human. You keep doing this."
"I'm sure," Tai said firmly, focusing on the horizon. "Just tell me what I'm about to forget. Remind me. Let me know of my mistakes and why I made them. That way I'll be able to learn from them and not feel this pain."
"Pain is part of learning for your kind, Tai."
Tears spilled down his cheeks as barely withheld emotion surged. He knew he was about to lose it, to give in to the terror, grief, and torment that he'd unleashed upon himself. "We'll deal with it later when we have time. Just do this for me, all right?"
"As you wish,"
Hagemi said softly. Tai locked the worst of his recent memories away, leaving his conversation with the monster god, along with the feelings of her presence and most of the battle. He tucked away what had happened with Uneth, burying it deep in the fortress. The artifact would store both Tai's pain and the echo of Uneth's death, saving them both from the emotional consequences of their choices. When he was done, he nodded to Hagemi, who recounted the things Tai had made himself forget. He still felt bad in the end, a little guilt, but with the distance from not remembering, he saw it as it should be seen. From a distance. He understood his choice to confront Uneth, just as he understood Uneth's reaction. There was no need for guilt or pain. Clinging to painful, restrictive memories was certainly not a way to accomplish anything. Chapter 41. Last Days. Days remaining in cycle, 6. The little army hadn't brought much in the way of goods, although they discovered several heavy chests, each laden with money. Tai's force had earned close to 500,000 marks with their victory, and there was also a small pouch of the gold coins minted with the monster god's icon on them. They'd also taken a new Hydra body, even if that Hydra was erratic and prone to fits of violence if left untended. With Cleosen's help and Tai's careful selection of souls, they embodied 2 new mages. Tai finally looted the corpses, much to Hagemi's relief. He gave the assortment of things to Cleosen and Theonsu to figure out. After all that had happened, he didn't have the stomach for inventory management. The spell-casting demons were from a different species than the hive-minded ones. Once disrobed, they were revealed to have elongated torsos that concealed a second set of arms. Their vaguely grasshopper-shaped faces also had 4 eyes, just beneath walnut-sized mind gems. Cleosen said they were innately powerful and demanded to have their bodies swapped with one of theirs as soon as they were back at the village and had time. Tai agreed without hesitation. It took them 2 days to heal up and deal with the dead. during which no surprise reinforcements or ambushes materialized. Cleosin and Omendine both thought the monster god would probably have a good idea of what happened and had delayed any immediate reinforcements for a bigger push in the coming weeks. The mage and her surviving cabal cast several subtle spells in the area, burying bone-carved talismans to act as curses and early warning systems should the enemy return to the encampment. Omendine thought it was unlikely, but had agreed that caution was wise. Over the intervening days, more of the Akoan demons came from the village to help. Omendine oversaw it all, giving Ty the break he needed to process what he'd felt and learned. After some consideration, he'd taken back a few of the memories he'd suppressed. Cleosin and Theontsu had recognized the symptom of his use of the Mind Fortress to deal with guilt and had taken him aside to warn him of the dangerous and addictive properties of the powerful magic item. He still wasn't about to unleash all his memories, not when the little grief and doubt he allowed left him feeling like a husk. He camped near the ocean, where he could sleep with the sounds of the waves and admire the world's beauty. He kept the reality of what had happened, of the corpses that took days to burn, at his back. His hand hurt sometimes. He'd healed it and had the gauntlet in place for the whole last battle, but that didn't remove the phantom pain. Deep down, he knew that he'd killed someone with that fist. He couldn't consciously remember the details any more than the spirits in his cage could. Like those spirits, a part of him remembered, though. That part made him ache.
"We're done,"
Omendine said early on the third day, approaching Ty with an aura of reserved respect. Ty looked back from where he sat, hands wrapped around his knees. His forearm was bare. As Agami warned, the tattoos were gone. He didn't remember when at this point, probably sometime during the last battle, when he'd had to heal himself repeatedly to stay alive. "Yeah, time to go into final planning mode." Omendine nodded. He'd adopted Ty's method of agreement as easily as he'd learned the Akoan sign language. The little samurai llama truly was amazing. Coming to his feet, Ty accompanied Omendine to where he'd left his things. Collecting his sleeping bag and backpack, he and Omendine walked into the forest. They had 6 days left to prepare. 6 days to give his people some sort of plan to survive the next 3 potentially war-torn years. It didn't feel like enough time. It felt like too much time. Ty, Omendine, Aquamarine, and the Akoans planned over the day and a half of easy travel. They discussed how to use their captured money. All agreed to bury and seal the monster god's coins away from the village. Cleosin had cleansed the coins of several nasty enchantments, but still they preferred to be safe. Most of their planning involved contingencies. What if the monster got attacked with a proper army? What if she repossessed one of the demon bodies somehow? What if the insanity plaguing their people became worse? They talked and conjectured, spinning out problems and potential solutions for hours, each knowing that with Ty gone, it would be their responsibility to act as leaders. Ty felt Uneth's absence acutely. Although the general had been quiet and hesitant, the man had been like a mentor, always nearby to discuss ideas or oversee his decisions. When they made it back to the village, it surprised Ty to find that a lot of work had already been done. Magic had transformed the adjacent marsh, making it into the outline of what might eventually become a water garden. To the south, where the ground was rockier, a series of enclosures were under construction. 2 each, with several of the lynxes, were already functional. A third, half-built without a top, housed the bunnies. There were a lot of them, and none seemed eager to escape, even though the fence wall was barely hip-height.
"I had told them if they tried to get out again, I'd release the lynxes,"
Omendine whispered to Ty, following his gaze. He snickered.
"They reached a population dense enough to understand my threats, just before they were taken from me. Thank you again for getting them."
Sure," Ty said, still not quite certain about the knitting samurai llama man. As a war advisor and leader, Omendine was top-notch, no doubt. It was just everything else that was a bit odd.
"Ty, I'd like to point something out, if I may,"
Agami said. The Arbiter had been mostly silent the past few days, letting him come to terms with everything that had happened.
At the end of that last battle, you went full Terry Brooks on that scion. Technology totally failed to predict that. It's amusing, is it not? None of the Shannara books were in the prophecy.
It took Tai several minutes to process what Hagami was getting at. He chuckled when he finally did. The face was the only obviously vulnerable target in my defense. Eyes, mouths, and necks tend to be reliable targets on most humanoids.
It's good to hear you laugh again, Tai.
Tai let the moment of humor carry him through the rest of the day. Most of what he had to do was maintenance. He took a big room in the tavern, then sent Omen, Dean, and Cleosin a request for a special lock for it. His vision was to magically seal the room to him, or something he carried, so he'd have a safe space to return to. After arranging for that, he went to the basement and verified the remaining divine blood barrels were intact. They were, all 18 that were left. He made certain to hide one in his room, just in case things went sideways while he was gone. And when Cleosin arrived to install the lock, she had Tai make good on his promise to put her in the 4-armed demon's body. He used the opportunity to shift one of the drone dog's spirits into the newly emptied demonic form Cleosin had occupied. He made a note to prioritize getting the rest of the spirits inside dogs rehomed upon his return. Later that evening, he went with a group of Akoans down the stairs and to the entry to the sanctuary. Demon blood worked to open the doors, but they couldn't get out once they were locked inside. In the event of an overwhelming attack, someone would have to stay outside. None of the Akoans liked the idea of being in the sanctuary again, and much less locked in. Whatever its original intentions, sanctuary had become their tomb and a place of torment. The fear of being locked inside again led several in the group to proclaim that they'd never go into that place again without a way out.
Maybe we just get one of us to learn some necromancy. Necromantic magic should be all we need to get in and out,
Meridian announced. He'd finally met the brilliant woman the night before. She'd been waiting for the return to the town, insect eyes on Beonsu the whole time. She'd volunteered to lead the exploratory group into sanctuary with Tai. Another Akoan spoke dryly.
You realized you said that out loud, right? We're Akoans. We don't mess with souls, and we certainly want neither a necromancer or a warlock around.
Maybe just a little warlock would be okay,
Meridian muttered. Hey, I think it could be a great idea, Tai said, reaching out to squeeze her armored shoulder. I am a firm believer in diversity. Maybe just not for today, though. Perking up, Meridian moved her mouth parts in the demonic equivalent of a smile. It took every shred of Tai's focus not to shiver. He announced, All right, folks, we've got an emergency retreat. We should head back up to the surface and finish the rest.
Don't you want to say goodbye?
The voice came from behind him through the closed doors. No one around showed signs of hearing it. Tai hesitated. Actually, I want to go in and look around for a bit by myself. Would you let me out in about an hour?
An hour?
Meridian asked uncertainly, looking at the doors.
Are you sure you want to go back in there? It is not a place meant for humans.
Tai tapped his chest. I have a few thousand of you in me, Meridian. She didn't need further elaboration. Slicing his thumb on the black dagger, Tai went into the sanctuary and found Seeker waiting for him on the throne.
You exceeded my expectations,
Seeker said in his voice, booming once the doors had closed behind him. The god was slightly more transparent than he'd been the last time he had seen him. Tai ignored the welcome, focusing on Hagami instead. The infusion was small and so subtle that he wouldn't have noticed it had he not been focused inward. It was Seeker's touch, once again applying his subtle will to the Arbiter. How do you do that? He asked. Make Hagami into your tool.
My secret's for you to discover once you go below.
Seeker's robed hand pointed at Tai's arm.
I see you purchased a key to help. It should get you to the second level, maybe even the third. Would you care to try now?
I don't have the time. I just came in here to visit. Do you mind if I talk to you a bit? Tell you about what I've gone through? He realized in that moment that a part of him, a big part, respected the god. His Akoan memories venerated the deity, and the god had helped him in his moment of need. He knew better than to see Seeker as a friend, and not with his suspicions of what had come before. Something had turned the gods of Seeker's first world against him. He did see the god as an ally, however. The Seeker leaned forward, arms on his knees.
I would love that.
Tai told Seeker about what he'd been through, mostly about the last half of his visit to the world. He told him about the Mind Fortress and his anguish. He also told the god about his growing anger. Your people are my people now, Tai said. I can't get over that feeling. I can't get over how angry I am when I think about what's been done, and I can't get over how hurt I am over what happened to Uneth.
Oh, poor mortal,
Seeker murmured, sonorous voice conveying both curiosity and empathy.
I wonder if in the future you might allow me to peer more deeply into you. I would enjoy tasting the flavor of your mind.
Tai arched a brow at the divine shade. My secrets are for you to earn once you prove yourself to me. The Seeker laughed. For just a moment, Tai thought the god's semi-transparent body became completely solid before fading back to its ephemeral state. The doors behind clicked. It was time to go. He waved to the god. I'll be back. Next time I mean to surprise you.
I hope so,
Seeker replied, fading out of view. Meridian peered into the vault, multifaceted eyes gleaming with honey hues as she looked around.
Who were you talking to?
Tai shrugged. No one important, just a friend. Maybe. Later, he debated whether it was wise to let the old god imprint back on Hagami. He kept telling himself that Seeker was not on his side, that the god had an agenda all his own, and he was using him. And the response to that warning was a dry, "But isn't inspiration using you just the same?" The last day went by in a blur. Tai teleported with Aquamarine to collect the remains of his belongings from the assassin's attack. They found the sloths near the encampment, still grieving. He offered his apologies and bade them farewell. The meeting lingered far too long, leaving him in tears. Still, he felt better having spent time with them. To Tai's surprise and delight, one of his notepads and a few pens had survived the attack on his convoy. And once he was away from the traumatizing location, he set about writing things down. He didn't start with a list of things he wanted to do next or contingencies about the monster god. Instead, he wrote all the things he'd found on his magical world that had filled him with awe. He wrote about the stallion and Aquamarine, and finally he wrote about Boblin. Somehow, despite the tears he felt while he wrote, remembering the hope and joy he'd found here helped. Later, he diagrammed all new plans. Plans for what to do when he got to Earth, and plans for what to do when he returned. Finally, when the countdown showed that he had less than an hour to go, Tai opened one of the few intact containers from his convoy. He changed into a surviving set of civilian clothes. The gauntlets, along with most of his magical equipment, would stay behind, stored in his sealed room. Of his equipment, only the monocles would work in his world. Those and his mind fortress.
The magic is low there still. That will change rapidly. Within a year, perhaps less. Your devices will function on Earth. At this time, nothing labeled epic or legendary will.
Stepping out of the tavern, Tai saw Omendine, Cleosin in her new four-armed body, Theonsu, Aquamarine, and even Meridian waiting for him. Omendine had one of his bunnies with him on a leash. The pearl in the bunny's forehead gleamed as it looked at him, conveying a muted sense of amusement. He wasn't certain at all that the bunnies were as slow-witted as Omendine seemed to think. He wasn't about to tell the trace app that, though. I think I'll miss this place, he announced.
You will, Cleosen said. The more you hear, the more you will realize this place is wonderful compared to your capitalistic hellscape.
Tai chuckled, not surprised the maid remembered that random conversation. Theonsu stepped up, placing a hand on his shoulder.
We will prepare, Tai. We know the stakes.
The forest will be here, waiting for your return,
Aquamarine said, dexterous fingers twitching in time with his words. Almondine met Tai's gaze and nodded. The two had already said their words. Over the past days, they'd spent many hours together. He knew the odd little llama man would fulfill his duty.
Tai, it's time.
The glowing portals split the air. And taking one last deep breath of magical air, Tai stepped through. Chapter 42. Final Scores. The prompt appeared as Tai stepped into the portal. Between one world and the next, he had just enough time to digest the information.
Name: Tai Munro.
Class: Merit Hunter.
Race:
Human. Level: 3. Status: Mentally unstable. Progress to next level:
25.
Hit points: 14. Health shield: lesser: 21. Mana: 18.
Mana shield: 9. Racial maximum: 30. Strength: 13. Above average.
Agility:
9.
average. Vitality:
10.
average.
Plus 1 hit point per level.
Intellect: 13. Standard high IQ. Spirit:
6.
wild attuned. Luck: 0. Applicable skills and abilities: mixed martial arts, Sambo focus, proficient. Krav Maga, high adept. Edged weapons, skilled. Bows, proficient. Guns, adept. Survival, adept. Meditation, proficient. Unassigned attribute points: 0. Unspent merits: 6. Achievements and powers: wild touched, looting ability, organized mind, mana prism, divine, monstrous, wild. Mana siphon, Knight of the Wild ability package. Verdant touch, moderate life leech, death attuned. Single-use clone surrogacy. Necromantic, demon blood, temporary. Collect the blood, 1 of 3 collected. Defeat the invading army. You have 1 free upgrade to an existing ability, up to an equivalent enhancement of 2 merits. Quest: protect the dungeon. Ongoing. Notable equipment: 1 handgun, gambler's monocle ×5, unshielded. Shielding amulet, lesser. Mind fortress, divine. 1 personal locket. Nightmare silk. Forbidden book of necromancy. Monstrous manual. Unequipped notable equipment: armor of unknown, sealed. Black sword, unknown, sealed. Ward robe, epic, 20% integrity. Magic breaker dagger, epic, 45% integrity. Shielding amulet, lesser. Alunite gauntlets, legendary. Divine anchor, legendary. 2 infernal crystals. Hellstone ×5. Spiritual assets: Akoan mines, 29,534. Akoan souls, 29,534. Final character level: 3. This puts you in the bottom 40th percentile. Achievement value: 4. Based on your overall achievements and merits, we have awarded you effectively 2 additional levels. You are in the 70th percentile for achievements and merits. This is to be expected as you have a merit-based class. Maximum designated allies: 60. Based on your final score, you may select up to 60 allies. These allies will be placed under the protection of your god. You may designate these people to join you on Earth or prevent them from being removed from Earth during resonance. Domain: 1 square acre. Based on your final score, you may select a domain This domain will be counted as belonging to your deity, with you as the administrator. As an administrator of a domain, you may move to prevent identified areas within your earthly domain from being removed during resonance. In addition, you may exchange objects and features of your domain to and from Earth during each portal opening. You must have designated a domain on both sides of the resonance bridge to do this.
Epilogue. Interlude 6. Precipice. Surviving Earth participants, 16,041. Average level, 6. Days remaining in cycle, 0.
She's exerting direct control.
Inspiration announced as the Great Arbiter's display reconfigured to show the destination planet.
So is divinity.
A god pointed out, tone sardonic.
Many of you are.
Balance said.
You believe you are subtle in your machinations. You are not. A second round of recruits is required. With what power?
Inspiration asked.
We're spent.
He glanced at a cluster of gods, detecting the outline of schemes within schemes.
Most of us, anyway.
He added. A balance said,
We will need to find new power. Direct your scions accordingly. Uncover the ancient secrets. Plumb the depths. New anchors must join, or our plans will fail.
Red nodes appeared on the Great Arbiter's display of Earth, and the Arbiter's voice filled the room with an echoing condemnation.
It would appear that her primary aim in this round is not to grow her power. She is sending assassins after your scions.
The end. Bonus scenes. Author's note. Unless otherwise stated, bonus scenes are canon. In most cases, I removed these for pacing purposes. Bonus Scene 1. Efficiency. This scene takes place between the attack at Sabontal and Ty's arrival back on Earth. Ty lay awake in his tent, the sounds of nature all around him, unable to stop thinking of what had happened in Sabontal and after. He'd become used to fighting from a position of relative weakness since arriving on this side of the portal, having other humans overpower him and his allies so completely and with apparent ease had him rethinking his approach. Hagami, can I theorize with you about how I should spend my merits at level 3?
Absolutely,
Hagami replied, manifesting in the air above Ty's face. In the dark, the crystalline substance of the Arbiter flickered and glowed with haunting allure. How was the value of a merit calculated? How did the gods come up with 3 merits equaling 1 subpar class power? Hagami's lights flowed, one into the other, mesmerizing and oddly beautiful as the Arbiter considered its answer.
It's a combination of things. First, there is a consideration of how much any given ability would take a native to earn and obtain. The most obvious value of any merit is to say that each one is equal to about a year of dedicated, proper training. Second, there is a consideration of how much divine magic must be placed in you to activate a power. Giving you more strength is relatively easy. Artificially enhancing your connection to the gods is not. Third, it depends on the power. The God of Shadows can far more easily grant its followers invisibility than inspiration, although inspiration is more overall flexible in what he can bestow.
Sounds like predicting the innate value of any power I want will be difficult at best.
I would not disagree with that statement were I in your position.
How about I give you some specifics and you tell me what they might cost, or maybe what the ramifications of obtaining them would be?
Absolutely. What if I wanted a teleportation ability? Personal, or can you bring others with you? How often can you use it? At what range? And, quite importantly, at what mana cost? I considered, trying to figure out what would have been the most useful configuration to have recently. Personal, let's say 30 feet, and I want to use it a few times a day, with 5 or 6 mana per use. That's a relatively on-par power for most of our level 5 specialists, if slightly more efficient. That one would cost 4 points. And if I tied the ability to my level, say make it so I can use it twice a day per my level and extend the range to 5 feet per 2 levels. That level of scalability would increase the cost to 7. It would represent a major enhancement. Okay, new line of thought. What about adding 5 more hit points? 1 point. 8 more? More than 1 point. We'd round to 2. Would adding mana cost the same? Mana would cost more since it's literally attaching divine magic to you permanently. So raising my spirit attribute is the most effective way to increase my mana pool. Correct. What if I wanted to create a mana shield around me, basically extending the natural protection leveling gives, say adding half my mana pool as a damage soak? Magenta tides flashed in his arbiter, and Ty felt a pulse of subtle pleasure. Enhancing existing mechanisms is far less expensive. That would cost you 3 points, even with scaling built in. It would have weaknesses, however. Double the cost if it's going to work against divine-backed effects, like the arrow. Perfect. New line. Can I have powers that influence or communicate with arbiters other than you? Agami's swirling colors froze. Yes, but it wouldn't be useful. We are self-contained drops of raw intellect and magic with a god aspect. You could not influence or alter one of us directly or sway our behavior in essentially any way. We can have our consciousnesses muted, but there is no power that can prevent our overall function. But I can enhance you, like with the looting power. Yes, in that case I behave less like an arbiter and more like a mind fortress inhabited by a spirit of artifice. How much to set up automatic filtering? Say, when I would be overcome with pain, have you shunt the memories as they are written into my mind fortress? Or maybe remove distracting observations and help me notice things that are important, kind of making me immediately forget useless information and retain only potentially useful things. I could set up a series of filters like that for 1 point. It would essentially simply require you to purchase a decrease in my innate limitations, so there's almost no cost. The second part of your request would require rather specific targets, though. I cannot think for you. As for the first, why not just request immunity or resilience to pain? How much would immunity cost? 1 point. Ty tried to hide his grin. Agami, how much would it cost to have you filter out memories into someone else, make them live what I want? Agami flashed silver. Oh, I see now. A psychic attack. That's interesting. Well, setting up a psychic link of any sort with a willing recipient would be 1 point. 2 points, and you could do it with up to 3 willing recipients simultaneously. They have to be within view. Forcing a connection, double the cost. Automatically filtering specific sensations or memories on top of that, add 7 points. And there will be severe limitations. People with mind fortresses properly set up may filter the attack out. People with mental resistances will likely suffer less than you anticipate. Gods will be immune, and there will be others. Reasonable, Ty said, not too dissuaded. He was just spitballing possibilities, having not settled on precisely what he wanted. And how much to detect thoughts nearby, but not read them, kind of like psychic radar. 1 point to detect the general presence, 2 to detect their attitude toward you or your allies, 5 to make it work against active psychic concealment, 7 to work against active psychic divine concealment variations. I should warn you that it would not work against other scions, though, not until you reach level 10. No powers that directly target or work against another scion are allowed until then. You could detect general thoughts, but not identify specifically those of another scion. Well, that's shitty. Moving on, let's say I want to acquire a Spirit Master package, the ability to possess and take on the knowledge and abilities of a willing spirit, the ability to communicate with them and learn from them more effectively. How much would that be?
In your case, 15 points.
In my case? Hagami bobbed in the air.
Tai, you have over 20,000 spirits living inside you, and the amount of time and training it would take a native to acquire the facility you're requesting is substantial. Your situation changes the cost.
Tai finally began to frown. The numbers Hagami was throwing at him would take multiple levels to save up for. At the end of the resonance process, he had no doubt that allocating significant merits in this way would be easy. And the problem was he was living the leveling process. He had to make purchases now or very soon that would help him survive. Waiting multiple levels to get a new power could be detrimental. Playing back some of Hagami's earlier discussions, Tai struck on inspiration. Hagami, you told me that when another scion attacks a scion, there's some sort of overt benefit to the winner's god, right? What if I wanted to enhance my looting ability, specifically when I take power from another scion? Something that unlocks more merits when I level.
There is, but I cannot tell you that yet. And yes, such an ability would be easy. A small enhancement of your looting ability. The gods left provisions for things like this in the binding if player versus player became inevitable. 1 point. You'll get 1 extra merit per scion you defeat, with a bonus if the scion is significantly higher level or has been heavily invested by their god.
Tai's wolfish grin shone in the dark. He didn't want to kill other people. If the gods were going to play dirty, though, he would too. Bonus Scene 2. A discussion with Cleosan. Author's note. This scene takes place on the trip from Tai's town to Sabantal, toward the end of the book. This scene is canon, but was cut for pacing. Cleosan, what was your life like? Tai asked the Akoan a few hours later, once he'd acclimated to the demands of the travel. Uneth set a demanding pace, one that the Akoan's demonic bodies handled with ease, and left him missing his ATV. Between his past several months of training and his verdant touch, however, he found the pace manageable. Glancing over at Tai, Cleosan's mouth parts flexed.
What do you mean?
I have a general idea of what some of life on Akko was like, but most of the memories I've lived aren't of people like you or Uneth. I'm curious what it was like. Did you sing and dance and celebrate nature?
You put me in an interesting position when it comes to that question, Tai.
How so?
There are secrets, deep secrets, and yet you could, should you put the effort in, know any of them with no difficulty. My instincts tell me to share nothing with you. Yet inside you there are many of my people, some of whom are, no doubt, trained spellcasters. This makes you one of the few people we can trust Akoan's secrets with, despite your humanity.
He knew what she meant. He hadn't had time to go digging around inside of his mind fortress, other than his recent attempts to locate tutors, but in those brief hours he'd caught glimpses of cultural secrets. How do your deep secrets work?
We were something of a caste-based society. Do you know that word, caste?
If my translation ability is working properly, it means that each of you had a role to play. Some might garden or be artists, while others were warriors or mages. Is that right?
Yes, indeed. Quite similar. We were allowed to expand our caste through mating or the acquisition of mind fortresses that contained another caste's memories, so it was not inflexible. Still, you get the idea. Shortly after birth, we entered an apprenticeship with a mentor or a group. As we gained in knowledge and ability, mysteries would be revealed to us, until we earned a mind fortress inheritance. Essentially, anything strictly related to our caste was considered caste-bonded, a secret, if you will. Something we were not allowed to share, except under specific circumstances.
Sounds a bit like trade secrets and how they used to work on Earth before the invention of the Internet. Tai said, going briefly over the history of Earth's knowledge and how it was passed down, along with the nature of the Internet. Cleosin replied, tone odd,
All of your knowledge as a species in one device, barely bigger than a mind fortress. Tai, that is incredible. Your people must be incredibly powerful.
Not really. We don't have magic. Plus, we have a capitalistic society. The majority work 2/3 of their lives, so time to innovate and make discoveries is basically limited to the few with the economic means and freedom to do so. Limitations slow humans down a lot. Plus, we fight a lot of wars.
That sounds incredibly tragic. I am sorry.
Cleosin tried to make a sound, but her mouth parts couldn't replicate it. He recognized it from one of his memories. It was a beautiful lament. A slow dawning revelation occurred to him as he considered what Earth culture would look like to the Akoans. They were a tight-knit people, unified and able to pass their memories from one to another in a continuous line of virtue and values. To them, a world as disconnected and fractured as Earth must be horrifying. Thinking about it, he realized that with all the Akoan memories he retained, even he felt disturbed thinking about his home planet. Maybe the resonance bridge would be the key to changing the future of his people. So, from basically the time you were born, you learned magic? He asked, trying to change the uncomfortable subject.
Indeed, magic was taught to me during my early schooling, side by side with song, dance, and religious ceremony. You must know that religious practices were the heart of most of our lives. Glory to the unknowing hunger was a core tenet that continues to motivate me to this day. Magic became my way to become closer to God.
Seeker, yes. I remember the god, at least pieces about him, and I saw some of his history in the sanctuary. Cleosin made a pleased sound, turning the discussion to her god and the nature of her devotion to him. Tai found out that she had achieved the magical pinnacle before going to war against the lesser gods. During the last battle, she had led her cabal to strike one down, only to suffer a killing injury in the process. Her last act had been to willingly commit herself to a soul battery in the hopes of furthering her god's glory. Only in the end had she realized that the priests performing the entombment had been misleading her and her people. Her life sounded beautiful and bitter to him. From the start, it had been a spiritual revelation, a walking devotion to the concept of seeking, and then the betrayal at the end. No wonder Cleosin's insanity seemed so raw. "Are you upset with Seeker?" he asked later, "for abandoning you in the end?"
I do not think our God abandoned us, Tai,
Cleosin said, wistfully glancing to the sky.
Do not misunderstand me. The unthinking thirst was not a deity of compassion, not most of the time. My sense at the end wasn't of absence, though. I think that our Lord was busy or distracted.
I was.
The voice came from Hagami, deep in Tai's mind, but was not the arbiter's. Tai felt an echo of regret and wistfulness in the voice, a sense of eternal sorrow. It nearly broke his heart. "How are you here?" he shot back to the voice.
Echoes. I am an echo of a memory. A touch of power laid upon this little betrayer. I am not here, mortal, but I am a god, and this device is of me. My flavor resonates with a tiny piece of it.
Tai felt the presence, if he could call it that, of the Seeker vanish, and Hagami return. AI disclaimer. No part of this text was authored by AI. Because AI is trained on content, voices, images, and text, using information scraped from the internet, it means that vast quantities of content are being used and remixed without creative's permission. Until laws are put into place to protect people like me, the artists who create my cover, and the narrator you are listening to, I believe using AI or profiting from it is morally dubious.
This has been Divine Invasion, The Resonance Cycle, Book 1. Written by Aaron Renfro. Narrated by Christian J. Gilliland. Copyright 2023 by Aaron Renfro. Production copyright by Aaron Renfro.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.